Chapter 1918. A Sudden Change. The Sky Lord was stunned for a moment, and then he sneered. He didn't expect that the terrible existence would support him. Unfortunately, no one saw that in the depths of heavenly earth, two figures stood quietly and looked ahead with a smile. The great tribulation of the human realm requires even more rising stars to hold up the sky of the human realm. Only with pressure can there be motivation. Facing 3 7th-level martial saints who possess a powerful source of power, Lin Ling does not know if he will be able to stimulate his potential. Yes. Even if he can't, the life and death battle will be of great benefit to him. But we have to be careful, don't let that little brat die. Yes. The two said with a smile. They naturally didn't want to help the Sky Lord, but just wanted to let Lin Ling experience the life and death battle. The purpose was to cultivate more strong people for the mortal realm. In the life of a martial artist, everyone had experienced life and death battles, but the more experience, the greater the benefits. Of course, this was a double-edged sword. After all, if they failed, the price was death. These guys. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was ugly. He didn't expect that those mysterious existences would support the Sky Lord, which made his pupils turn cold. Lin Ling, aren't you very arrogant? Let me see your strength, Great River Sword Burial. Yes. The 3 strong people who broke through the realm were in high spirits at this moment. Perhaps they knew from the beginning that there would be a scene in front of them, so they began to be humble and let Lin Ling bloom with dazzling light. Because only by flying high would it be more painful to fall down. Great Void Dragon. Yes. The other 2 also stepped forward leisurely, and at the same time, they launched a powerful attack. Rumble. In the face of the 3 people's joint attack, Lin Ling kept retreating. Those powerful laws made him feel great pressure. If it wasn't for his strong physical body, he would have been torn into pieces. This is the Night Angel. We still have to treat him with respect. Don't hit him too hard. Yes. Maybe this Night Angel will learn from us and break through at the critical moment. Yes. If so, I have to admit defeat. The 3 of them walked at a leisurely pace, talking as they walked, as if they were mocking Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a sword light that carried a domineering aura fiercely slashed over. Careful? The expressions of the 3 of them changed, and they were greatly shocked. After all, Lin Ling was actually able to counterattack when facing the joint forces of the 3 of them. Moreover, that sword strike caused them to feel even more pressure. How could they not be shocked? But they were after all Wuxia's 7th stage realm top exponents, and with the 3 of them working together, they were finally able to block that strike. It could be imagined that if it was a one-on-one battle, Lin Ling would still be able to bring them pressure. The 3 of them have high cultivation levels, and they're even working together. How shameless. Many people saw that they were once again proudly walking forward, and one by one, they immediately cursed. If it wasn't for that lord allowing Lin Ling to continue fighting, they would have already stopped this battle. Lin Ling, was that your full strength? Too weak. However, the 3 of them totally ignored the crowd's curses, and all of them unleashed their martial arts to suppress Lin Ling. Moreover, they apparently didn't want to defeat Lin Ling too quickly, so they were slowly toying with Lin Ling. On the other hand, the pressure on Lin Ling increased, and all the bones in his body seemed to be broken. However, the boiling battle intent in his eyes became even more intense. Mad God Lin Ling, stop fighting. This isn't a fair battle. We all acknowledge you as the Dark Angel. Many people from the Purple Alliance shouted. This battle was a battle without any suspense, so there was no need to continue fighting. But in their eyes, Lin Ling was sent flying by the 3 people's powerful laws, and fell onto the ground, looking like he was seriously injured. But in just a moment, Lin Ling stood up again. Boom! When they saw the golden-haired, golden-eyed youth, everyone's heart exploded. Never say defeat? Even if his ability was inferior, even if his body was smashed to pieces, Lin Ling still chose to continue fighting. This is what a cultivator of our generation should be like. The human realm powerhouses also muttered to themselves. At this moment, they secretly admired this rising star Lin Ling. If I admit defeat, then who will seek justice for them? And who can I complain to about the unfair treatment I received? Fight! Lin Ling's eyes were red, and the sword in his hand was gripped even tighter. For justice, for dignity. Because if he admitted defeat, then the Sky Lord would get away scot-free. The Sky Lord treated Lin Ling like an ant, a stepping stone. How could Lin Ling let him off so easily? Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't admit defeat. Black Tortoise's 9 steps. Lin Ling stepped forward, not retreating but advancing. With the ancient sword in hand, he intimidated the heavens and earth. Clang! The other 3 unleashed their ultimate techniques and blocked Lin Ling again, and they sneered repeatedly. If Lin Ling didn't admit defeat, then they would beat him until he admitted defeat. Moreover, if they angered Lin Ling and he refused to admit defeat, then they could kill him as well. Bang! 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 Under the joint attacks of the 3, Lin Ling's body was blasted flying again and smashed into the ground. It seemed like he wasn't a match for the 3 of them at all. The crowd looked at the figure that was blasted flying, then looked at the blood that Lin Ling left on the ground, and they sighed in their hearts. What kind of willpower could support Lin Ling to continue fighting? As for the Sky Lord and the others, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Boom! However, right at this moment, a wisp of a terrifying aura erupted. The energy of the laws spiraled and skyrocketed, forming a pillar of light that shot into the sky, and it even shattered the clouds in the sky. Moreover, the surging energy of the laws was sensed by the entire mortal realm, as if a terrifying existence had been born in the heavens and earth. Countless gazes were fixed on the pillar of light, and everyone's expressions froze because the pillar of light came from Lin Ling. Most importantly, those strong practitioners had sensed that Lin Ling was in the first transition. One must know that Wu Sheng was in the 5th stage and could undergo the first transition. If he succeeded, then he would have laid a solid foundation, and his future achievements would be even greater. Therefore, as long as one had great willpower, they would all choose the first transition. However, although the first transition seemed heaven-defying, in reality, if one failed, the price to pay would be absolutely terrifying. This fellow actually chose the first transition at this moment? Everyone laughed bitterly. This place was obviously not the best place for the first transition. After all, there were people who could interrupt Lin Ling at any time. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was also filled with bitterness. At the moment of life and death, he had continuously unleashed his potential and fought with all his might. This had instead sped up the rotation of the void energy in his dantian, and finally formed the first transition. Third transition. Supreme Celestial Pill, you really know how to pick the right time. After laughing bitterly, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his state of mind. At this moment, the outside world was still in shock, and the crowd was discussing fervently. Mad God Lin Ling, he has 2 God-grade talents, and both of them are of the 2nd grade. This allows him to easily fight against those of a higher level, and now he actually wants to undergo the first transition? If he succeeds in the first transition, the number of his laws will be even greater. Coupled with his talents, TSK, I'm afraid that even Wu Sheng in the 6th stage would not be his match. Such a genius can be said to be the number 1 person in the mortal realm. Chapter 1919. Third transformation shocking the world. As for the 7 emperors, they were also surprised. Then, they clenched their fists excitedly as if they were watching a dazzling star slowly rising into the sky. On the contrary, in the depths of heavenly earth, the 2 most terrifying existences were not too surprised, but they nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Under the pressure, he actually completed the first transformation. Such a talented person is indeed worthy of the attention of the entire mortal realm. One of them said, and the other old man also smiled and nodded. But he has to complete the first transformation, otherwise, all his efforts will be in vain. But at this moment, there was a sudden change in heavenly earth. Rumble. The skyrocketing light pillar of the law became huge, and the seven-colored light illuminated the world. What, he actually completed the second transformation. Staring at this scene, everyone stood up, and the shock on their faces was not hidden at all. This was the first time they saw a junior cultivating like this. First, he completed the first transformation, and then he completed the second transformation. That momentum was like a hot knife through butter. The second transformation could increase the power of the law by 20. Moreover, after stepping into Wuxing's sixth stage, every time the power source in his dantian increased by one stage, it would increase the power of the law by 5. For ordinary Wuxing's sixth stage, they could only increase it by 2. This also meant that as long as Lin Ling stepped into Wuxing's sixth stage, he would be able to threaten Wuxing's eighth stage. Looking at Lin Ling shining again, the Sky Lord felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Why was it like this? He knew very well that even if Lin Ling only had ordinary talent, but if he completed the second transformation, Lin Ling would be an absolute genius of the mortal realm, and would be valued by the ancient giants of the mortal realm. Moreover, Lin Ling's talent was not ordinary. Good. Over at the Seven Emperors' side, everyone laughed even louder. Lin Ling had given them a big surprise today. He could be called an absolute genius. Dark Angel, absolute genius. Cheers. The Purple Alliance was also cheering. As for the three opponents of Lin Ling, they were simply ignored at this moment. However, was Lin Ling merely a peerless genius? While everyone was cheering, the pillar of light that soared into the sky became even larger. There were flames and spatial laws roaring, as if a dragon was flying in the sky. The terrifying aura of the laws actually caused the entire human world to churn. Within the three profound of the human realm, countless people raised their heads. They saw that in the distance, there was a terrifying pressure approaching. Moreover, the law light pillars were extremely dazzling. They did not know what had happened, but they were certain that a powerhouse had been born in the mortal realm. Rumble. Compared to their surprise, heavenly world was dead silent. Because Lin Ling was at the third rank. In the current era, no one had ever completed the third revolution. This was because the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to complete the third revolution. The difficulty would increase by several times. Moreover, if one failed, they would disappear from the world forever. Therefore, even if there were geniuses who could go through the third transition, no one would choose to do so. Evildoer. The same thought rose in everyone's mind. As for the two lords in the depths, their expressions changed drastically. They were shocked for a full 30 minutes before they let out hearty laughter. Good. This is great. Our human race has produced another powerhouse. This child can be called the son of desolation. How many years has it been? No one in the mortal realm has completed the third transition. He's the first. How can it be the third transition? Oh right, not long ago, that little guy exchanged for a third revolution supreme immortal pill in the merit hall. Could it be because of this pill? Isn't that a useless pill? How did he succeed? What a little freak. The two lords were initially pleasantly surprised, then surprised, and finally shocked. Now, they were terrified. The mortal realm is facing a great calamity. Geniuses are extremely important. This child must be protected at all costs. Who knows, he might be able to save the entire mortal realm. In the end, the lord from the martial pavilion said word by word with a hint of excitement in his words. That's right. The old man immediately nodded. At this moment, while they were talking, everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's third transition. After the Sky Lord's expression changed drastically, a voice came out of his mouth, secretly reminding the three of them. Interrupt him. There was no doubt that if Lin Ling succeeded in the end, there would be no place for him, the Sky Lord, to stay in the mortal realm. Therefore, he had to destroy this genius at all costs. Attack. The three of them also knew that time was of the essence. Their expressions became fierce as they activated their terrifying law martial arts. The three of them attacked too quickly. The others were still shocked by Lin Ling's third transition, so no one reacted. Only the Sky Lord kept shouting secretly, "Quick, interrupt him. You must interrupt him and make him a cripple from now on." He knew very well that although Lin Ling was dazzling now, if he became a cripple, then the Deacon Hall of the mortal realm would definitely abandon Lin Ling. Boom! 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 3 surging laws landed on Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling, who was in the light pillar of laws, to spit out a mouthful of blood. After all, the process of the third transition was the most important, and it could not be easily interrupted by others. However, Lin Ling soon realized that after the 3 laws surged into him, the void energy source in his dantian spun even faster, as if it had joined a new force during the third transition. How dare you! At this moment, the people on the 7 emperors' side reacted. They all roared furiously and attacked at the same time. However, just as they were about to attack, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Leave them to me." Boom! As soon as this voice sounded, everyone's hearts exploded. They looked around and saw that the light pillar of laws began to dim, and a slender figure slowly walked out. It was Lin Ling. "Thank you for your strength. Otherwise, would have needed a lot more time to complete the third transition." The cold voice floated out at the same time, causing many people to tremble in fear. In their eyes, a large amount of laws floated around Lin Ling, and the void energy source was extremely huge. This meant that Lin Ling had successfully completed the third transition. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. "Previously, when you fought with me, you all broke through at the critical moment. However, every dog has its day. Now, it's my turn to break through." Lin Ling looked at the 3 people. With just a glance, their faces turned pale. Although Lin Ling had only glanced at them, they felt as if they were being stared at by a big shot of the human world. Plop! The old man among them was so frightened that he fell to the ground directly. The Lin Ling from before was already very scary. What about the Lin Ling after the third transition? His strength was definitely unimaginable. At the same time, the Sky Lord's face also turned pale. Lin Ling had finally succeeded. He knew that trouble had come for him. Smack! Lin Ling took a step forward and walked toward the 3 people. His long hair and black robe danced wildly. At this moment, it was as if he had been reborn. He was full of energy, as if he was an undefeatable god of war. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Have you been arrogant enough? Now, do you dare to fight?" A thunderous voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the old man so much that he spat out blood and immediately lost the ability to fight. A third transition martial artist is indeed very strong. Chapter 1920. The ancient giants, since things have come to this, attack. The remaining 2 people's expressions changed drastically as they unleashed their powerful laws. They knew that there was no way out now. "Sword, come!" Lin Ling roared angrily as he held his sword with both hands. The sword light was like a pillar as he slashed down like an axe. 250 dimensions. Rumble. A beautiful world appeared, forming a dazzling sword that attracted the attention of countless people. In the hearts of many people, other than the martial god realm, there were only the ghost realm, devil realm, and mortal realm left in this world. However, Lin Ling now told them that there were many other realms outside, because his sword had already reached another realm, and made 250 realms appear. Pop pop pop. Under the sword, the two people's combined laws instantly disintegrated. The sword in the man's hand instantly broke apart and he saw a sword slashing towards him. No! He roared angrily. He had never expected that the third transformation Lin Ling would be so powerful. Unfortunately, he was killed just as his voice fell. A 7th stage realm Wusheng had fallen and the person who killed him was only a 5th stage realm Wusheng. All of this was like a dream. Slap. Lin Ling took another step forward. The woman from the Xianyuan clan, who was the only one left, turned pale as well. I admit defeat. The woman hurriedly said. Ha ha. Lin Ling laughed. However, his laughter was very cold. Too late. He slashed out with his sword. Fast, incomparably fast, that was the speed of space. Swoosh. A sword mark appeared on the woman's neck. She pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something but nothing came out. She then covered her face and collapsed. She thought that if she admitted defeat, Lin Ling would not kill her. However, she had forgotten that when Lin Ling had completed his third transformation, she had hit him when he was down, so how could Lin Ling leave her alive? You're the only one left. Do you want to admit defeat or continue? Lin Ling stepped forward again, as if he was a king. He looked down at the old man sitting on the ground, and the old man had a bitter smile on his face. They had agreed to fight on behalf of the Sky Lord, and they also believed that they would win this battle without a doubt. No matter how monstrous Lin Ling was, he was only number 1 on the Central Earth rankings. However, he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling's monstrous talent was even more terrifying than he had imagined. I admit defeat. The old man smiled bitterly. Kill yourself. Lin Ling turned and left. The old man glanced at Celestial World and realized that no one was speaking up for him. Even the Sky Lord was silent. Clearly, he had been abandoned. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have fought. The old man spat out a sentence, and in the end, he turned into dust and disappeared, becoming the cannon fodder of the Sky Lord and the other experts. However, at this moment, no one paid any attention to him. All eyes were on Lin Ling. Lin Ling had shocked the world with his third revolution. Dark Angel, Dark Angel, Dark Angel. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into thunderous cheers. Wonderful, very wonderful. Today's reward ceremony had become the stage for the Dark Angel to prove himself. And now, who dared to question Lin Ling? The Sky Lord's side was silent. Their eyes flickered with shock, anger, and unwillingness. They never thought that because of Lin Ling, all their efforts would go down the drain. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, may I ask who is the Dark Angel? At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped and looked indifferently at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. His aura was neither arrogant nor humble. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked deeply at Lin Ling. She never thought that Lin Ling would succeed in his third revolution and create the first miracle in the human world. Now, she had no right to deny it. Sorry, I was blind. I didn't know that you were the Dark Angel. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother opened her mouth and admitted it, causing the cheers to surge like waves. Lin Ling, you are the Dark Angel. You sealed the Void enchantment and led the Purple Alliance to create miracles. You have greatly raised the prestige of the human world. I salute you here. The Sky Lord was worthy of being an ambitious and ruthless character. He walked out and bowed respectfully in front of Lin Ling. Isn't this one of the 3 great legends of the human world? He actually saluted a junior, how rare. He did it for the common people of the world. Don't laugh at him. Sky Lord, come, salute Lin Ling again. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. The Sky Lord's body trembled in anger, but he still forced a smile. Today was supposed to be the day he became a giant of the human world. But now, he had become the target of ridicule. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the Sky Lord. This guy knows when to yield and when to stand tall. His shrewdness is beyond imagination. Lin Ling, it was my fault before. I hope you can forgive my mistake on account of my consideration for the human world. Of course, if you are still dissatisfied, I can salute and apologize to you again. The Sky Lord said again with an apologetic smile on his face. How thick-skinned. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and turned to leave, as if he didn't want to stay here any longer. The Sky Lord looked at Lin Ling with a smile, but in his heart, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. He also knew that Lin Ling also wanted to kill him. Fortunately, he was still a giant of the human world. So even if Lin Ling hated him, Lin Ling couldn't do anything to him. At most, he would make him lose face. On the contrary, after today, he must kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, where are you going? But at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Two figures stepped on the clouds and appeared before everyone's eyes. These two people's strength was unfathomable. They floated in the sky like great laws. Countless people stared at these two people, and their expressions changed drastically. These two people were terrifying existences born in the ancient era. One was the person behind the martial pavilion, martial god Tianyu. The other was the guardian of the Merit Hall, also known as the guardian of the human world. If it weren't for the human world's great calamity, these two ancient existences wouldn't have appeared before everyone's eyes. But the two of them had appeared. Obviously, they were attracted by Lin Ling's monstrous talent. Two divine-level talents, 3 void energy source. Good, very good. From now on, you, Lin Ling, are the son of desolation. Martial god Tianyu looked at Lin Ling and smiled. The human world will value you greatly. We will give you sufficient protection in the name of the human race. The guardian of the human world also smiled. He didn't expect to see the birth of a peerless genius today. Boom! With these words, the heavenly world was shocked. Lin Ling had become the son of desolation. This was a great honor. In the distance, Prince Xiao Yao and the others had ugly expressions. Lin Ling was now on the same level as them. As for the Sky Lord, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Today was his stage, but now it was Lin Ling's stage. For this, the ancient giants of the human world also came out. Good, this is great. The people on the side of the 7 emperors were extremely excited. Finally, a son of desolation was born in their 7 emperors' world. Thank you, but I'm not interested in the son of desolation. Chapter 1921. Ask the World. At this moment, the 2 ancient giants were shocked. Son of Desolation, that was the title that countless warriors yearned for the most. Not only was it worshipped by others, but it would also allow one to obtain many cultivation resources from the mortal world. However, Lin Ling had actually refused. Moreover, from now on, I will no longer care about the matters of the mortal world. Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well. The 2 ancient giants' expressions changed drastically. They were optimistic about Lin Ling because in the future, Lin Ling would certainly be able to help the mortal world. However, Lin Ling would no longer interfere with the matters of the mortal world. Why? The 2 immediately said at the same time. Lin Ling's talent was so terrifying that they certainly didn't want to miss such a good seedling. Lin Ling finally stopped after hearing their words. He looked at the 2 ancient giants and said calmly, 2 seniors, may I ask if the mortal world's highest deacon palace has given me any help when I, Lin Ling, grew up step by step? Of course, 2 seniors don't need to mention merit points because those merit points were obtained through my own hard work. According to what you said, there was no such thing. Hearing this, the 2 nodded. The crowd's eyes flickered. Although merit points could be exchanged for many treasures, those were exchanged with the lives of warriors. Therefore, the mortal world's highest deacon palace didn't give Lin Ling any additional rewards. I sealed a large number of barriers in the true martial world to delay the invasion of the devil race. At the same time, when the devil race invaded, I informed the mortal world in advance so that the mortal world had more time to prepare. May I ask if I owe the mortal world's highest deacon palace? Lin Ling said again. The two ancient giants' expressions changed. Lin Ling had actually done so much. However, they didn't know about these past events. If Lin Ling hadn't sealed the true martial world's barriers, the devil race would have invaded long ago. Moreover, if Lin Ling hadn't informed the mortal world and let them know the approximate time of the devil race's invasion, the mortal world would have been unable to fight back. Therefore, Lin Ling did not owe anything to the mortal world's highest deacon hall. On the contrary, they owed Lin Ling. Since my strength was increased by myself, moreover I have made contributions time and time again, why do I have to become Huang's child? Why do you want to work for the Supreme Executive Hall of the mortal world? Lin Ling stared straight at the two ancient hegemons, causing them to smile bitterly. Lin Ling really didn't have this obligation. We admit that we have neglected you in the past, but in the future, the mortal world will surely respect you. Martial God Tian Yu shook his head. There's no need to talk about the future. Let's talk about the present. I'm a dark angel. I led the Purple Alliance to seal the Sky Cloud Forest. I was even taken to the demon region by the demon race and almost died there. I worked hard for the mortal world and even sacrificed my life. However, when I came back, I didn't make any contributions. Instead, my identity as a dark angel was replaced by someone else. I even became a person who colluded with the demon race. Lin Ling said word by word. Boom. The two ancient hegemons' expressions changed drastically. The experts of heavenly earth were also stunned. Yes, Lin Ling was a meritorious person. He had helped the Supreme Executive Hall of the mortal world many times, but how did the mortal world treat him? Moreover, I colluded with the demon race because of a word from some experts. If it were you, would you be loyal to the Supreme Executive Hall of the mortal world? Lin Ling said again. The two ancient hegemons fell silent, unable to speak. They also worked hard for the mortal world when the demon race invaded. However, when they came back, they were all thrown into prison and were wronged. Who spoke for them? I don't think so. Everyone is talking about their merits and showing off their pride. But I want to ask them, where did the merits come from? Lin Ling looked at the entire heavenly earth. No one dared to look him in the eyes. And his words shook everyone's hearts. Those Xiandi who came with Lin Ling clenched their fists in excitement, and their eyes were wet. Who spoke for them? No, apart from Lin Ling, there was no one else. If it weren't for Lin Ling, they would have died for nothing. So, now you know the answer. Lin Ling said softly, before he turned around and left. The two ancient hegemons were astounded. They did not expect Lin Ling to have done so much. Suddenly, they bowed to Lin Ling, it's our fault. Boom. Everyone was moved when they saw this scene. Even Lin Ling was surprised. He did not expect such powerful ancient hegemons to bow and apologize to him. He finally came to a stop. I'm sorry. Our attention is only on the entire mortal world. We have neglected those who have contributed to the mortal world. Martial God Tianyue said respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had contributed a lot to the mortal world, but the mortal world wanted to kill him. It was his fault. Of course, if he was in Lin Ling's shoes, he would feel the same way. Moreover, not only did Lin Ling speak up for himself, he also spoke up for those who had been wronged. His heart was pure and innocent. Humans are selfish. They only care about themselves. They don't remember those who protect them. The mortal world is also being toyed with by despicable people. It's so dirty. Who would work for the deacon hall of the mortal world? Lin Ling let out a sigh. He thought of Shang Qianjun, Li Xiaoyao, and the warriors who had fought for the mortal world in the past. He felt injustice for them. Thousands of years had passed, and no one remembered them. No one knew who had fought for their peaceful homeland. The two ancient hegemons shuddered when they heard Lin Ling sigh. They had a vague feeling that the person in front of them was not a young man, but a venerable emperor lying drunk on the battlefield, looking at the mortal world. Venerable emperors, aloof and proud, drinking wine while looking at the common people. At this moment, the two of them felt that they were juniors, and this young man was the true hegemon of the mortal world. If you want to make up for it, then kill the Sky Lord. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking, but he coldly spat out these words. Silence. The entire heavenly earth was silent. Lin Ling actually wanted to kill the Sky Lord? The Sky Lord was one of the hegemons of Jianghu Immortal Plateau. He was a person of virtue and prestige. Could it be that he wanted to kill such a hegemon for a mere Lin Ling? Shameless boasting. Lin Ling, you have to know your own status. It is your honor that the mortal world values you. Don't make excessive demands. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother angrily shouted. Lin Ling was too much. However, Lin Ling didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, he looked at the two ancient hegemons, waiting for their answer. Currently, he wasn't a match for the Sky Lord. So, if he wanted to kill the Sky Lord, he could only ask the hegemons of the mortal world to do it. Lin Ling didn't want to wait because his family and friends were almost killed by the Sky Lord. He couldn't swallow this anger. Two lords, although Lin Ling has made contributions, I have also made contributions to the mortal world. If you kill me like this, how will the masses be convinced? The Sky Lord also spoke. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling immediately, but with the two hegemons present, he didn't dare to do so. He hated Lin Ling even more. He never thought that this ant would be able to deal him such a fatal blow. Hearing this, the eyes of the two ancient hegemons flickered. Lin Ling's request was somewhat troublesome. After all, the Sky Lord wasn't an ordinary person. Whether we kill him or not, we will ask the world. Chapter 1922. Powerful enemies attack. Hearing this, the eyes of the two ancient giants lit up as they looked at the entire earthly paradise. At the same time, the expression of the Sky Lord changed drastically. However, he soon sneered. If Lin Ling forced the two ancient giants to kill him, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, Lin Ling actually wanted to challenge the entire world. This was a huge help to him, the Sky Lord. After all, the Sky Lord had been famous for a long time and was a legend in the mortal world. He had tens of millions of disciples. At this moment, everyone would definitely support him. Ask the world, the Sky Lord will not die. Yes. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the Sky Lord had been good friends for many years. Naturally, she didn't want the Sky Lord to die in front of her. Kill. Kill. However, at this moment, a large number of CND in the Purple Alliance spoke out. The Dark Angel was the flag of the Purple Alliance, and the Dark Angel had saved their lives. So, everyone supported Lin Ling. Kill. Kill. The seven emperors also spoke out. Kill. Kill. The CND who had been wronged were the loudest. Kill, they had to kill him. Because if the Sky Lord didn't die, he would definitely cheat again. And they would be stabbed in the back by the Sky Lord in the next moment. What was the use of keeping such a despicable person alive? Kill. Kill. His majestic voice shook the heavens, causing the Sky Lord's face to immediately turn pale. The ancient Ji clan, the Xianyuan clan, and the four great imperial human immortal clans of the Great Saint Realm were all aghast. They hadn't expected the Sky Lord of the human world to draw the ire of so many people. Sky Lord, you said that everything is for the sake of the world. But at this moment, don't you think it's ironic? Because now, the world wants to kill you. Please remember, your life is precious, but so are our lives. Lin Ling laughed and said coldly. Justice was in everyone's heart. No matter what the Sky Lord's background was, he had gone too far. So, as long as someone took the lead, everyone would not let him go. This was the law of the emperor and the common people. Hearing the commotion around them, the two ancient giants sighed softly. Finally, they showed decisiveness and waved their hands. Kill! Kill! Plop! Hearing this, the Sky Lord sat down with a blank look on his face. Wait, he's a junior. Even if he is talented, he can't be compared to the Sky Lord. How can we kill the Sky Lord for him? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother unwillingly shouted. She couldn't let the Sky Lord die in front of her. More importantly, the person who killed the Sky Lord was the insignificant Lin Ling, so she was even more unwilling. Was Immortal's Heavenly Earth? Heavenly Earth's Immortal subduing? Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, this is the greater good of the world. It is not something you and I can decide. If we abuse our power for personal gain, who will be willing to fight for the human world in the future? How will the human race be united? Martial God Tian Yu looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and said. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression froze. She was speechless, but her eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the fuse, saying what no one dared to say. If Lin Ling was an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't have such weight. However, the talent he displayed clearly moved the ancient giants. I will use the reputation of the entire mortal world to announce to the world that I will kill the Sky Lord to appease the people. Anyone who dares to stop me will be going against the entire human race. Then, Martial God Tian Yu looked at the crowd and said righteously. No one dared to refute his words. Instead, many people were excited. Now that the mask of the Sky Master had been torn off, no one respected him anymore. Without a doubt, the Sky Lord was no longer a giant of the mortal world. Instead, he was an existence akin to a prisoner of the mortal world. This made him feel like he was in a dream. He didn't expect that after framing so many CND, he would become the sinner of the mortal world. All the prestige he gained over the years would disappear at this moment. And the reason for all of this was Lin Ling. Am I going to die? At this moment, the Sky Lord seemed to have aged a lot. He helplessly looked at the sky. Everything was for the sake of the common people. This sentence was even more ironic. Hee hee, how lively, but it just so happens that all the human experts are gathered here. Kill. Kill. However, at this time, a sudden change occurred. Devil clouds rolled in the distant sky as a large number of devil experts arrived. The devil race killed their way into the heavenly earth. Clearly, Lin Ling's shocking 3 revolutions had attracted the attention of the entire mortal world, including the devil race. Martial God Tian Yu, guardian of the mortal world, long time no see. How have you been? Among the mighty devil race, 2 men strode out. One of them wore 5-colored armor while the other wore black armor. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked majestic. Seeing this, all the experts of the heavenly earth were shocked. Even Lin Ling's eyes revealed surprise. Could it be that the demon domain's boundary had been completely opened, causing so many devils to arrive? Western Great Devil King, Southern Great Devil King. To everyone's surprise, the 2 ancient giants coldly spat out a sentence. However, one could hear the surprise in their voices. One had to know that there were 5 great devil kings in the demon domain. Each of them was an indomitable existence with strength comparable to ancient giants. Now, 2 great devil kings had arrived. 490 million Western Great Devil Kings, Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master, indeed, long time no see. Martial God Tian Yu said indifferently. Clearly, in the ancient era, he had already met these great devil kings, 490 million Western great devil kings. Don't tell me you're here to reminisce? The guardian of the mortal world said. This mortal world is really beautiful. The birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, and the sky is blue. It's not like our demon domain, which is always dark and gloomy. Even food is scarce here. Now that I've come to this mortal world, I don't want to go back. The man in 5-colored armor smiled. To everyone's surprise, apart from the horns on his forehead, he was no different from a human. Reminiscing about the past can wait. I've just arrived in the mortal world, so I want to warm up. Martial God Tianyu, let me see your strength. The other person, Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master, smiled. His voice was calm but dignified. My mortal world is indeed beautiful. However, if you're here as guests, then the mortal world welcomes you. If you don't have good intentions, then we'll accompany you. Martial God Tianyu took a step forward and said coldly. He knew that the other party wasn't here to reminisce. Little ones, let these humans experience what it means to be a devil. The man in the 5-colored armor strode forward as well, and a terrifying power of law erupted from his body, forming a demonic world. He was the 490 million Western Great Devil King. He possessed a total of 490 million laws. Rumble. As soon as he took action, everyone had a hard time dealing with each other. What a terrifying power of laws. Was this the power of a top devil king of the devil race? Devil Kingdom's Crystal. Chapter 1923. Geniuses of the Killing World. Pop. A heaven-collapsing and earth-rending aura filled the air. The demonic energy of heaven and earth became even more vast, causing the three profound of the mortal realm to collapse. Almost at the same time, the guardian of the human realm also erupted with power. He stretched out his right hand, and a blade of grass floated up from the ground and landed in his hand. The grass transformed into the firmament sword. A speck of dust can fill the sea, a blade of grass can cut the sun, moon, and stars, and turn the world upside down. Pop. 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 Everyone in heavenly earth sucked in a breath of cold air. Too strong, really too strong. Is this the legendary martial god realm? Compared with the crowd, Lin Ling's blood was boiling. He found that he still had a long way to go. As for the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master, the devils he controlled were all existences comparable to laws. They were also extremely terrifying. Will I be so strong in the future? Lin Ling clenched his fists. He had no doubt about his future. He even looked forward to it. It wouldn't be long before he could step into the strongest battle in the three realms. Kill. Immortal Emperor 10 heroes, it is rumored that every single one of them is a child of heaven's will. Let me give you a try. A devil race great senior roared, turning into a several 100-meter tall giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. In the crowd, 10 dazzling silhouettes soared into the sky. They were like dazzling stars facing the supreme devil. These 10 immortal emperors weren't afraid at all. Pop. Pop. Many people stared at the 10 figures, their blood boiling because the human race was not at the mercy of others. They also had powerful cultivators overseeing them. Fire Spirit Princess, Little Flame. Lin Ling didn't join the battle in the sky. He first went to find his friends. After seeing that they were safe and sound, he immediately relaxed. Then, he looked around again. He actually discovered that the Sky Lord was escaping, and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was helping him escape. Pop. 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 Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. If one did not remove the root of the problem, there would be endless trouble in the future. Now that the Sky Lord had escaped, Lin Ling would definitely be in danger in the future. However, at this moment, Lin Ling was unable to stop the Sky Lord and could only watch him leave. Pop. 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 I'm the one who let him go. What can you do to me? Lin Ling even heard those arrogant words, but he didn't bother to refute them. The moment the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother released the Sky Lord, several demon race experts began to fight with her. No! Save me! At this time, someone from the human side let out a panicked cry. Under countless gazes, a young man was surrounded by several demon powerhouses, and was blasted to death. Pop! Seeing this, the mortal world's giants all shouted angrily, and their eyes turned red. The guardian spirit was one of the 8 desolate children, but at this moment, it had also fallen. This made many people's hearts tremble fiercely. Even someone as strong as the desolate children had fallen. This devil race was too terrifying. Be careful. Pop. 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 Someone from the side of the 7 emperors shouted. Then, everyone looked over carefully. Only then did they realize that most of the devil race's experts were attacking humans above the 5th level of the martial saint realm. Especially the younger generation, they encountered more devil race experts. Clearly, the demon race wanted to eradicate the younger generation and leave the human race short of manpower. Pop. 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 Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he was at the 5th level of the martial saint realm. Otherwise, he would have to face a large number of experts now. Because the devils didn't know that he was also one of the geniuses of the human world. Follow me. Pop. There are too many devils. If this goes on, we'll be wiped out. Pop. Yes, boss. What should we do? Pop. There's no need to be anxious, because in this battle, the number of devil race experts that fall will definitely be even more. This is like killing 1,000 enemies, but suffering 800 casualties. Their goal is the human world's geniuses, and once the time passes, they will definitely retreat. As he spoke, Lin Ling swung his sword and beheaded 2 devils. Obviously, those devils didn't take Lin Ling seriously and thought that he was just an ordinary expert. Lin Ling. Let me help you. Pop. At this moment, a majestic voice came from afar. A terrifying murderous aura turned into a giant hand that swept over a few demons. After tearing them apart, it got closer and closer to Lin Ling. Pop. Pop. Lin Ling didn't think so. Firstly, the devil race didn't know that Lin Ling was a genius of the human realm. Therefore, the devil race that came to kill him wasn't very strong. Lin Ling didn't need help. Secondly, although Prince Xiaoyao was polite to him on the surface, he had always wanted to kill him. Pop. 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 Lin Ling pondered for a moment, and a cold smile appeared on his handsome face. He stared into the distance, and then exploded with a deafening sound with the power of laws. His voice reverberated throughout the area. Prince Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment before he sneered. Lin Ling was such a fool. He didn't know that Prince Xiaoyao was here to kill him. Instead, he was begging for Prince Xiaoyao's help. Pop. 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 But in the next moment, the demonic chi in the surroundings surged as 5 demon race great monarchs stepped on demonic clouds and swept over. Pop. Pop. Those 5 individuals all revealed killing intent. This time, they came to kill the geniuses of the world, and the child of Huang was even more important. Prince Xiaoyao's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling had shouted it on purpose to attract the devil race to kill him. Lin Ling, how cunning. Chapter 1924. One sword towering, Lin Ling. Prince Xiaoyao roared again and again. He could only fight against several demon venerables. Obviously, he failed again. Moreover, it seemed that he had become Lin Ling's bodyguard for the second time. However, although he was angry, he did not dare to announce that Lin Ling was also a genius of the human world. Because in his heart, Lin Ling belonged to him. Rumble. Pop. Pop. The most terrifying giant battle in the sky was earth-shattering. It caused the earth to crack and the sea to flow backward. As for the three legends, they were also facing a large number of experts. Of course, the demon race's target was still the Sons of Desolation. Among them, the Son of Desolation was under the greatest pressure. There were actually 10 demon venerables besieging him, while the other Sons of Desolation were facing no one. Why are you treating me like this? Fallen Mortal gnashed his teeth in anger. Were they going to kill him no matter what? Because, you are the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, the first emperor of the 4 great eras. I can tell you that the demon race is attacking heavenly earth because they want to kill you. A demon venerables replied coldly. You are courting death. Fallen Mortal was even more furious. Were they all here to bully him? Moreover, the demon race had just invaded the human world. How did they know that he was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He naturally knew why the demon race wanted to kill Fallen Mortal. Because he was the one who revealed the secret. Of course, Fallen Mortal was actually a scapegoat for Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was the real Li Xiaoyao. TSK, you guys are hiding far away. But can you escape from me, the third prince? Those 2 women, I want them. At this time, in front of Lu Susu and the others, a red-haired man appeared. This person had an evil aura. His long hair danced wildly. On his bare chest, there was actually a pink breastbone. It was a shocking sight. The third prince? There were many experts on Lu Susu's side as well. One of them had a drastic change in expression. He was none other than Xian Di. He frowned and asked, Are you the son of the Devil Nation's Crystal Lord? Heh, I didn't expect you to have heard of my name. That's right, I'm one of the 3 princes of the Red Dust Empire, the demonic army seal. The red-haired man tilted his head and spoke with a hint of arrogance in his evil aura. Sizzle. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The person who came was actually the son of the great demon king. I'm not as strong as the devil grand monarchs. That's why my father didn't assign me any tasks. He just let me do whatever I want. The red-haired man licked his lips. Obviously, he wasn't the main force, so he could find prey at will. Lu Susu's side didn't have many strong cultivators, so he treated them as prey. Most importantly, he was lustful and evil, so he had his eyes on Lu Susu and the other beauties. Time is running out. It's about time for us to retreat, so get your ass over here. The demon army talisman looked at the sky and stretched out its right hand. White bones appeared and turned into a hand made of red dust and white bones. Red Dust Demon Barrier. Endless pink ripples spread out and expanded rapidly. It made a thunderous sound and grabbed at Lu Susu and the Fire Spirit Princess. Most of the men of the devil race were lustful and evil. They had been eyeing the women of the human race for a long time. How dare you? The Supreme Xian Di shouted angrily. A supreme law erupted and was pointed out by his finger. Old man, you're still too inexperienced. The Supreme Xian Di was the mentor of the 7 Emperors Heaven, Wu Sheng. Although he had reached the 7th stage of the Wu Sheng realm, he was obviously not at the level of a genius in the human realm. So he couldn't block the Red Dust Demon Barrier. All the women of the human race, go back. The demon army seal sensed that the man in front of him wasn't strong, so he attacked. At this moment, he licked his lips as if he had already caught Lu Susu and the other beauties. Unfortunately, he didn't know that there was another person on Lu Susu's side who couldn't be underestimated. Genesis. A sword came from the west and 250 dimensions appeared, cutting through everything. Who are you? With just one sword, the third prince's demon army seal sensed the danger. His face changed drastically. He didn't expect there to be a strong person hiding here. If he knew, he wouldn't have come here. The person who will kill you. The sword passed by and the third prince's demon army seal couldn't stop it at all. His red dust was cut off and so was his head. But his eyes were fixed on the person who came, as if he wanted to remember the person's face. The person who attacked was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, thank you. The Supreme Xian Di was grateful when he saw the third prince was killed. He was shocked. In the past, he had helped Lin Ling many times. At that time, he was the senior. But today, he was saved by Lin Ling. No need. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He looked into the distance and saw the demon king who was fighting with martial god Tianyu. Obviously, the demon king sensed that Lin Ling had killed his third son. He didn't expect there to be such a terrifying human realm genius hiding there. After all, although his son wasn't strong, he was still an extremely strong existence. Kill him. The demon king roared and exploded with killing intent. Lin Ling's face changed drastically. He knew that he would become a thorn in the side of the demon race. What, the third prince is dead? Who is that? The third prince is Wuxia stage 6. He cultivates the mortal realm grand art. Even Wuxia stage 7 wasn't his opponent. How could he be killed? That person is only at the 5th level of the martial saint realm. His ability to surpass levels to battle is too formidable. Kill him. A large number of demon race figures flew over with murderous intent. Lin Ling, it's all our fault. Lu Susu and the rest said guiltily. If it wasn't for them, Lin Ling wouldn't have exploded with his strength. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything else. He rushed forward. Now that his strength had been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. World-extinguishing flame. A sword slashed towards the sky. A one-armed giant appeared in the sky. It was the demon race's great senior. He held a 100-meter-long sword and slashed down fiercely, forming a terrifying law of vacuum slash. This one-armed giant's strength was obviously not low among the demon race. Kill him. Many of the demon race cheered. Among the human race, countless people stared at Lin Ling's back and secretly clenched their fists. Boom! A sword and a sword collided in the sky, forming a terrifying storm that swept in all directions. But in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when facing the demon race's great senior. They were actually on par. The demon race's great senior was an extremely terrifying existence. He was the main force of the demon race's invasion. But now, such an ancient figure was blocked by a rising star. Who wouldn't be shocked? What a terrifying genius from the human realm. He's only Wuxia stage 5 realm. How can he possibly go head-to-head with the demon race's great senior? Could he be a third transformation genius? I think not only is he a third transformation genius, he even has 2 god-grade talents. Over at the demon race's side, after a moment of silence, they were all shocked. Such a terrifying genius, they had actually missed out previously. Dark Knight Angel. Mad God Lin Ling. Over at the human race's side, waves of cheers rose and fell. This clash had undoubtedly raised the morale of the human race greatly. Chapter 1925. The demon race retreated however, compared to the boiling blood of the crowd, Lin Ling's heart was heavy. As expected of the demon race's great sovereign, such strength. Die for me. Die. At this moment, a roar came from behind him. Countless demonic insects were buzzing, forming a terrifying cloud that surged towards Lin Ling. It was a ghastly sight from afar. Hell-destroying demon fetus insect. Die. Seeing this, the faces of many human realm giants changed. These demon insects were extremely terrifying. According to legend, as long as one was bitten, not only in this life, but also in the next life, the demon insects would follow them. Once a person was born, their soul would be devoured by the demon insects, and the demon insects would leave and continue to grow. This was also the reason why they were called demon fetus insect. That was because this kind of insect absorbed nutrients before a person was born. What a strange aura. Lin Ling's face changed. The sword in his right hand was still resisting the broadsword, and his left hand stretched out, Yellow Spring Army. Woo woo woo. Countless terrifying yellow spring ghosts flew out. There were white skeletons, headless spirits, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They rushed towards the demon fetus insect cloud. Then, crackling sounds came. Under countless gazes, the demon fetus insect cloud was actually dispersed by the Yellow Spring Army. What? All the devils were even more shocked. Could it be that there was no limit to the hidden genius of the human world? He already had such strength at such a cultivation realm, what if his cultivation realm increased again? This boy was bound to be a great enemy of the demon race. Treat him as the son of desolation. Kill him at all costs. The 490 million great demon king of the West also had a solemn expression. He had a feeling that if this youth was not killed now, he would become a great threat in the future. Kill. 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 More and more demon race experts rushed towards Lin Ling, increasing the pressure on Lin Ling. Among the human race experts, they were also shocked. Lin Ling had attracted so many demon race experts to kill him. From another point of view, Lin Ling's future would be incomparably terrifying. No wonder the two ancient giants wanted to protect Lin Ling. However, at this time, a giant tortoise came from afar. Its voice shook the heavens and earth. On the ancient mountain, a large number of experts also appeared, and the leader was Kame's spiritual master. Seeing this, the two devil kings' expressions became unsightly. This time, they launched a surprise attack in order to kill geniuses from the mortal world. However, the number of geniuses they killed didn't reach their expectations. At present, only a desolation child had fallen. However, they discovered that they were about to miss the young man hiding in the dark. And that youth was clearly a desolation existence. Spirit race. The Devil Nation's crystal master coldly looked at Kame Daoist and waved his hand. This was because he discovered that the experts of the 18 Spirit Islands had also arrived. If they were to fight, they would definitely suffer great losses. Therefore, if they were to fight, it would be when the 5 great demon kings of the demon race gathered. Demon fetus demon race. Seeing that the demons were about to retreat, martial god Tianyu immediately roared and called for the human experts to counterattack. The demon race's momentum was greatly reduced. They retreated and quickly left. Lin Ling gasped for breath as he looked into the distance. Fortunately, more experts had arrived. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Lin Ling, are you alright? Kame's spiritual master flew down from the giant tortoise and came to Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. It's just a little bit of strength. It's nothing serious. That's good. Kame's spiritual master let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, martial god Tianyu and the others also returned. After seeing that Lin Ling was fine, they also let out a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at Kame's spiritual master and smiled. Old tortoise, I didn't expect you to know this little guy. Hee, I've known him for a long time. He is the descendant of an old friend of mine. Kame's spiritual master replied with a smile. This little guy is not simple. In the 4 great eras of the mortal world, he is the first third-rank transformation expert in the near ancient era. Moreover, he has 2 divine rank talents. Now, he has already become the desolate child of the mortal world. The guardian of the mortal world said with a smile. His words made Kame's spiritual master's pupils constrict. Although he knew that Lin Ling's potential was boundless, he did not expect that Lin Ling would rise in such a short time and become one of the most important talents in the mortal world. Not only the mortal world, but also the demon race. If the demon race knew that Lin Ling's talent was so terrifying, they would never have let Lin Ling go. Hee, Lin Ling, you are smart. You hid your strength from the beginning. Now, those demon race must be regretting it. Martial God Tian Yu and Kame's spiritual master looked at Lin Ling and said with an amiable attitude. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. I also didn't want to. If I had shown my strength at the beginning, I'm afraid I would have been torn into pieces. You are indeed as cunning as a fox. The guardian of the mortal world said with a thumbs up. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment and his smile became even more bitter. On the other hand, the crowd felt envious in their hearts as they watched Lin Ling converse with the 3 ancient giants of the mortal dimension. After all, not just anyone could make 3 ancient giants speak at the same time. Even the 10 heroes, immortal emperors and Desolation's son narrowed their eyes. This Lin Ling's talent is indeed not bad, but his current strength is not strong enough. It doesn't seem to be worth so much attention. I think you are jealous. Although his strength is not strong, don't forget, he is only Wuxia 5th degree realm. It is only temporary arrogance. Anyway, there are countless talents in the mortal world. If he can't grow up, he will be a pile of yellow soil. The Xian Di 10 heroes each had their own opinions. Some were jealous, but some were respectful. As for the desolate child and the others, they were silent, especially Prince Xiaoyao and Martial God Tianzong. Their eyes were extremely cold. Lin Ling had grown up. Unknowingly, he was on the same level as them. However, although they looked disdainful on the surface, they had to admit that Lin Ling's talent was indeed very terrifying. As for fallen mortal, he should have been shining brightly in the battle with several great masters of the devil race. However, his battle was too embarrassing, so no one mentioned him at this moment. Instead, everyone was staring at Lin Ling because although Lin Ling did not win the battle, at least he was not embarrassed. Countless people admired him. I am the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Who does he think he is? How can he be qualified to steal my light? Fallen mortal said disdainfully. He believed that it would not be long before he bloomed with dazzling light and became the #1 emperor in the mortal world. So powerful. In this life, I have no hope of catching up with him. In the crowd, the bitterness on Princess Wuxia's face intensified. If the previous Lin Ling was said to be someone she looked up to, then the current Lin Ling was a height she could never catch up with in her lifetime. In the past, the Fire Clan broke off the engagement. Today, Lin Ling. When she thought of this, her heart was filled with deep regret. Especially when she saw the Fire Spirit Princess, the jealousy in her heart intensified. Because, that position was originally hers. Chapter 1926. Lin Ling, the son of desolation. During the chaotic battle, the Sky Lord fled. While everyone was talking excitedly, Lin Ling suddenly said. What? He has committed a great crime. He's a sinner of the human race. How dare he escape? Martial God Tian Yu and the others said angrily. Someone helped him escape. Lin Ling said again, looking at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother in the distance. Heavenly Mother, don't you think you should explain yourself? Everyone looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, including Martial God Tian Yu and the others. Do I need to explain myself to you? Do I need to explain myself to the world? I'm a big shot of the human world. I'm here to protect everyone during the demon race's invasion, so I don't need to explain myself. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother snorted and left. She didn't even bother to explain herself. She was extremely rude. How arrogant. Even if she let the Sky Lord go, shouldn't she at least give us an explanation? Don't tell me that we deserve to be imprisoned for no reason. She doesn't put us in her eyes. The crowd frowned. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was too arrogant, treating them like ants. She's just relying on her master. Spiritual Master came stared at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's back and said unhappily. Lin Ling was puzzled. Her master? Yes, her master is on the same level as us. She's called Martial God Jianghu. She dotes on her a lot. That's why she dares to ignore us. Martial God Tianyu said indifferently. It was obvious that he didn't like the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's arrogance. If the human world didn't need Martial God Jianghu's help, he would have already acted up. Martial God Jianghu? Lin Ling frowned. He felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall anything. Let's put up with her for now. The guardian of the human world said. Lin Ling nodded. He had a feeling that the second stone statue must be found as soon as possible. Everyone, let's continue with the rewards. Martial God Tianyu said again. Many people nodded in agreement. However, no one had expected that the reward ceremony today would be full of twists and turns. It actually attracted the demon race to attack. However, what was even more unexpected to everyone was that this stage for meritorious rewards was actually Lin Ling's stage. From proving that he was the angel of the Dark Night, to impeaching the Sky Lord, and finally fighting the demon race, Lin Ling had become the son of desolation step by step, and at this moment, no one was unconvinced. Soon after, Daoist came reminded Lin Ling to be careful because Lin Ling had already become a must-kill target of the demon race. Lin Ling also remained vigilant and led everyone back to the rainforest's sacred land. After chatting with Little Flame, Princess Huo Ling and the rest, Lin Ling entered a state of cultivation. He had just completed his third transition and he needed to have a clear understanding of his own strength. The giants of the mortal realm are indeed very strong. In the Purple Mansion, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. Thinking back to the recent battle, he was still shocked. The demon race had 490 million Western Great Demon Kings with 400 million laws. Just thinking about it was terrifying. As for the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Lord, he could transform his body into countless demons. As for the mortal realm's guardian, he could split the sky with a single blade of grass. These were all existences that Lin Ling had to look up to. When can I become so powerful? Lin Ling clenched his fists, his eyes were full of excitement. Although he had become the son of desolation of the human world, he knew that in this position, not only did the danger not decrease, but it increased by a lot. For example, the Sky Lord. For example, the demon race. For example, the ancient Ji family and the Xianyuan clan. These people saw him as a thorn in their side. His opponents were in the dark while Lin Ling was in the light. This was obviously disadvantageous for him. The only thing Lin Ling could do now was to continuously increase his strength. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry because after Wu Sheng's fifth stage, there will be a watershed. As long as he condenses a real source of power, his strength will increase by 1-fold, and Your Majesty, it will increase by 3 folds. Purple Elder said with a smile. The third stage Wusheng was recorded in the star-picking nation in the past. This was an extremely terrifying existence. As long as his talent was not weak, he would be invincible in the same realm. Hearing this, Lin Ling also smiled. The third stage elixir did not let him down. Now, I have 250 laws of power, and my physical body is invincible. If the law of fire is increased again, my strength will increase by 1-fold. Yes. But the most important thing now is to find the second statue. Only then can I be more familiar with my cultivation path. Lin Ling was very clear that he had already reached the peak of the fiend god overlord body, so the purple mansion was no longer of much help. If he wanted to cultivate next, he had to find the stone statue left behind by Li Xiaoyao. First, stabilize my realm, then go to the merit hall to exchange for treasures. Next, I'll look for the stone statue. Lin Ling immediately entered a state of cultivation to stabilize his realm. Moreover, he discovered that after the third stage, the law formed by the void energy source was extremely powerful. One law was probably comparable to 2 laws of an ordinary Wuxia realm expert. This cultivation took a long time. Although it did not increase Lin Ling's realm, it increased his overall strength by 10% and stabilized his realm. In addition to cultivation, Lin Ling also gave pointers to Little Flame, Princess Wu Ling, and the others from time to time, allowing their strength to increase greatly. In addition, Lin Ling went to the True Spirit Island to visit Yu Yu and the others. Peaceful days passed slowly. What was surprising was that after the Devil Clan killed their way into the heavenly earth, the Devil Clan also calmed down. It seemed that the Devil Clan had also suffered a great loss in the battle with the Human Clan. Of course, they also benefited because they had killed a son of desolation in the human world. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. On this day, Lin Ling stepped into the heavenly earth because he had accumulated a lot of merit points after the merit hall. When he arrived at the heavenly earth, the mysterious island was also overcrowded. A large number of experts were cultivating there, exchanging pointers with each other, and occasionally going to the merit hall to exchange for treasures. That's the son of desolation, Lin Ling. Oh my god, it's really him. I didn't rush back in time for the merit hall last time and missed that wonderful scene. Now that I've seen it, Lin Ling is even more imposing than I imagined. He is now the son of desolation. Although he is only in the 5th stage realm of Wuxia, but that strength can fight against Wuxia in the 7th stage realm. Among the crowd, someone saw Lin Ling and instantly gave out a voice of reverence, which made many people look at Lin Ling with worship. As for some female experts, when they saw the young man with black hair, black robe, and an ancient sword behind him, their hearts immediately jumped violently. No matter what era it was, where it was, those with strength would definitely be respected. Lin Ling naturally noticed the surrounding voices. He shook his head, as he was already used to it. However, when he stepped into the heavenly earth in the past, he was exchanged for a large number of disdainful and arrogant eyes. Today, Lin Ling had experienced a large number of battles, shed blood and sweat, and made these experts in the human world look up to him. Although he didn't care about these, but there was still a little sense of achievement in his heart. Didn't people live for a lifetime to be free and unfettered? Li Xiaoyao, I kind of understand. Chapter 1927. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios seeking defeat. Now that the award ceremony had ended, the merit hall was packed with people and was bustling with noise and excitement. Great Buddha, Eternal Fairy, you guys have earned big this time. The Sky Cloud Forest's void enchantment barrier has been sealed. Everyone will be rewarded with double the merit hall reward. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined the Purple Alliance too. I didn't expect Mad God Lin Ling to be the Dark Angel. If I were a member of the Purple Alliance, perhaps I would have recognized him. The ghost mask he is wearing is very mysterious and it can block any investigation. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't know who he is. Voices rang out one after another. However, there were disdainful voices among the crowd. No matter how powerful he is, Lin Ling is only on the earth roll. There are many people above him who are stronger than him. I know you are an expert on the earth roll and you are jealous that Lin Ling has become the son of desolation. However, don't forget that Lin Ling is only Wuxia's 5th degree realm. That's right. Since you are so powerful, why don't you try fighting with him? Everyone had their own opinions. However, there was no doubt that although Lin Ling was not the strongest, his potential had moved many people. Lin Ling. At this moment, Eternal Fairy exclaimed. At the entrance of the Merit Hall, a slender figure stepped in. He had an ancient sword on his back and he looked calm. Wow, Eternal Fairy, you know Lin Ling? Those who knew Eternal Fairy were surprised and their eyes were filled with envy. He. Eternal Fairy smiled at her former sister. She took light steps and arrived in front of Lin Ling. At the same time, Buddha did the same. It's you guys. Lin Ling looked at them and smiled. His gaze also looked to the other side. There, the crystal 7 talents had also walked over. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that their strength had greatly increased. Although Lin Ling did not have a close relationship with these people, he had interacted with them in the Devil Prison Mountain Range and Sky Cloud Forest. Therefore, Lin Ling treated them as friends. Yes. Fairy Eternity's beautiful eyes were filled with adoration as she smiled and nodded. As for the Crystal 7 Talents, he smiled and said, looks like after not seeing you for half a year, Senior Apprentice Brother Lin Ling's strength has risen to another level. It's not that simple. Lin Ling shook his head and replied. However, in this half a year, although his realm hadn't increased, his strength had increased by 10%, and he was more familiar with his own strength. This is Lin Ling. As for the experts on the Merit Hall's Earth Roll, they narrowed their eyes. Although Lin Ling was a son of famine, his cultivation was the weakest amongst them. Moreover, he wasn't the strongest on the Earth Roll. Moreover, Lin Ling's potential was indeed not bad, but that was only a matter of the future. Therefore, when they saw Lin Ling being admired by everyone, they were more or less unwilling in their hearts because they did not receive such treatment. Fairy Eternity, is this Lin Ling? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Among the crowd, a man with long hair and a long sword at his waist walked out. He was dressed in green clothes and had a beard on his face. He was dressed differently from the others. Moreover, one could see that this person had experienced many vicissitudes of life. If it weren't for the great calamity of the mortal world, he might not have appeared here and would still be traveling the world. Senior Apprentice Brother Jianghu. Fairy Eternity was surprised. That man was the former #1 genius of the Eternal Palace. It was said that he had comprehended the sword at the age of 3 and had his own sword Dao at the age of 10. He had created many miracles in the Eternal Palace. Even now, Fairy Eternity still remembered that her master had said that Jianghu was a genius. Until now, no one in the Eternal Palace had been able to break the record of 400 million swords in one breath. Senior Apprentice Sister, I want to fight Lin Ling. I wonder if you can introduce me to him. The man looked at Fairy Eternity indifferently and said. This surprised Fairy Eternity again. Senior Apprentice Brother wanted to fight Lin Ling? It's Jianghu, the former #1 on the Earth Board. Today, he is ranked 194th on the Earth Board. The crowd was also surprised. They didn't understand why Jianghu wanted to fight Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's strength had been recognized and could fight against Wuxing's 7th stage realm. Although Jianghu's strength wasn't weak, he was obviously not one of the best among Wuxing's 7th stage realm. He only had a 50-50 chance of defeating Lin Ling. In this way, there was no meaning in him challenging Lin Ling. On the contrary, if he lost, he would be cursed for overestimating his own strength. Lin Ling stared at the man and asked curiously, why do you want to fight me? You must know that the reason why I became the son of Huang is because I am a rank 3 martial cultivator. So even if you defeat me, no one will respect you because my realm is lower than yours and you are my senior. If you lose, your reputation will be ruined. Hearing that, the man frowned but didn't say anything. Lin Ling saw through his strength at one glance. Wuxing's 7th stage realm, a first-grade god-ranked talent. Lin Ling apparently didn't care about this kind of strength, so he wasn't interested in a battle. But what made him curious was that Jianghu's realm was very solid and was only a step away from Wuxing's 8th stage realm. Seeking defeat. Xianxia finally spat out a sentence which made Lin Ling come to a sudden realization. So he had come for this reason. If you want to lose, it's very simple. There are countless people on the earth board who are stronger than you. Why are you looking for me? Lin Ling asked. Because I want to verify my sword and not because I want to lose. Only when the sword path heart demon is removed will I be able to advance to the next level. And I have been stuck in this heart demon for 1,000 years. Xianxia's cold eyes finally revealed a touch of bitterness. His seeking defeat was not to defeat himself, but to defeat his own sword path. No wonder senior brother Xianxia was so talented in the past but disappeared in the following days. So he was stuck in his own heart demon. Eternal Fairy nodded in realization. Heart demons were something that martial artists had to face. Some heart demons were guilt, some were too murderous, some were unable to let go of family ties. There were all kinds of heart demons, but not everyone's heart demons could be removed. The same heart demons, some people could be relieved very quickly, but some people dug into a dead end and walked further and further, causing the heart demons to grow bigger and bigger, and finally getting stuck in a bottleneck. Obviously, Xianxia's heart demon was not small. Alright, I'll fight with you. Lin Ling saw the anticipation in Xianxia's eyes and finally nodded, making Xianxia's weathered face reveal a smile. Mad God Lin Ling, the son of desolation in the human world, your talent is exceptional and your foundation is solid. It is my honor to be able to fight with you, but to defeat me, Xianxia, is not an easy task. After all, he was a swordsman. Although he had a request for Lin Ling, he also had the pride of a swordsman. He sought defeat because his sword path sought defeat, so he could not go easy on Xianxia. He stretched out his right hand and a grain of sand on the ground floated over and landed on his palm. When he blew, the air seemed to freeze, and with the help of the sand, it turned into a shining sword. The path of martial arts is vast and boundless. I only have a greater advantage than others at the moment, but it does not mean that I will always be a genius, and it does not mean that others cannot surpass me. Whether they are geniuses or mediocre, laziness and arrogance are the eternal enemies of martial artists. Sigh. Chapter 1928. Breaking the Heart Demon, good. Sword 13 laughed loudly. His weathered face revealed a heroic look. It was as if since he started cultivating, he had fought countless battles and this was the first time he met an opponent that could move him. Eternity. He stabbed out with his sword and the sword light was like lightning. It actually carried the power of 100 laws. An easy sword was so terrifying. Although Sword 13 was Wu Xing's 7th stage realm, it was obvious that everyone had underestimated his strength. Dominating the world. Seeing that sword shooting over, Lin Ling's right hand shook and the sword light in his hand shone brightly. He also stabbed out and the 100-dimensional space bloomed. Bang! Sword tip against sword tip, the turbulent wind swept through the merit hall. The crowd was surprised. They didn't expect Sword 13, a wandering swordsman, to have such strength. And Lin Ling, a genius from the human realm, was stronger than expected. It is said that the son of Huang, Lin Ling, has successfully completed his 3rd transformation. The number of laws is extremely large. Seeing it today, it is indeed not an undeserved reputation. Moreover, his physical strength is also extremely terrifying. Xianxia let out a roar, and the sword in his hand began to tremble. Clearly, Lin Ling's sword seemed to be in a 100-dimensional space, but it also suppressed the power of 20 universes. This sword also made him want to avoid the sharp edge. With a step, he stepped into the space and Sword 13 appeared on the other side. Behind him, a god-grade talent appeared. It was an immeasurable source of energy that could continuously absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy and turn it into the power of laws. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Around him, a large amount of sand floated up and turned into swords in mid-air, moving according to his will. This is the realm of sword following one's will. Among the crowd, some of the older CND exclaimed. Sword 13 had turned into 100 swords and they were all swords of laws. They were all controlled by him. It was indeed not simple. After all, to control 100 swords of laws at once was not something that anyone could do. Heaven and earth, wind and cloud. His talent exploded and Sword 13's aura rose. With a shout, the 100 swords were controlled by him and shot towards Lin Ling. What a powerful sword control technique! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. In terms of technique, he obviously couldn't compare to Sword 13. Therefore, he could only use his strength to resist. I, the unique and righteous. The sword in his hand seemed to turn into an ancient sword. It was as if an emperor had descended. Clang! Clang! The swords of law that were shooting from all directions were all sent flying by Lin Ling, causing Sword 13's expression to change slightly. He did not expect Lin Ling's strength to be so strong that it exceeded his imagination. The defense is very strong, but it's bound to fail if it lasts too long. Sword 13 tapped his foot, several figures appeared, holding swords and slashing towards Lin Ling. Clang! Lin Ling's sword danced like a shield, constantly blocking Sword 13's sword slashes. But at this moment, a sword came from the sky, that terrifying killing intent went straight to Lin Ling's head. Senior brother Lin Ling, be careful. Fairy Eternal shouted subconsciously. Only now did she know that for Sword 13 to be valued by the Eternal Palace, his strength was indeed terrifying. Rumble. A sword shot over and minced Lin Ling into pieces. The sword did not stop and stabbed into the ground, causing the ground to crack open, causing even more experts to come to watch the collision of the swords. However, after killing Lin Ling with one strike, not only was Sword 13 not excited, his expression became even more solemn. This was because he knew that what he had killed earlier was only Lin Ling's afterimage. Lin Ling's movement technique was also at the realm of perfection. As expected, just as he steadied himself, a sword shot over from behind, and at the same time, Lin Ling's voice. Senior apprentice brother, although you're at the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm, I'm afraid that there aren't many people in this realm who can defeat you. Your ranking on the Earth rankings is definitely 180th. People say that Lin Ling is the number 1 on the Earth rankings and can fight with the experts on the Earth rankings, but in reality, there aren't many people in the 7th stage realm who are your match. Sword 13 immediately replied, forcefully twisting his body and stabbing his sword behind him. Immortal shark fishing. This sword was something he had learned in the ancient ruins. It was an extremely fatal killing move that could instantly raise 10 strands of the power of law. Law of martial arts. Lin Ling's sword still did not stop and collided with Sword 13's sword. Rumble. The two people's bodies separated and flew backwards. To be able to block my sword, not bad. Because that sword is a law of martial arts, it can cultivate 50 strands of the power of law. But I've only scratched the surface, so I've only cultivated 10 strands. Sword 13 said. Law of martial arts could once again explode out the number of strands of law on top of the expert's own law foundation. It was a martial art that every CND expert had to cultivate. Previously, you blocked so many of my swords. Among the 5th stage realm of Wusheng, you're the number 1. That potential is probably not inferior to Long Yin Feng of the CND 10 heroes. And this person is a disciple of all the sword sects in the world. The amount of sword arts he cultivates is beyond imagination. He's also the first expert to break my fatal sword. Next, I'm going to use my fatal sword. I hope you can defeat it. Sword 13 finally drew his sword. He always had a sword hanging on his waist, but he did not draw it. Now, he was going to use it. This sword was also his inner demon. Because this Oblivion Heart Demon sword had a total of 9 swords, each sword could raise 300 strands of the power of law. Currently, he was cultivating the first sword, and the first sword allowed him to be in the same realm. No swordsman could block his glory. It was the sword art he relied on the most. However, he had cultivated for a long time and could only use the first sword. This formed his inner demon. Right now, he wanted Lin Ling to get rid of his inner demon for him. Heavenly Heart Oblivion. Clang! The sword was pulled out from the scabbard. The sword light was dazzling. Oblivion Heart Demon Sword, could it be the sword art left behind by the sword demon? An ancient martial artist's expression changed drastically. That sword was very terrifying. It had appeared in the Xianyuan Great Domain in ancient times. When the sword was drawn, it killed people like flies. It was called the Sword Demon's Sword Art. Who would have thought that this sword art was obtained by Sword 13 and cultivated to the first sword? Although the Sword Demon's sword art was powerful, it could also turn a person into a demon. The sword emitted a terrifying aura and instantly reached 300 strands of law. One had to know that an ordinary 5th stage realm wuxing only had 20 strands of law foundation. A genius like Lin Ling only had 250 strands of law foundation. But one sword strike had 300 strands of law foundation. This was indeed terrifying. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see how this immature son of desolation would deal with that sword. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's figure moved. He did not retreat but advanced instead. He actually appeared in front of Sword 13 and slapped out with one hand. At this moment, Sword 13 was also surprised. Because he wanted to see how Lin Ling would break his sword, which also meant breaking his inner demon. But Lin Ling did not draw his sword. Pa! Lin Ling's hand landed on Sword 13's wrist. At this moment, Sword 13 was still in the state of drawing his sword. But a powerful force attacked and his sword returned to the scabbard. This sword is broken. Lin Ling said indifferently. What? Sword 13's expression changed drastically. He could not draw his sword. Was this the way to break his fatal sword? Release the shackles and start anew. Lin Ling said again, then slowly turned around and left. Sword 13 was stunned. Ever since he was lucky enough to obtain the Sword Demon's sword art, he tried his best to comprehend the sword. But he could not enter a new domain. He gradually declined from being a genius in the human world. His inner demon was extremely serious. Chapter 1929. Release the shackles and start a new life. This was also telling him that although the Sword Demon's sword technique was powerful, he should give up if he couldn't use the second move. The way of the sword was vast and boundless. Why was he so stubborn about this sword? Previously, Lin Ling had sealed his sword with his hand. In fact, it was also telling him that the path of martial arts was not unchanging. To break this fatal move, one did not have to use the sword to clash. I see. Jian Shisan muttered to himself as if he had woken up from a dream. He had indeed fallen into the Sword Demon's trap. Release the shackles and start a new life. Jian Shisan pulled out his scabbard and sword and raised them into the air. Then, he used his hand as a knife and slashed out. Crack! The sword and scabbard broke apart, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. Jian Shisan had destroyed his own sword? The sword is in my heart. Jian Shisan suddenly laughed. At the same time, a terrifying aura bloomed from his body, and the laws filled the sky. He has broken through. He has actually reached the 8th stage of wuxing. The people around were surprised, but they had no idea what had happened. Eternal Fairy, on the other hand, stroked her small mouth. She had a feeling that Jian Shisan's inner demon had disappeared. Mad God Lin Ling, I will never forget the kindness you have shown me today. If you need me in the future, you can tell me directly. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Jian Shisan was obviously in a good mood. After bowing to Lin Ling, he left. Lin Ling smiled when he saw this. Then, he walked forward as well. Jian Shersan had obviously given up on the sword demon's sword technique and started a new life. Who's the winner? Who's the winner in this clash of swords? Many people made a sound, still not understanding what had happened. Sometimes, winning or losing is not important. What's important is the process. Finally, an ancient warrior said faintly. Many people seemed to have understood something, but they looked at Lin Ling. They could not understand why Lin Ling, who had not cultivated for a long time, was stronger than his senior in terms of martial arts comprehension. Every time we meet, this guy always surprises us. Now, his strength has stepped into a new world. The Crystal Seven Talents helplessly shook their heads as they watched Lin Ling leave. To be able to remove a senior's heart demon and even increase his strength, this was far more terrifying than defeating an opponent. When Lin Ling arrived at the exchange point, the old man guarding the merit hall had been waiting for him for a long time. He was the guardian of the human realm. You don't look very old, but sometimes you give off a feeling as though you're an ancient strong practitioner who had cultivated for several eras. Wu Sheng is already at the 5th degree realm and he already has such ability. If you reach the peak of Wu Sheng's realm, then the 8 great desolates would probably be led by you. The mortal realm guardian looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Apparently, he had also seen what happened earlier. Sword 13 was just blinded by the powerful sword art and did not want to give up on the cultivation of the sword art, resulting in the formation of a heart demon. If he gave up on the sword art, his strength could actually increase greatly. Lin Ling replied with a smile. It's easy to say but difficult to do. The Sword Devil's sword art, one sword with 300 principles. Who would give up on cultivating with this sword art? The mortal realm guardian shook his head. Lin Ling nodded. This was indeed the case. This was like a treasured saber. As long as one could pull out the saber, they would be invincible. So, how could others give up on that saber? Unfortunately, there were gains and losses in life. If one did not give up the shackles, how could there be a new life? Right, your bounty over at the Devil Race's side is very high. The Mortal Realm Guardian said again. Bounty? Huh? Lin Ling blinked and became curious. Yes, the Devil Race wants to kill the geniuses of the Mortal Realm, leaving the Mortal Realm powerhouses empty. So the Son of Desolation, Xian Di 10 heroes, and Wuxing's 6th stage powerhouses are all eyesores. And your bounty is ranked in the middle among the Son of Desolation, higher than the rest of the Xian Di 10 heroes. Fortunately, it's not the first. Hearing this, Lin Ling let out a light breath, which made the Mortal Realm Guardian's pupils constricted. Still good? Was this still good? Lin Ling rose up in an instant. As soon as he rose up, he was heavily wanted by the Devil Realm. He was one of the primary targets of assassination. Was this still good? At least there's still the unfettered Son of Heaven, fallen mortal, and those guys in front of me. Lin Ling laughed. You're really open-minded. The Mortal Realm Guardian shook his head helplessly, and then said, Have you changed the treasure? There's a place I want to take you to. Yes. Yes, it's done. Lin Ling didn't exchange for any cultivation technique, but exchanged all the materials needed for the 5-wood heaven-blasting liquid, because the key was to raise his realm. As for the law martial arts, he had the 6 paths of reincarnation, so he could cultivate it now. By the way, Senior, do you know about the unparalleled Buddha cloud? Lin Ling asked. Shang Qianshu gave Lin Ling the astrolabe heavenly armor to find the 2nd stone sculpture, and the result was that the astrolabe heavenly armor indicated the unparalleled Buddha cloud. He asked the Yellow Spring Army to search for this place, but they didn't find anything. You actually know this place? The Mortal Realm Guardian replied in surprise, which made Lin Ling even more curious. Where is this place? A void, the most mysterious place in the 4 great eras, and also one of the 10 great secret realms of heaven and earth. It's so mysterious that even martial emperors and martial gods can't see through it. The mortal realm guardian's face turned solemn. 10 great secret realms of heaven and earth? Including the 4 great eras? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that the Saint Realm had 10 great secret realms, such as the Vine Leaf World, True Martial Realm, and so on. The Wuxia Realm also had 10 great secret realms, such as the Sky Cloud Forest not long ago. As for the Unparalleled Buddha Cloud, it was actually one of the 10 great secret realms of heaven and earth. The 2 words heaven and earth meant that the secret realm was vast. Next, we are going to enter that secret realm, because the demon clan seems to be eyeing that place covetously, and we don't know what kind of conspiracy they have. Right now, only 2 demon kings have arrived, but the mortal realm is already under great pressure. If the 5 demon kings come, the mortal realm will be in danger. Moreover, the ghost realm is also breaking out of the seal, so this time, the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm has decided that all the 5th stage experts of the Wuxia realm will enter the unparalleled Buddha cloud to destroy the demon clan's conspiracy. I originally wanted to tell you about this, but before that, I wanted to take you to a place, so I delayed it. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded. It seemed that he had to go to the unparalleled Buddha cloud. Before that, where are we going? Lin Ling asked. The Dharma River. The guardian of the mortal realm laughed. We have always owed you, so this time, we have decided to take you to the Dharma River to cultivate and improve your strength. The Dharma River will start in 3 days, so in these 3 days, you can go and find Daoist Kame, he has something to tell you. After that, follow the instructions of this jade token and go to the Dharma River of the Grand Mystic Realm. Okay. Lin Ling took the jade pendant and left. The heavenly earth realm was like a country. It was vast and boundless. There were many ancient teleportation formations that could reach every corner of the mortal world. So, Lin Ling used the teleportation formation to reach the true spirit island. Lin Ling, you are here. Chapter 1930. Daoist Kame's assistance. The 2 arrived at the edge of the spirit lake. Lin Ling stared at the misty spirit lake and could not help but relax. Daoist Kame took out a fragrant tea and poured it for Lin Ling. Then, he took out a tortoise shell and raised it in the air. The tortoise shell immediately emitted multicolored rays of light. Mountains and rivers appeared, the world's people appeared, clouds appeared, and all the history of the mortal world appeared. 4 great eras. Lin Ling's complexion changed as he looked at Daoist Kame in amazement. At this moment, Daoist Kame's complexion was somewhat pale. Obviously, to maintain the tortoise shell, he had to consume a lot of energy and even his lifespan. What do you see? Daoist Kame said with difficulty. I see the world, I see the world, I see all the martial artists. Lin Ling said. Hee, look again. Daoist Kame said again. Lin Ling immediately knew that Daoist Kame was helping him increase his strength. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by, so he seized the opportunity and poured his soul into the tortoiseshell. At this moment, he felt like Li Xiaoyao, like an emperor, playing in the mortal world. The martial arts of the 4 great eras, the climate, and even the laws of the 4 great eras rushed towards Lin Ling like seawater. At this moment, his head was in severe pain. There was too much, his soul force could not support it. Thinking about it, the things of the 4 great eras were stuffed into a person's mind, who could withstand it? However, seeing Daoist Kame's pale complexion, Lin Ling clenched his teeth and endured. He could not give up halfway, otherwise, he would fail to live up to Daoist Kame's painstaking efforts. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the savage era, the imperial city, the rise and fall of ancient sects, and the boundless martial arts of the world. Lin Ling was shocked. In fact, his martial arts accumulation was extremely terrifying. However, compared to the martial arts of the 4 great eras, the martial arts he had learned were insignificant. Even Li Xiaoyao could not see through the martial arts of the 4 great eras. I must remember it, this will allow my soul force and the laws to increase. Lin Ling's heart stirred. The Eye of Time appeared, and he began to frantically memorize everything. One had to know that his Eye of Time was extremely powerful and could quickly see through time. However, in the face of the history of the four great eras, the Eye of Time seemed somewhat powerless. Lin Ling, don't be anxious. Take your time and see through the desolate era. Daoist Kame's face turned even paler. However, he still smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling clenched his teeth. He knew that Daoist Kame was using his lifespan to help him. He immediately sped up. Even though his head hurt like it was about to split open, he still clenched his teeth and endured. As for Lin Ling's soul force, it was crazily increasing. Moreover, the power of his laws was also increasing. Puff! The pressure was so great that Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. Hang in there! He angrily roared in his heart. He couldn't let down Daoist Kame's help. Gradually, the desolate era passed and the ancient era arrived. In the ancient era, Lin Ling saw Li Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, he was looking at the common people with the eyes of heaven and earth. Therefore, he couldn't lock onto Li Xiaoyao alone. Otherwise, he would have already known Li Xiaoyao's life. As for Daoist Kame, he could only display the four great eras and couldn't lock onto a single person. Lin Ling, what did you see? Daoist Kame's voice became increasingly weak. However, Lin Ling's voice roused his spirits. Daoist Kame, I saw the ancient era. Good. There are so many geniuses in the mortal world, but you are the first to see the ancient era. The martial arts, laws, and everything of the desolate era are clear to you at a glance. This will be of great benefit to your future. This old turtle will risk my life to hold on. Hearing these words, Lin Ling was moved. Bang! The ancient era passed and the ancient era arrived. Lin Ling even saw Master Zhai Xing and Great Emperor Zhai Xing. His heart trembled. Only Kame Daoist had this kind of strength. He had actually recorded all the humans of the four great eras. Lin Ling, what did you see? I saw the ancient era. Do your best. Daoist Kame also vomited blood. However, he was even more excited than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was worthy of being a genius that he thought highly of. Moreover, he knew that when Lin Ling was looking at the four great eras, he was also under great pressure. However, Lin Ling's perseverance was strong beyond his imagination. Bang! Bang! Gradually, Lin Ling's soul force entered the 200th level. One must know that the higher the level of soul force, the harder it was to increase it. Lin Ling's soul force was over 180 levels before, but now, it had increased by more than a dozen levels. Don't underestimate these dozen levels. It could be said that the strength of a single level was comparable to 100 laws. As one's soul force grew stronger, it could be compared to even more laws. As for Lin Ling's laws, they had reached 300. It's the ancient era. At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. He saw the ancient face sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and even the rainforest sacred land, as well as himself in his youth. Daoist Kame laughed, and it was an incomparably carefree laugh. Lin Ling had seen through the four great eras, but he didn't take back the tortoiseshell. Instead, he continued to persevere because he found that Lin Ling was actually looking at them from the beginning. This guy was really abnormal. The other geniuses of the mortal world couldn't even see through one era, but Lin Ling not only saw through the four great eras, but also looked at them from the beginning. How powerful was his soul force? What did you see? Many, countless martial arts, vast heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. Good, let's put in more effort. Bang! Lin Ling's soul force increased again, reaching 220 levels, and his laws had reached 350. I can't see anything, I can't see anything. Lin Ling frowned and said. This is a very normal thing because you have seen too much. The endless martial arts have dazzled you, and you need to slowly digest them. Daoist came replied, you should rest. This is also the realm of seeing mountains not as mountains and rivers not as water. He was just about to take back the tortoiseshell, but he found that Lin Ling's soul force was still locked onto the tortoiseshell, looking forward to the time. I see it again, and I have forgotten all the martial arts. Finally, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence, which made Daoist Kame's body tremble. There were 3 realms of martial arts. First, seeing mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers. Second, seeing mountains not as mountains and rivers not as rivers. Third, returning to one's original state. Everything returned to its original state. Impressively, seeing mountains as mountains and rivers as rivers was rivers. Many people knew about these 3 realms, but only a few could do it. This also meant that Lin Ling had his own laws and began to resist the laws of heaven and earth. At this time, Lin Ling had found himself. Demon. Blood. Daoist Kame spat out a mouthful of blood, making the tortoiseshell shatter like glass. He stared at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling's body was emitting a familiar aura, as if he had seen it in ancient times. Impressively, it was the aura of freedom. Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao. Daoist Kame muttered to himself, as if he had seen his best friend. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were closed, and his mind was blank. All the martial arts and laws he had seen before had disappeared, leaving only his own voice. Chapter 1931. Not daring to make things difficult for him, he killed him directly. His power of law had reached 400. Excluding the 150 laws brought by the peerless sword, he himself had 250 laws. The terrifying power of this law was comparable to Wu Xing's 7th stage realm. The cultivation this time seemed short, but it had undoubtedly greatly increased Lin Ling's strength. Most importantly, he seemed to know more secrets of heaven and earth. When Lin Ling opened his eyes, he looked at Daoist Kame gratefully and bowed. Whether it was Li Xiaoyao of the past or Lin Ling of today, Daoist Kame was his close friend. You pervert. Daoist Kame stared at Lin Ling in horror. In the 4 great eras of the human realm, I have only seen one person more monstrous than you, and that person is Li Xiaoyao. You are the number 1 person below him. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed and pondered for a moment before explaining, in fact, I am Li Xiaoyao. Daoist Kame was stunned for a moment before he laughed. I am Li Xiaoyao's father. Obviously, he didn't believe Lin Ling's words because he had calculated for Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had already turned into ashes and didn't reincarnate at all. Lin Ling wasn't Li Xiaoyao and neither was Luo Chen. Of course, he didn't know that the Li Xiaoyao he calculated was already in the martial god realm at that time. How could he calculate that kind of place? Lin Ling's pupils fiercely twitched. He spoke the truth, but this old turtle didn't believe him, let alone say that he was his father. I am also your grandfather. Lin Ling immediately replied. When he said this, Daoist Kame was stunned. Not only did he not blame Lin Ling, he felt that this tone of voice was extremely familiar. Because that was Li Xiaoyao's tone of voice. Huh, interesting, interesting. The 2 of them sat down. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, it was as if they had experienced 4 great eras. They had known each other since the beginning of time. After a long time, Lin Ling said his goodbyes and left. Looking at Lin Ling's free and easy figure, Daoist Kame felt as if he were in a dream. This was because Lin Ling's back seemed even more free and unfettered. He shook his head and said, he is worthy of me wasting my cultivation to help him. He really didn't disappoint me. After leaving the True Spirit Island, Lin Ling immediately headed to the Grand Mystic Domain. Because he had already spent 3 days cultivating on the True Spirit Island, he wanted to head to the Dharma River to cultivate. The Law River was a secret of the mortal world, and only the geniuses of the mortal world knew about it. It was located in a remote city with a large number of experts guarding it. Although it looked calm on the surface, once a commotion was triggered, there would definitely be countless experts. The Dharma River is divided into 9 rivers, namely the Dharma River of Water, the Dharma River of Fire, the Dharma River of Thunder, the Dharma River of Wind, etc., and the most powerful Dharma River of Heaven. A jade token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was given to him by the guardian of the mortal world, and it recorded the Dharma River. After that, Lin Ling stepped into the city. However, at the city gate, someone immediately stopped Lin Ling. Stop. Skyborder City is now sealed. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. The few guards didn't seem strong, but Lin Ling's soul power could sense that they were in the 6th stage of Wu Sheng's realm. With such strength, they were guarding the city, which showed the importance of the Dharma River. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took out the jade token in his hand and waved it, hinting at his origin. Although the Dharma River was a secret, no one would stop him from revealing the jade token. The few guards' faces changed. Naturally, they could see that the jade token was from the highest deacon palace in the mortal world. However, the young man in front of them wasn't strong enough. He didn't even have a source of power. How could he be qualified to enter the Dharma River? I'm sorry. Those who come to the Dharma River must be at least in the 5th stage of Wu Sheng. Because they don't have a source of power, they will definitely die if they enter the Dharma River. So, you'd better leave. One of the guards said lightly. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. There was such a rule? Before he could speak, another guard said, "Young man, it's better that you know your place. We're thinking for you." Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart was filled with impatience. He had seen through the 4 great eras. The free and unfettered qi was even stronger. It was as if he was the incarnation of Li Xiaoyao. So, someone stopped him, which made him unhappy. However, he still endured it. You don't have to worry about this. You'd better do things according to the rules. Lin Ling said lightly. If I ask you to leave, then leave. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You should know where this place is and where this big city is. It's not a place where ordinary people can come. The few guards had been guarding the Dharma River for many years. They were already used to being arrogant. How could they put Lin Ling in their eyes? Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils immediately turned cold. Hee, you guys stopped him. Do you know who he is? At this time, a smiling voice floated over. From afar, a woman in purple walked over with a smile. Her skin was as white as snow and she was tall. Her purple dress made her look even more noble. Looking at her, she didn't seem to be a martial artist from the 3 profound realms. Instead, she looked more like a martial artist from the Saints' big territory. It's Miss Yuan Zi. To everyone's surprise, those guards recognized the woman but didn't recognize Lin Ling. There's no need to be so courteous. Since you don't know who he is, then let me remind you. He's surprisingly Lin Ling, the son of desolation. The woman smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Hearing this, the expressions of those guards changed drastically. It's actually Lin Ling, the son of desolation? Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these fellows who looked down on him. He took a step forward and intended to enter the city. Did I say you can go in? However, to Lin Ling's surprise, these guards knew that Lin Ling was the son of desolation, yet they still stopped him. You're deliberately targeting me, right? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, and his voice turned cold. We're not in the mood to target you. Although you're the son of desolation, you haven't been recognized by the big shots of the mortal world. We can't let you in. One of the guards tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Not to mention Lin Ling, even the purple-clothed woman was surprised by their arrogant actions. It was one thing if these fellows didn't know Lin Ling, but they still stopped him even if they did. They were really confident. The great Xianyuan region, I remember now. Are you people from the Jianghu Immortal Plateau? Lin Ling asked. The Jianghu Immortal Plateau is indeed our sect, but we're also people from the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. One of the guards smiled and looked extremely proud. Lin Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. In the past, when he went to the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday, when he entered, he was also made difficult. Today, when he came to the great Xianyuan region, he was made difficult again. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Ling laughed. He had long wanted to kill that old witch, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Now, her disciple came to stop him. He took a step forward, and the guards immediately became alert. They also heard that Lin Ling went to the Jianghu Immortal Plateau to celebrate the birthday and made things difficult for the elders. However, in Sky Border City, Lin Ling dared to be arrogant? Unfortunately, they thought too much. Lin Ling indeed didn't dare to make things difficult for them, because this time, Lin Ling directly killed them. Boom! He punched out, and the law erupted. The guard in front of him rolled into the city like a gourd and spun on the spot like a top. The terrifying thing was that his speed was very fast, and he spun more than 100 times. Chapter 1932. Ferocious Boom. However, the next scene made everyone's jaws drop. Because when the guard who was spinning like a top reached his limit, his body actually exploded and he was spun to death. A Wuxia realm expert was spun to death. This was the first time in the mortal realm that someone had died in such a way. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Even the guards at the entrance were shocked. Even the purple-robed lady beside them was shocked. Those guards dared to make things difficult for Lin Ling because they naturally had the confidence to do so. Because even if they failed to make things difficult for him, they would at most be punished by the highest authority in the mortal realm. On the contrary, if they returned to the ancient rhythm Immortal Plateau, they would be rewarded handsomely. Moreover, such a thing had happened before in the ancient rhythm Immortal Plateau. But this time, Lin Ling directly killed them without any consideration. This was beyond their imagination. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength was too terrifying. Wuxia, who was at the 6th degree realm, was actually killed by him in one punch. Hehe, do you still need Wuxia to be at the 6th degree realm before you can enter the city? Lin Ling walked forward with a wide smile on his face, but it was a cold smile. Plop! Those guards all fell to the ground. One of them said with a pale face, Aye, we are experts from the ancient rhythm Immortal Plateau. Who am I? Lin Ling ignored his words and walked forward. Why you are Lin Ling. Those few guards said with chattering teeth. You all came from the ancient rhythm Immortal Plateau and know that I am Lin Ling. Don't you know that the ancient rhythm Immortal Plateau and I are not on the same path? Lin Ling kicked out with his leg. His strength and laws combined as he kicked those few guards towards the city wall. With a bang, the entire city wall split open. A few human figures were stuck on the city wall, and after that, blood splattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. But there was one more person in front of Lin Ling. His lips were also pale. I didn't know that you dared to kill people directly. Now you know. Lin Ling punched out and another spinning top entered the city. Following that, Lin Ling strode in. Seeing this, the entire city was silent. They are Wuxia at the 6th degree realm. But Lin Ling actually killed them with just a few punches and kicks? Isn't Lin Ling's total of laws 200 over? Earlier he didn't use his sword, but based on his own abilities, his laws had already reached 200 over. Moreover, he didn't use the Yellow Spring Army. Yuan Zi followed Lin Ling into the city. She looked at Lin Ling in horror. She knew that the guards were no match for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had killed them in a simple and violent manner. She could not help but be shocked. It seemed that Lin Ling was even more terrifying than the rumors. If he grew up, he would definitely become a great enemy of the demon clan. He had to inform the demon clan about this as soon as possible. Yuan Zi's eyes were icy cold and she disappeared without a trace. Apparently, she was a spy sent by the demon race to the human realm. Her motive was to eradicate the human realm's geniuses. The demon race had only sent 2 demon kings, so they didn't dare to go head-on against the human realm. But before that, they would not let go of the human realm's dazzling geniuses. At this moment, Lin Ling strode forward and the entire city's gazes were on Lin Ling. Those people were Wuxia at the 5th degree realm and above. All of them had complicated expressions on their faces. Some were icy cold while some were in awe. Lin Ling. At this moment, several figures walked out from the crowd. They were Lu Susu, Crystal's 7 talents and the rest. In the past, they were Wuxia at the 5th degree realm. But in this half a year's time, using their merit points, they had also stepped into Wuxia's 6th degree realm. You're really ferocious. Lu Susu came to Lin Ling's side and exclaimed. As for the Crystal's 7 talents, they looked at Lin Ling in shock. They discovered that in these 3 days, Lin Ling seemed to have changed again. He gave off a free and unfettered feeling, as though the Son of Heaven was playing in the mortal world. They're just courting death. Lin Ling laughed. In these 3 days, he had seen through the 4 great eras and was more familiar with Li Xiaoyao. In the past, this expert protected the human realm, spilling his blood and sweat to obtain thousands of years of peace for the human realm. However, today, no one recognized him. Instead, his reincarnation was met with difficulties and even wanted to kill him. Therefore, he was unhappy when he saw Jianghu Immortal stage. Especially when the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother released the Sky Lord. This was equivalent to indirectly harming Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling swallow this anger? And now, Lin Ling wasn't the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's opponent, but others still dared to provoke him. What was there to be afraid of? At this moment, everyone's eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling. Among them were experts from the ancient Ji family, Xianyuan clan, Supreme family, and various great saint regions. But now, the archenemies of the ancient Ji family were all silent. This wasn't the first time they saw Lin Ling's arrogance. Moreover, every time they met Lin Ling, they would be at a disadvantage. Therefore, they didn't dare to speak up. However, there was no lack of 7th stage experts like Wuxia in the crowd. These people were all indomitable existences. Now that they saw Lin Ling's arrogance, they narrowed their eyes. His strength is inferior to us, but he became the son of Huang. Just looking at him makes me unhappy. That's right, he's only the 3rd stage Wuxia. In terms of talent, we're stronger than him. A few people said indifferently. They were the Xian 10 heroes. The so-called Xian 10 heroes were experts who rose crazily after the mortal realm's great calamity. Their talents were terrifying, their cultivation time was short, and their laws were powerful. They were only inferior to the son of Huang. Lin Ling, you're too unruly. At this time, someone in the crowd finally spoke up. It was the divine martial marquis from the Great Saint region. Moreover, his realm had reached Wuxia's 7th stage and he had a 2nd-grade divine rank talent. He was stronger than the son of divine marquis Manor in the past. Lin Ling forced the divine marquis Manor to kill their own son. Therefore, the divine marquis Manor hated Lin Ling to the bone. Of course, Lin Ling was the son of Huang. Although they hated him, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Lin Ling and Lu Susu were talking when a sudden angry shout rang out. Lin Ling and the rest frowned. Sky Border City's guards stopped Lin Ling and provoked him again and again. It was normal for Lin Ling to retaliate. Moreover, this had nothing to do with the divine marquis Manor. They actually reprimanded Lin Ling? Lin Ling laughed. It seemed like his name as the son of Huang wasn't enough of a deterrent. People kept provoking him. Suddenly, he walked forward step by step. The man frowned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to walk towards him. When Lin Ling came in front of him, he smiled and looked at him. You said I'm unruly, but why didn't you say anything when those guards were unruly? Hearing this, the man was stunned and couldn't answer. And no matter how unruly I am, it's none of your business. Lin Ling continued. The man's expression turned sluggish as he replied coldly, I don't find you pleasing to the eye. That's all. And I'm not a sixth-stage realm trash like Wu Sheng. Hehe, I also don't find you pleasing to the eye. Lin Ling's cold smile became even more intense as his palm swept out fiercely. 20 universes of force exploded and at the same time, 200 Dao laws were released easily. You even dare to touch me? The man's pupils constricted and he was just about to say something vicious when that terrifying slap made his expression change drastically. 200 Dao laws. A light slap had such a huge amount of Dao laws? He was astonished. Although Lin Ling was the third transformation Wu Sheng, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to have so many Dao laws. Chapter 1933. Is there anyone who isn't convinced? Boom. That slap seemed to have suppressed the martial arts of the four eras. It seemed simple, but it contained a mysterious profundity. Gulyalu. That man spun like a top at an extremely fast speed. In the end, he was stronger than Lin Ling, so he didn't die from the spinning. However, he spun until he vomited blood. All the meridians and bones in his body were dislocated. He pointed at Lin Ling dizzily and fainted without saying a word. Seeing this, the expressions of the experts in the city turned heavy. Wu Sheng had 200 laws at the 5th degree realm, and that was under the condition that he didn't use his sword. What if Wu Sheng was at the 6th degree realm? At this moment, everyone felt that Lin Ling's potential was even more terrifying. Wu Sheng is at the 7th degree realm, but he's still trash. Lin Ling stared at the crowd and said indifferently, Is there anyone who isn't convinced? Is there anyone who isn't convinced? The entire city was silent. Everyone knew that unless one's talent reached the 3rd grade, no one in the 7th degree realm would dare to be unconvinced by Wu Sheng's strength. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Ling turned and walked towards Lu Susu and the others. He knew that although he was the son of Huang, there were many people who wanted him dead. For example, the ancient Ji family. It was just that they didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. Audacious Lin Ling. Today is the day when the geniuses of the mortal world are gathered. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Speak, were you the one who killed those Xian Di from Jianghu Immortal Daoist? Yes. At this moment, the experts from Jianghu Immortal Daoist finally arrived. The person in the lead was the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. At this moment, all of them were enraged because they didn't expect that Lin Ling would kill people from Jianghu Immortal Daoist. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother is here. Hehe, she is a legend of the mortal world and has the authority to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Now, let's see if Lin Ling dares to be arrogant or not. Yes. Many people sneered. Facing the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, how could Lin Ling still be arrogant? I killed them. So what? However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he directly admitted to it. Moreover, when he looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, his eyes blazed with anger. He believed that he had given the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother a lot of face. During her birthday celebration, he personally gave her a precious gift and reminded her not to be an enemy but a friend. Who would have thought that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother would target him again and again? You. All the experts at the Ancient Rhyme Immortal Foundation were stunned because Lin Ling actually directly admitted to it. Such arrogance far exceeded their imaginations. Don't think that just because you've become Huang's child, you can do whatever you want. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was furious. She was a person of virtue and prestige all her life. No one had ever dared to go against her, especially among the younger generation. However, Lin Ling had appeared and ignored her again and again. is that so? I want to see who dares to touch Lin Ling when he does as he pleases. While the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was furious, a fishing hook smashed down from the sky, causing the earth to shake. Countless experts were flipped over. Then, an old man carrying a basket of fish appeared. Moreover, his movements didn't stop. He waved his fishing rod and a hook smashed towards the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. He was Emperor Li Shou. Old ghost, you dare? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother didn't expect Emperor Li Shou to attack her. When did he become so bold? Trident of the Sea God. What surprised her was that after Emperor Li Shou, the sound of water overflowing could be heard. It seemed to drown the entire Skyborder city. A harpoon shot towards the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Rumble. Wherever the sea passed, the experts in the city who had just stood up were flipped over again. They were in an extremely sorry state. As for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, she was clearly stronger. She blocked the attacks of 2 emperors by herself. However, at this time, another 7 emperors arrived. A woman appeared in the sky. It was the Tranquil Sovereign. A treasure bottle appeared in her hand and a treasure light shot towards the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Master. Seeing this, Lu Susu laughed excitedly. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The 7 emperors had all come to help Lin Ling. Moreover, they attacked without a word. This showed how important Lin Ling was to the 7 emperors. Stomp. In the sky, a fat man in a loose robe appeared. He was the Law Overlord. His huge feet carried a terrifying law as they stomped down. Rumble. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was clearly unable to block the attacks of the 7 emperors. Her hair was in a mess, and her hairpins filled with jewels scattered all over the ground. This was the first time in thousands of years that she had been in such a sorry state. Stomp, stomp, stomp. She kept retreating, her face as dark as the bottom of a nest. After all, the 7 emperors in the past wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. They were all respectful to her because she had that lord backing her. However, the 7 emperors now directly humiliated her. However, she thought that this was all there was to the humiliation. Who knew that after the 7 emperors appeared, they would directly stare at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Old witch, what are you trying to do? 7 voices rang out at the same time, shaking the ancient city. Old witch? Everyone's mouths were wide open. This name was too shocking. Even Lin Ling was shocked. He didn't expect the 7 emperors to be so arrogant. Lin Ling had no idea that he was the son of Huang, backed by ancient giants like Daoist came and martial god Tianyue. From another perspective, the 7 emperors also backed those ancient giants, so what did they have to fear? In fact, they had long been unhappy with the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Now that they had found an opportunity, they naturally attacked to vent the anger that had been suppressed for thousands of years. You. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face was filled with anger. She was the mother of the world, but she was called an old witch? You what? If you continue to be arrogant, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers. Of course, if you're not convinced, call the Lord of the Sky back. We 7 emperors will fight you 2 for 300 rounds. Emperor Li Shou roared, his words rubbing salt in the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's wounds. How could the Lord of the Sky dare to return? This also meant that the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's left and right hands had been crippled by Lin Ling. Why waste your breath with her? Let me tell you, we're bullying you with numbers. So what? You're not convinced? The fat on the Law Overlord's body swayed. At this moment, he could be said to be extremely arrogant. With Lin Ling here to support him, what was there to be afraid of? He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he opposed Lin Ling. Fortunately, he reined in the horse at the precipice. Now, his relationship with Lin Ling was pretty good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the confidence to be so arrogant today. Law Overlord, you. Roar. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother roared again. If looks could kill, she would definitely kill that arrogant fatty. Hee, you're not convinced? Come and hit me. The Law Overlord seemed to have released all the depression that he had suffered in the Jianghu Immortal Plateau for thousands of years. He stretched his fat face forward and patted it, indicating for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother to hit him. That appearance was as vulgar as one could imagine. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect the Law Overlord to have this side. However, he also admitted that it was very despicable and made people want to slap him a dozen times. Of course, the one who was disgusted was not Lin Ling but the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Lin Ling was happy to see it. You damn fatty. Ah. Sure enough, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 1934. Milky Way. What? The Dharma River opened because of Lin Ling? It's very difficult to open the Dharma River. It requires a lot of precious materials and a few strong cultivators. No wonder we can't see Martial God Tianyu and the others. So Martial God Tianyu and the others opened the Dharma River for Lin Ling? Lin Ling has a lot of face. Wow. Everybody was astonished, including Lin Ling. The Dharma River can't be used again. Lin Ling is the only one who hasn't been here. If they didn't open the Dharma River for him, did they open it for you, the Jade Lake Celestial Mother? Or for you pieces of trash? Emperor Li Shou glanced at the crowd. Everyone's expression was ugly. It turned out that they were here today because of Lin Ling. The funny thing was that they were dissatisfied with Lin Ling. If you don't like it, get the hell out of here. Get lost. Shouted Emperor Li Shou furiously. Everybody remained silent. Nobody dared say anything. Hee, everybody is here for the sake of the human world. There's no need to make things worse. Let's go. At that moment, some strong cultivators arrived in the distance. It was Sun and Moon Wushuang from Champion University. Apart from them, there were also 4 strong cultivators from the imperial clans of the Saints' Great Region, the North Celestial Emperor, the Divine Martial Marquis, the Primitive Imperial Clan, and the Infinite Celestial Clan. They called me an old witch. I can't accept that. Even though those people had come to mediate, the Jade Lake Celestial Mother was still angry. Alright, the Dharma River is about to open. If you have anything to say, say it later. Sun and Moon Wushuang said at the same time, forcing the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother to swallow her anger. At the same time, the ground began to tremble as a mountain rose from the ground. This mountain was so vast that it seemed as if the entire Skyborder city was flipped upside down. After the mountain reached the clouds, there was a dazzling light in the sky. It turned into a ravine that reached all the way to the top of the mountain. It was a marvelous scene. It was as if someone had slashed a blade into the sky, forming a dazzling river. Although the river water was not left behind, there was no doubt that this was the Dharma River. The Law River was created by an ancient powerhouse with a single slash of his saber, forming a phenomenon of the heavens and earth. As long as it is opened, then the Law River will flow down, allowing a martial artist to increase their strength, cultivation boundary, talent, and so on. The Law River is divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, slaughter, and heaven. There are 9 Law Rivers. If a martial artist enters the Law River to temper themselves, their strength will greatly increase. Emperor Li Shou explained to Lin Ling, but at this moment, Lin Ling didn't listen to him at all. He stared at the sky and sucked in a breath of cold air. It's the heaven-trampling path. Lin Ling muttered to himself, because the so-called Law River was actually Li Xiaoyao's path to the martial god realm. In the past, Li Xiaoyao dominated the world, and no one could defeat him. After Duguqiubai, he entered the martial god realm, and the path he walked was that path. He vaguely remembered that he slashed the sky, and the Law River separated it, sending him to the martial god realm. Li Xiaoyao was also the first person to enter the martial god realm in the four great eras. Who would have thought that after millions of years, the Law River would become a cultivation secret realm? If he remembered correctly, there was a celestial prawn in the Law River that respectfully sent Li Xiaoyao off. Moreover, before Li Xiaoyao left, he taught the celestial prawn how to control the Law River. He wondered if the celestial prawn had succeeded. What a rich law! The crowd stared at the sky and became extremely excited. This was the time for them to be reborn. As for the faraway place, the Son of Desolation and several members of the CND-10 heroes were also watching. They had experienced the Law River, so they wanted to see what kind of geniuses would be born under the Law River. Currently, among the CND-10 heroes, only Situling, Zhuge Xiong, and Shanggongyu haven't gone to the Law River. If they did, their cultivation would surpass us. Situling is a member of the limitless Immortal tribe, and her strength is not weak. As for Zhuge Xiong, this person used to be a madman. After one of his arms was cut off, he painstakingly cultivated the one-armed blade. His law is on his left arm, and it is extremely powerful. Shanggongyu is a hospitable person, but he is also very ambitious. He covets the position of Son of Desolation. This time, he will not miss this opportunity to amaze the world. The Sons of Desolation slowly conversed. Among the CND-10 heroes, there were a few that Lin Ling knew. For example, Qin, who was a prisoner in the mortal world prison, and he had a good impression of Lin Ling. For example, the Golden Wool Child, and the leader of the CND-10 heroes, Long Yinfeng. Not long ago, Lin Ling helped Jian Shisan break through his heart's devil. Jian Shisan said that in the clash of swords, he was sincerely convinced. One was Lin Ling, and the other was Long Yinfeng. This person was also the second dragon ancestor of the Xian Yuan clan, only below the old ancestor. Don't forget, there is still Lin Ling. Long Yinfeng faintly smiled, causing all the experts to stare at Lin Ling. The Law River has to face a powerful law attack. Lin Ling's cultivation is too weak, so he won't gain much this time. Someone said. Indeed, he is a bit anxious. Wuxing should come again after reaching the 6th layer. The Law River was refined by law, but there was also danger. If one couldn't withstand the law attack, then they would turn into ashes. However, the geniuses who were about to enter the Law River had bright eyes and boiling battle intent. They were able to reach this step because each of them had great willpower. Not long ago, someone used the Law River to refine and comprehended 100 laws. I wonder who will be able to achieve this result this time. This is nothing. I heard that Long Yinfeng's talent increased by 1 level not long ago. Now that is amazing. This is too abnormal. Long Yinfeng was originally a 3rd grade divine rank, so now he has reached the 4th grade divine rank? Worthy of being the leader of the CND-10 heroes. The crowd discussed animatedly. A true genius who experienced the Law River's refinement would definitely shock the world. I wonder who will be the winner of this refinement? Will it be Situling, Zhuge Xiong, Shanggongyu, or Huang's son, Lin Ling? In my opinion, how about we make a bet? Another person spoke, causing the eyes of the mortal realm's giants to flicker. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, how about a bet? Let's see who will be the winner of the Law River's refinement this time. Hearing this, many people looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling's cultivation was low and he didn't have a real source of power, so it would be difficult for him to withstand the Law River's impact. Oh, how do you want to bet? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment and looked at the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. I bet you can at most comprehend 50 Dao laws, do you dare? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said with bad intentions, you are Huang's son, more powerful than the CND-10 heroes. Don't tell me you don't dare. At least, Situling, Zhuge Xiong, Shanggongyu, and the others want to enter the top 3. That's right, Lin Ling, you are Huang's son." Many people were stunned and immediately echoed. They knew that Lin Ling's talent was the third revolution wusheng, but tempering in the Luo River required a real source of power to support it. Therefore, they didn't think Lin Ling would benefit from it. Situ Ling, Zhuge Xiong, and Shanggongyu also looked at Lin Ling with fighting spirit in their eyes. They were naturally unwilling to accept that Lin Ling was stronger than them. Chapter 1935. Gambling with the human realm's giants, ignore them. Emperor Li Shou immediately advised. Comprehending 50 laws was very difficult, so he definitely wouldn't be fooled. However, Lin Ling was stunned. Only 50 laws? One must know that with the help of Daoist came, he had comprehended 100 laws, so he didn't put a mere river of laws in his eyes. If you want to bet, what will you bet? Lin Ling opened his mouth, surprising the crowd. They didn't expect Lin Ling to want to bet. Jade Lake's heavenly mother was the same. She smiled and said, "You can bet anything you want. The jade pendant on your waist, do you dare to bet it?" Lin Ling stared at the jade pendant on Jade Lake's waist. That jade pendant gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed to belong to Li Xiaoyao. Jade Lake's heavenly mother hesitated. That jade pendant was given to her by her master. She wanted to bet it? However, thinking that Lin Ling had no hope of winning, she nodded. "If you lose, you will give up your identity as the Son of Desolation. How about it?" Boom! When these words fell, the crowd was shocked. This bet was too big. If Lin Ling gave up his identity as the Son of Desolation, it was equivalent to crippling himself. Moreover, at that time, anyone could kill him. In your dreams. On the side of the 7 emperors, everyone shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. "Okay, I agree. Okay." This decision undoubtedly shocked everyone. They didn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from, but their shock was yet to come. Comprehending 50 laws is too weak. If you want to play, then play big. Bet that I will be the final winner this time. Lin Ling's voice floated out. Bang bang bang. All the powerhouses' hearts beat violently. Situ Ling, Zhuge Xiong, and Shanggongyu stared at Lin Ling. A 5th stage wusheng wanted to surpass them and become the final winner? Crazy. Originally, according to the rules of the Dharma River, those below the 6th degree realm were not allowed to enter, but Lin Ling was the son of Huang, so an exception was made. Who knew that Lin Ling liked to dance on the steel wire rope? No matter how difficult it was, he would play. "All right, I agree." The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was overjoyed and spoke faster than anyone else. The 7 emperors wanted to dissuade Lin Ling, but Lin Ling said, "Everyone else can join the bet. You can bet with merit points. By 1 to 1. Does anyone want to play?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire city fell silent. Previously, many people were tempted. They felt that this bet was too boring with only 2 people. Moreover, they didn't want to miss out on any benefits. However, who knew that in the next moment, Lin Ling would open the door for them to join in the fun? How could they not take advantage of such a good opportunity? Is it true that you can swallow all the merit points that are offered? The Lord of the North Deity Emperor smiled faintly. Of course, no matter how big it is, I can swallow it. As for the origin of the merit points, you don't need to worry, because the 7 emperors will help me out. Yes. Lin Ling nodded, causing the 7 emperors and the others to stare. Were they going to help Lin Ling bet? If Lin Ling lost, who knew how many merit points he would have to pay? Now that the demon race was invading, merit points were extremely precious. It was closely related to strength. Even the big shots of the mortal world valued merit points greatly. Of course, there is another condition for this bet. You can only bet that I will lose, not that I will win. Lin Ling said again. However, his words were obviously ignored. Because everyone had originally bet that Lin Ling would lose. Who would bet that Lin Ling would win? Unless they were idiots. Good, place your bets. All the big shots of the mortal world were interested. They even looked at Lin Ling with ridicule. Because Lin Ling was a greenhorn, he didn't know what the Law River was. In an instant, the merit points crazily increased. Emperor Li Shou was in charge of recording the merit points. Looking at the crazily increasing merit points, his heart beat violently. He wasn't excited, but wanted to cry. Because if they lost, the 7 emperors' heavens would go bankrupt. As for the Law Overlord, his fat face was also trembling. He didn't expect that Lin Ling, whom he had repeatedly made difficult for in the past, would cause the big shots of the mortal world to make a bet today. He was ashamed of his lack of courage. Then, he said bitterly, "Old fish, if we lose, we will have to sell our blood and flesh. You should be the one selling. You have a body of fat, so you should be worth some money." Emperor Li Shou said with a bitter smile. He looked at Lin Ling and suddenly realized that Lin Ling was also excited. However, it seemed that he was excited because of joy. This almost made him faint. He didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. I also bet 10 million merit points. At this time, the children of desolation in the distance also arrived. Among them, Prince Xiaoyao also made a bold bet. Embarrassing. The Divine Marquis Manor has bet 30 million. You, a child of desolation, only bet 10 million. Can't you afford it? Or are you afraid that I can't afford it? Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully. I'll bet 50 million. Shouted Prince Xiaoyao furiously. Lin Ling was going to lose, but he was still so arrogant. How bold. Lin Ling gave him a thumbs up. He was excited. He had 50 million points, but the most astonishing thing was yet to come. Mr. He, go and represent Yungu and bet 100 million. Said the Jade Lake's mother. When the crowd saw that the Jade Lake's mother had increased the bet, they became even more confident. I'll bet 5 million, 8 million. I'll represent Champion University and bet 100 million. Emperor Li Shou, who was in charge of recording the merit points, trembled as he stared at Lin Ling with resentment. Originally, the others had only made a small bet, but with a few words from Lin Ling, they had bet their entire fortune. Now, all the merit points added up to a total of 1 billion. 1 billion? What if he lost? The 7 emperors' world could work for the rest of their lives. Thinking about that, the members of the 7 emperors' world started shaking. How terrifying. When Lin Ling thought about the 1 billion points, he started shaking too. What a great harvest. Boom boom boom. At this time, the river of laws in the sky finally came crashing down, following the mountain peak and shaking the world. At the beginning, the river was the widest, it was the Celestial Law River. After the Celestial Law River, there were 8, each representing the 5 elements. At the top of the mountain, an old man in red armor appeared. He had a long beard and was staring at the common people indifferently. "Thank you for your help, Master Tianya," said Martial God Tianyu at the same time. If they wanted to open the Celestial Law River, they had to get the old man's permission. The Deacon Palace also had to pay a certain price. According to legends, the old man was a terrifying cultivator. He had been ordered to protect the Celestial Law River. No need. When the master left, he told me that if I had the chance, I would help the human race. Therefore, it's my duty," said the old man in red armor. Then, he disappeared. Lin Ling stared at the old man. Surprisingly, he was a celestial shrimp. Li Xiaoyao had helped that old man before he left. He hadn't thought that after so many years, he would still be in the human world. "Let's start," said Martial God Tianyu, but he wasn't there. He had to protect the Celestial Law River. "Let's go." Chapter 1936. Nourishment. No. One of them had just stepped into the Dharma River and was immediately blasted out. He was seriously injured and almost died. That's Fireflash Xian. His talent is fire, but he actually went into the water Dharma River. It would be strange if he wasn't injured. The human realm giant shook his head. Then, several more people were blasted out by the Dharma River. They were covered in blood and their faces were pale. Sigh, I missed the chance to refine the Dharma River. If I can't even endure the pain, how can I become a powerhouse? Someone else said. Being in the Dharma River was like being in a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. Without great willpower, one wouldn't be able to endure it. As for those who didn't have a real source, they would suffer even more. Look, the Supreme Family's Supreme Iron Xian has comprehended 3 laws. At this time, someone exclaimed. In the vast river, a person's body was shining brightly as his laws increased. One must know that for Wuxia realm powerhouses, it was very difficult to increase their laws. Other than the realm, they had to rely on cultivation techniques and weapons. As for Wuxia realm powerhouses, they usually had around 300 laws. If they could increase their laws by 10 laws, then they would be able to defeat their former opponents in the future. And this was just the effect of one incense stick of the Dharma River. If a cultivator were to comprehend their own laws, they wouldn't be able to do it without 100 years. Lin Ling, if you want to be number 1, then you have to surpass them. Do you see Situ Ling? She has already comprehended 50 laws. This is the height you need to look up to. Remember, the third revolution Wuxia means that after the real source, your laws will increase even more. It doesn't mean that you are very strong now. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling didn't go to the Heavenly River and continued to look ahead. Situ Ling is only one of them. The most powerful one is Shangongyu. You have no chance of winning against him. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother said again. She admitted that Lin Ling was a genius. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's weakness was that his cultivation time was too short and his realm wasn't high. It's hard to say until the end. Lin Ling left these words and shot towards the Dharma River. Previously, he had been observing the Dharma River and gradually became more familiar with it. Lin Ling, move out. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, their hearts trembling fiercely. Fail, hurry up and fail for me. Lin Ling definitely can't win. I bet my entire fortune on him losing. Hurry up and die, or I'll suffer a great loss. After a moment of silence, furious roars could be heard. Everyone wanted Lin Ling to lose. At the same time, on the other side of Dharma River, the geniuses were also staring at Lin Ling. They all sneered. As for Shangongyu and the others, their eyes were filled with disdain. The Desolation Son, Lin Ling? Today was the perfect time to defeat him and let the human realm's ancient giants know that only they had the qualifications to become Huang's children. He won't lose, right? On the side of the 7 emperors, Emperor Li Shou and the others were extremely nervous. Hee, old fish, Law Overlord, have you prepared your merit points? 1 billion merit points, you won't go back on your word, right? Someone mocked, causing the 7 emperors and the others' expressions to change. 1 billion was indeed a terrifying number. You shut up, Lin Ling will definitely win. Surprisingly, Emperor Li Shou and the others did not speak. Instead, it was the fat Law Overlord who angrily shouted. At this moment, he supported Lin Ling more than anyone else. Because they could not afford to lose. However, their chances of winning were very small. This was because many of the geniuses who entered the Dharma River were not weaker than Lin Ling in terms of talent. They had second-grade God-rank talents. In terms of cultivation, they surpassed Lin Ling. In terms of laws, many of them had more than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's advantage was that after entering a new realm, his laws surpassed others. However, this was not the condition for him to become the final winner. Among the 9 heavenly rivers, Lin Ling directly chose the Fire Dharma River because he could refine his law of fire here. Hee, Lin Ling, you're here. Then let's compete to see who has comprehended the law of fire more. I've already comprehended 20 laws. In the Fire Dharma River, the human realm genius looked confidently at Lin Ling. Lin Ling ignored him and shot into the river. Instantly, a scorching power attacked him. The law of fire burned him and collided with the yellow springs flames in his body. However, he did not have a solid source of power and was quickly submerged by the river. He lost just like that? Everyone was shocked. This was too fast. He couldn't have been burned to death by the Fire Dharma River, right? After a moment of silence, laughter rang out. The 7 emperors and the others were stunned. Lin Ling wanted to take first place like this? No one saw that Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in the Fire Dharma River. Familiar memories rose in his mind. It was Li Xiaoyao's martial path in the past. Li Xiaoyao was known as the Flame God in the past. This Fire Dharma River was the law of fire that he had left for the human realm before he stepped into the martial god realm. It also represented his life's comprehension of the law of fire. Returning to this place again, Lin Ling felt that it was very familiar. His eye of time appeared. It was as if he saw through the river and found the process of Li Xiaoyao's cultivation of the law of fire when he was weak. If Lin Ling did not cultivate the law of fire, these memories would be useless to him. However, his law of fire was not weak. When he merged it with Li Xiaoyao's law of fire, the pressure on him instantly disappeared. It was as if he had returned to the time when Li Xiaoyao was weak and cultivated the law of fire step by step. Rumble. At the same time, a whirlpool appeared in the Fire Dharma River. Lin Ling walked out of the whirlpool step by step. His confidence was greatly boosted. You're not dead yet? The human realm genius was surprised. Didn't you want to compete with me to see who can comprehend the law of fire more? Then let's compete. Lin Ling looked at him calmly. He opened his arms and closed his eyes. A voice rose in his mind, I am free and unfettered. I use fire as my Tao. All fire in the world will submit to me. Rumble. The calm Fire Dharma River was now filled with towering waves. It was as if Lin Ling had summoned it. Even the sky shrimp in the river was shocked. Lin Ling did not even have 10 laws of fire. His strong points were the law of space and his physical strength. Now, they were increasing crazily. 20 laws. 30 laws. 40 laws. The human realm genius beside him was shocked. Lin Ling's law of fire had surpassed his in an instant. He did not know that Lin Ling's law of fire was like a sponge. It was in a blank state. Now that it met Li Xiaoyao's law of fire, it was like a sponge absorbing water. 50 laws, 60 laws. Gosh, the entire law of Fire Dharma River is surging toward him. Moreover, he is safe and sound. Seeing the dazzling scene on the Fire Dharma River, everyone was shocked. This is the mad god Lin Ling of the 7 Emperors world. On the side of the 7 Emperors, the Law Overlord was the first to cheer. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's law of fire was like drinking water. It reached 100 laws and was heading toward 200. Why is he not under any law pressure? Moreover, all the law of Fire Dharma River is flowing toward him? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's face turned pale. She was shocked and did not understand what was happening. However, it was fortunate that she did not bet on comprehending 50 laws. Otherwise, she would have lost. At this moment, the entire city was silent. Boom! But this was not the end of everyone's surprise. When Lin Ling's fire martial Tao reached 200 points, his entire body shone brightly, and an illusory source of energy rose up, spiraling in the air, and condensing into something substantial. A breakthrough. Chapter 1937. Killing Law River, did something go wrong with the Fire Law River? Yes. Everyone was surprised, but they didn't know what was going on. Even the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was the same. After all, even her master wasn't familiar with the Law River. Are you stupid? If something went wrong with the Fire Law River, then why didn't the other geniuses change? Could it be that Lin Ling is favored by the Fire Law River? Everyone discussed with each other, each with their own opinion. As for the geniuses in the Law River, they all had gloomy expressions. Lin Ling comprehended 200 Tao laws. In addition to his breakthrough, this harvest obviously surpassed theirs. Although there was no fixed target for the bet, everyone knew that other than Shanggong Yu and the other two, no one else could compare to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating above the Law River, his black hair and robe fluttering in the wind. After stepping into the 6th layer of Wu Sheng, he gained another 30 Tao laws in an instant. This was the benefit of the 3rd transformation Wu Sheng. Lin Ling's aura surged. He had the thought of fighting against the big shots of the mortal world, but he calmed down. The cultivation method of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in his mind. The laws of heaven and earth, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, flowers bloom and wilt, everyone in the world, no one can avoid the cycle of reincarnation. The voice resounded in Lin Ling's mind, causing the Yellow Springs army in his Zifu to surge. Ghostly energy surged. It was as if they saw the 6 paths of reincarnation. One must know that birth, old age, sickness, and death were the laws of heaven and earth, no one could avoid it. Therefore, Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation was a law of heaven and earth martial art. Pop pop pop. The Yellow Springs flame spread out. The white flame was hot and cold, causing the Law River to be like the Yellow Springs of hell. Yellow Springs flame? Staring at the white flame, many people were shocked again. Is that guy borrowing the Law River to comprehend martial arts? Lin Ling brought them more and more shock, wave after wave, like the rising and falling waves of the sea. What a terrifying law of fire! We can't keep this Dharma River. Above the river, the mortal world geniuses left one after another with hearts full of anger. This was because the river of fire seemed to be under Lin Ling's control. It formed a dazzling wheel of fire that resembled a samsara circle, forcing them to leave. This is the aura of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. Not only did this guy comprehend 200 laws, but he also made a breakthrough and comprehended his own fire martial arts. On the side of the 7 Emperor's heavens, Emperor Li Shou exclaimed in shock. His heart was filled with excitement. Because of this, not only did Lin Ling surpass the geniuses of the mortal world, he even surpassed Situ Ling. Only Zhuge Xiong and Shanggong Yu had similar gains as Lin Ling. Is the fire magic river his home? Why isn't it affecting him at all? Heavenly Prince Xiaoyao, heaven-blessed martial god, and the others all wore gloomy expressions. At this time, Lin Ling left the fire magic river. His expression was calm as he ignored the surprised voices outside. In this cultivation, he had just started to cultivate the first samsara of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the law of fire had reached 300. Most importantly, this was just the beginning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he comprehended all 6 paths, then his law of fire would increase by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions. After leaving the law of fire, Lin Ling's gaze swept across and landed on the Dharma River of Slaughter. He's currently in 2nd place. Zhuge Xiong, Shanggong Yu, and the others have also greatly improved their laws and increased their cultivation. Their gains are slightly better than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling will be facing them next. Lin Ling must fail. Is he going to go to the Dharma River of Slaughter? Is he going to defy the heavens again? It's possible. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were extremely nervous. Because according to Lin Ling's heaven-defying actions, it was very likely that he would sweep through the Dharma River of Slaughter again. And in the Dharma River of Slaughter, there was only one person tempering himself, and that was Zhuge Xiong. The Dharma River of Slaughter, comprehending the domains of slaughter, dominance, edge, king, and others. It was ranked second among the 9 heavenly rivers. Only those with great perseverance could enter it. Until now, only Prince Xiaoyao and Zhuge Xiong had entered it. Prince Xiaoyao cultivated the Tao of slaughter, and his gains were not bad in the past. Most importantly, their cultivation had reached Wuxing's 8th stage, while Lin Ling had just stepped into Wuxing's 6th stage. You want to compete with me? Are you comparable to me? Zhuge Xiong's body was submerged in the Dharma River of Slaughter as he stared at the incoming Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not even look at him because he, Lin Ling, was not interested in competing. He wanted to improve his strength. Not everyone can enter the Dharma River of Slaughter. Your talent has nothing to do with killing. Zhuge Xiong said again. It has nothing to do with killing, but it doesn't mean that I can't enter. Lin Ling finally spoke. His body moved and he fell into the Dharma River of Slaughter. Boom! The Dharma River of Slaughter attacked him. As soon as he entered, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was covered in blood. Moreover, the terrifying murderous aura attacked him, causing his eyes to turn red and his body to tremble. Good. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They thought that Lin Ling would still defy the heavens, but it was obviously impossible. The Dharma River of Slaughter had an effect on Lin Ling, unlike the Fire Dharma River of Slaughter, because the Dharma River of Slaughter had nothing to do with Lin Ling's martial path. Lin Ling knew this as well. He came here to refine his celestial demon overlord body. I will battle the heavens and the earth. I will be invincible and dominate the world. The ancient god overlord appeared behind Lin Ling, standing in the river like an invincible god of war. Rumble. Countless dharma of slaughter slashed him like knives. Swish. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The river water had also turned red. Good. Good. Many people shouted excitedly, as if they had seen Lin Ling fail and obtained a large amount of merit points. The 7 emperors' heaven's side fell silent, their faces solemn. Boom! The Dharma River of Slaughter became even more vast, like a wave. Even Zhuge Xiong's face changed drastically, almost unable to withstand it. He looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling had been submerged. Ah, too stubborn. If you don't cultivate the killing martial path, why choose the Dharma River of Slaughter? Zhuge Xiong shook his head. Zhuge Xiong shook his head. However, at this moment, a figure crawled up from the river with difficulty. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, there was even more blood on his body. His flesh had been cut into pieces, as if he had suffered the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. However, Lin Ling's face was calm, even calm and indifferent. Seeing this, Zhuge Xiong's heart exploded. What terrifying willpower! He thought that he was Frenzied Blade, a person with great willpower, but who knew that Lin Ling's willpower was not weaker than his? In fact, it was even stronger. What tenacious willpower! Everyone's jaws dropped. They did not expect Lin Ling to be able to withstand it. They even saw that Lin Ling's bones had been cut by the Dharma River of Slaughter, but Lin Ling did not even frown. This guy's willpower is not only great, but he is also unafraid of death. However, the number of Dharma laws he can raise in the Dharma River of Slaughter is not much, so why is he still so stubborn and not leaving? The 7 emperors and others stared at Lin Ling, as if this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so tenacious. As for Lu Susu, the Crystal 7 Talents, and others, they clenched their fists, worried for Lin Ling. You actually smiled. Chapter 1938. One could survive the sins of the heavens, but not those of one's own making. Lin Ling was indeed smiling. The scar on his face made him look even more evil. However, even though he was smiling, it didn't mean that it was easy for him to face the slash of death. On the contrary, the slash of death went straight to his soul, making him wish he was dead. The reason why he was smiling was that under the slash of death, his physical strength was increasing as if it had been tempered thousands of times. According to legends, the godly demon tyrant body had an ultimate body. When an ancient demon and an ancient god merged to form the godly demon body, it was a third-grade divine rank talent. However, it was very difficult to form such a physique. Even great Emperor Xianxia couldn't do it. Firstly, there was a lack of external stimulation, such as the slash of death law river. Secondly, great Emperor Xianxia's height was limited. However, Lin Ling's height wasn't much lower than great Emperor Xianxia's. To Lin Ling, he had both the right time and the right place. If he missed this opportunity, he would definitely regret it. Your Majesty, do your best. Elder Purple's excited voice came. He was the one who reminded Lin Ling to come to the slash of death law river. The storm is too fierce. Lin Ling was also excited. A dragon claw appeared on his left hand, cracking. What? You want an even fiercer slash of death law? In the distance, Wuxia Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't take it anymore. Who knew that Lin Ling wanted an even stronger storm? This freak, no wonder Lin Ling didn't refute him before. It was because he wanted to fight Lin Ling. However, in reality, Lin Ling's opponent wasn't him, but himself. Challenging the enemy was good, but challenging oneself was even better. Rumble. However, even without Lin Ling's summon, the slash of death law river in the sky overflowed more and more. The slash of death law river flowed down the slash of death law river and reached other branches. After a violent impact, a large number of human world geniuses were swept away like gourds. When the river water reached the slash of death law river, Wuxia Xianxia's expression changed drastically. He seemed to have seen all the killing intent of the four great eras. Retreat! Retreat! Wuxia Xianxia left. Wuxia Xianxia. However, his cultivation base has increased, and he has comprehended a large amount of the law of slaughter. This time, he has profited greatly. Look, Lin Ling hasn't left yet. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Then, they stared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's dragon claws appeared and blocked in front of him, but the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Come on. In the past, I, Li Xiaoyao, was free and unfettered under the heavens. This is merely a river of laws left behind in the past. Could it be that it would rebel against its master? Boom! The river water instantly submerged Lin Ling, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, Lin Ling's dragon claws were cut into pieces. But this was not the end. The river of blades rushed towards Lin Ling and actually chopped Lin Ling into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere once again. Bones splattered everywhere. Dead. This time, everyone witnessed Lin Ling's death with their own eyes. The next moment, everyone laughed. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother smiled. Lin Ling had overestimated himself and was chopped to death. He clearly wanted to challenge the heavens' might, but he was not qualified. The 7 emperors were all stunned, and the law overlord was frantic. Lin Ling was dead, and they would have to pay 1 billion merit points as compensation. What do we do? What do we do? The law overlord anxiously asked. Shut up. Emperor Liso bellowed, his face extremely gloomy. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's body appeared in the river of laws. He looked extremely weak, but he still floated up. Rebirth from a drop of blood? Everyone who was laughing froze. Then, they saw countless Lin Lings walk toward the river. Each of them was made of flesh and blood. They walked toward the river, but in the process, a large number of clones also died. Tempering his body. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lin Ling sensed that his physical strength was crazily increasing. Ultimate physique was about to arrive. Almost at the same time, there was a rumble, and two giants appeared behind Lin Ling. One was an ancient god, and the other was an ancient demon. The two looked exactly the same, but their auras were different. It was as if they could go to heaven and hell with a thought. Boom! 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 Lin Ling's body seemed to have triggered countless bombs, and those clones all returned. Although the dragon claws were cut, the power merged into Lin Ling's body, forming a terrifying 30-universe force. Pop! Pop! At the same time, a vortex appeared in the river of laws, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. The ultimate god-fiend physique had arrived. A third-grade divine rank talent. At this moment, Skyborder City was silent. It was too crazy. Lin Ling had actually increased his talent. Moreover, this time, Lin Ling had comprehended the laws of nature, and his cultivation realm had also increased. In the end, his talent had also increased. In this way, who could compare to him? At the thought of this, everyone's faces turned ugly. My talent has increased. At this moment, in the heavenly river of wind, an excited voice was heard. It was Yu. His confidence had increased, and he must become the most dazzling genius of the human world. However, after his voice, the city was still silent, and no one cared about him. He glanced around, and when his gaze landed on Lin Ling, his heart trembled violently. Lin Ling's talent had also increased. Yu was not the most dazzling. At this moment, Yu's face froze, and he did not know what to say. It's over, even Yu can't compare to Lin Ling. Lin Ling has won this bet. My merit points, damn Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a third-grade divine rank Wusheng, and now even his talent has increased. Such a genius is terrifying. The crowd made a sound, and their faces were complicated. Outside the Skyborder City, Yuan Zi stared ahead, and her heart became heavier. This news must be reported to the demon race. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling continued to move forward, following the Death Law River, and actually headed to the top of the mountain. And that was the Heavenly Law River. This action was no doubt earth-shattering. Lin Ling had won, but he did not give up, and actually wanted to go to the Heavenly Law River. One must know that until now, no one had ever gone to the Heavenly Law River. This guy is crazy. If he dies in the Heavenly Law River, it will be fun. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself, because that was a challenge to the heavens. Even the 7 emperors were not optimistic about Lin Ling, and they helplessly shook their heads. Lin Ling had already won, so why was he so stubbornly going to the Heavenly Law River? Go, it's better if you die there. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother coldly said, and her eyes were filled with expectation. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stepped forward. A voice in his mind told him that he wanted to go to the Heavenly Law River, because that was the path Li Xiaoyao took to leave the martial god world. Perhaps this path was difficult, but Lin Ling must go and take a look. If he did not even dare to walk the path of the past, then how could he talk about the martial path? Boom! There was only one Heavenly Law River, and it was the mother river of the other 8, so the laws in the Heavenly Law River were even more terrifying. Bang! The terrifying river rushed over, and Lin Ling was sent flying, spitting out blood. Seeing this, everyone laughed, not surprised by the scene in front of them, because this was a disaster from the heavens. One could survive, but not from one's own sins. Overestimating himself. Tianzong martial god was happier than anyone else. Chapter 1939. My path. Pa. However, Lin Ling climbed up from the terrifying river. He looked at the mountain peak and gritted his teeth as he climbed up. His godly demon body was constantly healing him, but the river water was also attacking him. Rumble. Lin Ling was once again sent flying, and this time his injuries were even more serious. Seeing Lin Ling, everyone shook their heads and felt that this was normal. Lin Ling, give up. Emperor Lisho shouted as he saw Lin Ling stubbornly climbing the mountain. Even if the 7 Emperor's sky had to compensate him with 1 billion merit points, he didn't want Lin Ling to die in the heavenly Law River. This was because that was where the 8 Law Rivers gathered. Not only was it a test of the body, but it was also a test of the soul, talent, willpower, and so on. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear him. Instead, he laughed. He continued forward. The reason Lin Ling laughed was because he sensed that the heavenly Law River was a place to temper one's essence, energy, and spirit. It was just right for him. This also meant that he would follow Li Xiaoyao's path of martial arts. You are you, and I am me. Today, I will walk your path. In the future, I will walk my own path. Lin Ling's mind was incomparably firm, but soon, he was once again washed down by the heavenly Law River. It was as if the heavens had rejected him. Pa! Lin Ling climbed up again and continued forward with great difficulty. His body, dantian, and soul had all suffered heavy injuries. If he wasn't a triple essence, energy, and spirit cultivator, he would have already turned into ashes. No one knew this secret. Everyone only knew that no one could walk through the heavenly Law River. However, they didn't know that the only person who could walk through it was a triple essence, energy, and spirit cultivator. I can still do it. Lin Ling climbed up again, but when he reached the mountain along the river, he was washed down again. This time, Sky Border City was silent. He had finally reached the mountain, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. However, Lin Ling continued forward. Everyone could see that even the slightest movement took Lin Ling a long time. Why was he so persistent? Could it be that he didn't even want his life anymore? Why was he so stubborn? Could it be that there was something at the top of the mountain that attracted him? This kid is not simple. In the distance, Yuan Zi frowned and said. Of course, it wasn't just her. All the experts in Sky Border City felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary. As for the Xian Di 10 heroes, Huang Sun, and the others, they were extremely jealous. Lin Ling's strength was inferior to theirs, but he had repeatedly done things that they didn't dare to do. Why is he going to the top of the mountain? A desolate voice echoed from the Dermic River. It was the Sky Shrimp. He looked at the fearless young man and eventually weakened the nomological laws of the Dermic River. Don't go easy on me. However, Lin Ling also sensed the weakening of the heavenly Law River. You! The celestial shrimp let out a cry of surprise. That young man didn't want its help? How could there be such a foolish person in this world? He was kind enough to let the young man ascend the mountain more easily, but the young man refused him. Your heart of martial arts has surpassed everyone in the world. Sigh, I'll fulfill your wish. The celestial shrimp sighed softly, causing the Dermic River to overflow even more intensely than before. He couldn't go easy on the young man anymore. If he went easy on him, it would be an insult to the young man because the young man might be confirming his own heart of martial arts. At this moment, Lin Ling had walked more than half of the Dermic River and reached the second half of the Dermic River. He was getting closer to the top of the Dermic River. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying Dermic River crashed down. Rumble. Lin Ling was washed back to the starting point again. Everyone shook their heads. What a pity. This time, he was even closer to the finish line, but he still failed. After this failure, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stand up again. This time, the heavenly river is finally over. The human realm giant shook his head. He would come to watch every time the Dermic River was refined, but this time was undoubtedly the most shocking. Wait, he's standing up again. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke, causing the entire city to become even more silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Lin Ling climbed up again. Using all his strength, he rushed into the river and slowly climbed to the top of the mountain. At this moment, his thin body seemed to be as tall as a giant. This kind of determination undoubtedly moved the hearts of many. After seeing Lin Ling fail again, many people felt an inexplicable heartache. Lu Susu, Eternal Fairy, and their beautiful eyes were also wet. It was as if they saw a man fighting alone, embarking on the journey for the belief and goal in his heart. He could become the son of desolation, not because of his strength, but because of the determination in his heart. The two Battle Kings Sun and Moon Wushuang spoke at the same time. At this moment, the two seniors also admired Lin Ling. Why do you persist? The celestial shrimp watched Lin Ling climb up the heavenly river again. He finally spoke. Because this is my path. If I don't search for it, I will regret it. I will miss out on many things. Lin Ling was still moving forward with difficulty. His clear eyes were filled with determination. Boom! The celestial shrimp's heart exploded. My path? This path was the path of that lord. He said in shock, could it be that you are? Yes. Who I am is not important. Now, I am Lin Ling. Yes. The determined voice floated out, causing the celestial shrimp's body to tremble. He could faintly see that indomitable man, that benefactor who enlightened him. In a distant era, that lord passed by here. He saw the beautiful scenery here, so he planned to step into the sky from here. However, when that lord slashed open the sky and opened the path to heaven, large amounts of fish and prawns died in the nearby ponds. Only the celestial shrimp did not die. At that time, he was covered in wounds and was washed ashore. However, his will to live made him persist. He went back into the water. Only by returning to the water could he survive. Because of his will to live, that lord stopped on the way to the sky and smiled as he enlightened him. Just one enlightenment, and he, the celestial shrimp, was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. He still remembered this kindness. And now, he saw the shadow of that lord in this young man. He knew that this determined young man must be related to that lord. Because they were so similar. I will help you. Yes. The celestial shrimp roared. He was more excited than anyone else. He seemed to have seen his benefactor. No need. Let the bigger waves come. Stop. Lin Ling refused directly. The celestial shrimp smiled bitterly. Lord, if you continue like this, you will die. Stop. This is my path. Come on. Stop. Lin Ling said with difficulty. Okay. Stop. The celestial shrimp finally nodded. When Lin Ling was about to reach the top of the mountain, a 1,000-meter-tall Dharma river crashed down from the sky. It was dazzling and majestic. It was a shocking sight. This. Stop. In Skyborder City, everyone was shocked. Why was this Dharma river different from usual? Good, 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 he is dead. Stop. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother had been nervously clenching her fists. At this moment, she did not care about her face and shouted. However, her appearance made many people look at her angrily because she was too ugly. Lin Ling, be careful. Stop. On the side of the 7 emperors, everyone shouted. Chapter 1940. The Perfect Demon. Rumble. The entire mountain peak, Skyborder City, and even the ground were shaking. This was because this was not an ordinary river, but the water of law. Even a martial emperor expert would not dare to rashly resist it. The deafening sound lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Finally, the river water flowed into 8 branches before it finally weakened. However, everyone was silent and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Pa! At this time, a figure stood up from the water not far from the mountain peak. His clothes were tattered and his long hair danced in the wind. His handsome face was cold and indifferent. At first, he struggled to stand up, but for some reason, a mysterious force swept through his body and he gradually regained his strength. That kind of feeling was as if he had just crossed the threshold of life. He didn't get washed down the mountain. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Miracle, this was simply a miracle. He was the first person to reach the summit since the appearance of the Dharma River. Everyone's hearts were trembling as if they had been struck dumb. At this moment, even the three great mythological figures felt that Lin Ling was very terrifying, as if he was above their heads. As for Son of Famine and the others, their complexions were dark and gloomy, as if they were looking up at Lin Ling. However, outside of them, everyone else was looking up at Lin Ling. An undefeatable war god was standing at the top of the mountain. His invincibility didn't mean that he had never lost a battle. On the contrary, he had lost time and time again. However, his heart was undefeatable. He continued to fight until he finally reached the top. This was the counterattack of an ant against the heavens. Crash! At the top of the mountain, a gentle breeze blew, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter. He looked at the sky, and it was as if he could touch the peak of the heavens. This was the path that Li Xiaoyao walked. Lin Ling also wanted to take this path. He even wanted to go to the top of the mountain to watch. Very beautiful. Lin Ling said softly. It was indeed beautiful because the sky was dotted with stars, as if they were right above his head. The martial god's world seemed to have opened a door to him. My soul force has reached level 280, and my other domains have also been balanced. This trip was really good. Then, Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely bright. In the past, his three domains were not balanced. His physical body was too strong, and his martial arts of fire were too weak. But now, they were all balanced. This was because his fire attribute talent had improved once again. The Yellow Springs flame had also reached the 3rd grade of the divine rank. Boom! The Yellow Springs flame appeared around Lin Ling like a tide. It was so beautiful. Another talent improved. As they stared at the dazzling white flames, cries of shock rang out one after another. Some even slapped themselves to see if they were dreaming. This was because on this trip, Lin Ling's cultivation had increased, his laws had increased, his martial arts had increased, and even his 2 great talents had increased. Whoever could surpass him would be the true winner. Shanggongyu and the others became gloomy. Although they were stronger than Lin Ling, they knew that from today onwards, only Lin Ling could surpass them. They would never have the chance to surpass Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's talent had improved in all aspects. He could be called the most perfect monster. The Desolates and the others were clenching their fists as if they were looking at a rising star that would surpass them in the future. This was especially true for the carefree Son of Heaven. Their faces were the most unsightly. This was because the 3rd transition Wusheng, in addition to 2 great 3rd grade divine rank talents. Their potential could be imagined. No matter how powerful you are, can you compare to me, the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? Only fallen mortal was still confident and snorted disdainfully. Unfortunately, no one took his words to heart. This was because up until now, this reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao had never shown any brilliance. Instead, he had been in quite a sorry state. If Li Xiaoyao was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, many people felt that Lin Ling was more qualified. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoyao was reincarnated as fallen mortal. It was a bit of a waste. We won. 1 billion merit points. After a brief silence, the Law Overlord's voice suddenly rang out. Everybody's expression changed drastically. Even though they were moved by Lin Ling's determination, after calming down, they realized that they had lost a lot. 1 billion merit points. You won't go back on your word, right? After today, I don't know how many people will cry. Emperor Li Shou also shouted excitedly. He looked at them one by one, and their faces were as dark as the bottom of a nest. It was as if they had eaten a fly. Seeing this, he wanted to roar at the sky. If he had won against ordinary people, with his status, he wouldn't have been happy, but if he had won against 2 other legendary cultivators, he would have been very happy. Moreover, 1 billion merit points. Just thinking about it made one unable to sleep. Did we lose? Whispered Sun and Moon Wushuang. They looked calm, but in fact, they wanted to cry because they had bet 100 million merit points. That was a terrifying amount. Champion University wouldn't be able to make any progress for 100 years. As for Prince Xiaoyao and the others, they were gnashing their teeth, especially Prince Xiaoyao. He had originally placed a bet of 10 million, but Lin Ling had goaded him into placing a bet of 50 million. He hated Lin Ling to the core. Everybody remained silent. On the side of the 7 Emperors' world, everybody was overjoyed. Lu Susu and the others burst into laughter. We don't have that many merit points right now. We'll owe you. At this time, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother suddenly said. Oh. The people of the 7 Emperors' world were smiling. They couldn't pay her back. Old witch, you're going back on your word. Shouted Emperor Yu furiously. If they had lost, the other side wouldn't have accepted the debt. Emperor Yu, don't go too far. Did I say I wouldn't give you anything? I don't have that many merit points right now, said the Jade Lake's mother smiling coldly. Besides, it's not like I won't give you the debt. I'm going too far, said Emperor Yu, pointing at the Jade Lake's mother. He was even more furious. They had lost, they had taken back what belonged to them, and now they were being called going too far? That's right. We'll pay you back sooner or later. I promise you, I'll pay you back within 100 years. Said the other strong cultivators. They looked indifferent. Emperor Yu frowned. He couldn't refute them. Besides, more and more people were talking. Everybody was following the Jade Lake's mother. In any case, the 7 emperors couldn't attack them. Besides, they couldn't stop so many people. The Jade Lake's mother smiled even more coldly. She looked at the 7 emperors as if they were idiots. Then, she flicked her sleeves and left. The people on the side of the 7 emperors were all trembling with anger. They wanted to stop them, but even if they could stop the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, they couldn't stop the other experts. You're acting like hooligans, roared the Law Overlord, his fat jiggling. However, nobody paid attention to him. Everybody was preparing to leave. Who dares to leave? However, at that moment, a cold shout rang out. A slender figure stood on the top of the mountain, staring coldly at the ground. His eyes were filled with rage. It was Lin Ling. Can you stop me if I want to leave? Said the Jade Lake's mother disdainfully. She was the first to leave. She wanted to tell Lin Ling that she wanted to leave. What could he do about it? Because based on the current situation, not to mention Lin Ling, even the 7 emperors were unable to stop them. You dare to leave if I don't let you? Celestial Shrimp, stop her. Chapter 1941. Who dares to leave? Rumble. But at this time, terrifying waves surged from the Law River. It was as if a heavenly river was crashing down. It rushed out of the mountain and smashed towards the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. This Law River was condensed from the power of the 9 rivers. It was extremely terrifying. PFFF. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother couldn't react in time and spat out a mouthful of blood. She was in a sorry state. Did I allow you to leave the city? Lin Ling's cold voice came again, causing the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's eyes to widen. How could Lin Ling allow the River of Law to attack her? She wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone was shocked and even frightened. For everyone, the River of Law was the most mysterious existence. Even if one wanted to open it, one would need an ancient powerhouse to do so. But Lin Ling actually used the River of Law to block the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother? You're courting death. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother let out a furious roar as her eyes turned red. Rumble. The river of law rushed towards her again. But the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was worthy of being a legend of the mortal world. Facing the 9 rivers of law, a 5-colored snow lotus appeared in her right hand. It bloomed with holy light in an attempt to block the terrifying river of law. However, she underestimated the power left behind by Li Xiaoyao. The river of law roared even more fiercely, causing her hair to become disheveled and her eyes to become dazzled. She couldn't block it, she couldn't block it at all. Pop! The river of law was like a huge python or a ribbon that coiled around the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother blocked it in a sorry state. Even her golden embroidered shoes were washed away. At this moment, she didn't look like the Heavenly Mother but more like a shrew. She, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, had never imagined that the ant-like Lin Ling would have the strength to fight against her. At this moment, she felt like she was in a dream. In the past, when she found out that Yu and the others were taken away by a junior, she exploded with anger. However, that youth's background wasn't small, so she endured it. Moreover, she thought that she could slowly toy with such an ant to death and let him know how lowly he was. However, the Sky Lord was eliminated. She knew that this ant had some ability. But now, she knew that he was no longer an ant, but a rising star who was qualified to confront her. Are you going to give it or not? Lin Ling coldly shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to use the power of the Dharma River to kill the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. However, the Heavenly Shrimp told Lin Ling that it was not difficult to kill the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Hearing this, Lin Ling was secretly regretful. He then shouted again, "Let me tell you, our 7 emperors' heaven doesn't accept IOUs. If you don't leave behind some merit points today, no one will give you face." His voice floated out, frivolous, domineering, and intimidating. Everyone's hearts began to tremble. Only Lin Ling would dare to threaten a mortal realm legend like this. This guy. The faces of the 7 emperors went pale as well, shocked by what they were seeing. As for Emperor Duowen, his jaw dropped. Was this Lin Ling the ruler of heaven and earth? Previously, he was able to control the Avalon of 5 elements in the human world. This time, he could borrow the power of the Dharma River. He was simply omnipotent. Could it be that Lin Ling's perseverance had moved Senior Fa He to reach the top of the mountain? Was that why Fa He helped Lin Ling? The others had similar guesses because this was the only explanation that made sense. Lin Ling, there are no merit points, only IOUs. If you're not convinced, kill me if you can. Under countless gazes, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother became hysterical. She shook her messy hair and roared. She did not believe that a mere junior would dare to be arrogant to her. What a thick skin. Lu Susu and the others gritted their teeth. This was shameless. This was also a battle of ruthlessness. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of ruthless people since he started learning martial arts. He was not afraid of anyone in a battle of ruthlessness. It's a fair bet. If I lose, I'll go bankrupt. If I win, you want to renege on your debt? However, you're right. I can't kill you, but I can strip you of your clothes and let everyone see your ugly appearance. Lin Ling was so angry that he laughed. The so-called IOUs were naturally reneging on their debt. Lin Ling was not fooled. You dare? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression changed. She could not lower her noble head, but if her clothes were stripped, how would she face people tomorrow? What kind of laughingstock would the human world become? All the experts in Skyborder City sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling still had this trick up his sleeve. How ruthless. Those experts who reneged on their debt were all trembling. Lin Ling was not to be bullied. Alright, strip her naked. Surprisingly, the Law Overlord was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Even his fat face was drooling. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was also trembling. She knew that Lin Ling was a man of his words. There was nothing he did not dare to do. This made her hate Lin Ling to the core. Lin Ling had actually embarrassed her so much. Your jade pendant is also a bet. Are you giving it to me? Lin Ling waved his right hand and had the sky prawn control the spiritual river, causing it to shrink. I'll give it to you. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother finally spoke. The jade pendant hanging on her body fell to the ground. Lin Ling waved his right hand and the jade pendant floated over. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it felt. This treasure must have been left behind by Li Xiaoyao. Of course, the most important thing was that the jade pendant was carved from a spatial stone. It could record time and was very helpful to spatial martial artists. Of course, others who obtained this jade pendant might not know how to use it. Gotcha. Lin Ling directly tore the jade pendant apart, leaving the spatial stone and throwing away all the other decorations. You bastard! Seeing Lin Ling's prodigal actions, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother roared again. Although she had handed over the jade pendant, it was only temporary. She would redeem it in the future. After all, this jade pendant was given to her by her master. But Lin Ling directly tore it apart. This jade pendant belongs to me. I tore it apart. What does it have to do with you? Also, you have to give me the merit points. Lin Ling ignored her and shouted again. Fine, 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 I will give it to you. Lin Ling, remember your actions today. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother could not bear it. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been slashed 1,000,000 times. Hee, who wants to leave? Let me tell you, today, I will not accept any promissory notes. Those who do not pay merit points will not be allowed to leave. Moreover, they will be stripped naked. Of course, those who are willing to strip will not receive any merit points. Lin Ling's eyes swept over everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. They wanted to refuse, but when they saw the terrifying river of law, they immediately lost all thoughts of resistance. Will you give it to me? I am from the North Celestial Royal Family. Can you not give it to me? That guy is called Mad God. His name is not just for show. He might even strip you. Give it to me. In Sky Border City, he is practically the boss. One by one, the human world's big shots took out their jade pendants and handed over their merit points. In the process, they revealed ugly smiles. As expected of the two battle kings, Sun and Moon Wushuang. 100 million merit points. I, the Law Overlord, admire such courage. The Law Overlord was faster than Emperor Li Ho and the others. He smiled and went to take the merit points. His fat face was as wretched as it could be. Everyone wanted to slap him 12 times. Chapter 1942. The demons attacked again. Unparalleled Sun and Moon smiled as they looked at Lin Ling on the mountaintop. Their smiles became even more brilliant, but they wanted to cry in their hearts. Admit defeat? Dream on. If they didn't give up, they would strip them naked. Obviously, they were forcing them to give up. Of course, the biggest reason why they agreed was because of the ancient magnate. Although the ancient magnate wasn't here, they were still in the wrong. Thank you, everyone. The 7 emperors were all overjoyed because they had obtained 1 billion merit points. Everyone had profited greatly. Lin Ling was also the same. His biggest gain was the spatial stone. This stone was divided into different grades, and the one he got now was obviously more precious. It could increase the power of his tyrannical song sword. Sir, the Dharma River is the law of the void. It's starting to retreat. At this time, the divine lobster respectfully said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the endless sky with a smile. He had gained a lot on this trip. Most importantly, he found the path Li Xiaoyao had walked, and now he knew what it meant to be free and unfettered. Thanks, old lobster. See you next time. Lin Ling jumped down and left the mountaintop. Rumble. The resplendent Dharma River started to flow backward. The scene was shocking, and the ancient mountain started to sink into the ground. Seeing this, many people had complicated expressions. They guessed that Lin Ling was able to get the help of the Dharma River because Lin Ling's perseverance had moved the old man in the Dharma River. Now that the Dharma River had left, they were unwilling, especially the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. She couldn't wait to take back those treasures. Of course, Lin Ling took the merit points and ignored their resentful eyes. Moreover, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Let's go. The 10 heroes of Xian Di and the son of Huang coldly stared at Lin Ling and planned to leave. They felt pressured and couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. On the other hand, Lin Ling was incomparably relaxed and carefree. Many people secretly shook their heads when they saw these two auras. It was as if they saw Lin Ling surpassing those top geniuses. But no matter what, Lin Ling had written a glorious stroke in the history of the mortal world today. Rumble. Just as everyone was about to leave, the ground suddenly shook. In the distance, dust filled the sky, and the laws of nature soared into the sky. Moreover, they were coming from all directions. Demon Clan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Because after the last confrontation in the heavenly earth, the Devil Clan's vitality had been greatly damaged. Unless the 5 great Devil Kings gathered together, they should not dare to appear again. But now, the demon race came again. Everyone. All the giants of the mortal world shouted solemnly. Not good, it's the Mountain Charge Flame Demon Clan. Someone shouted in horror, and his face turned pale. Hearing this, all the giants of the mortal world trembled. The so-called Mountain Charge Flame Demon Clan was an extremely mysterious demon clan. They weren't strong, but they could erupt with 100 Dharma laws before they died. And this was the lowest standard. The terrifying ones could even erupt with 1,000 Dharma laws. They were the most terrifying existence among the demon clan. The only flaw was that they weren't very intelligent. At present, the Mountain Charge Flame Demon Clan was all around. Obviously, these demon clan intended to perish together with the humans. One demon clan was not terrible, but tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of them, even the giants of the mortal world had to avoid them. Motherfucker, the demon race is a broken pot. There are also demon birds in the sky that commit suicide. Everyone's face turned solemn. This was an army besieging the city. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. That feeling was like watching countless people holding explosives and choosing to blow up the city. Of course, although this move was violent and the demon clan would certainly suffer great losses, there were too many geniuses gathered in Skyborder City. If they could kill them, the demon clan would still make a small profit. Rumble. Countless demon bulls charged, and after a series of collisions, the city was destroyed. Ah, save me! A large number of people cried out in horror. Many humans and demon clan perished together. It was extremely tragic. No matter what the origin of these people in the mortal world was, or how powerful they were, under the impact of the self-exploding demon bulls, they were still a pile of yellow soil. Everyone, escape from here. The 7 emperors and the others all shouted. If they stayed where they were, they would be living rakes. Because in the face of self-exploding death warriors, the right way to go was to avoid them. Fishing the world. Emperor Li Shou also erupted with a terrifying power of law. Dazzling fishing hooks smashed into the ground, causing many demon bulls to explode. However, the effect was obviously not great, because the demon clan did not dodge at all. They directly self-exploded because they came here with no intention of leaving. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone scattered. Almost at the same time, Skyborder City collapsed. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The rumbling sound seemed to spread throughout the entire grand mystic realm. Roar! In the sky, a dense group of self-exploding demon birds also flew over, exploding with a roar. It was as if countless fireworks were blooming, forming a large area of law explosion. A large number of humans died again. The ground was instantly in chaos. It was like purgatory in the mortal world. Lu Susu. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He first went to check on his friends. Fortunately, Lu Susu and the others were with Emperor Qing Jing, so Lin Ling did not have to worry about their safety. As for the others under the 7 emperors, Lin Ling did not have the time to worry about them. Then, he immediately left. Because he had been scattered by the rush. The 7 emperors and the others wanted to help Lin Ling, but the law explosion around them made it impossible for them to leave. Lin Ling ran along the hills and across the plains. He saw with his own eyes that some mortal world geniuses were surrounded by 5 self-exploding demon bulls and blown to death. Obviously, the demon clan's target was still the mortal world geniuses. Moreover, Lin Ling could see that there were actually people leading these self-destructing demons from behind. These demons gave up on killing the older powerhouses and rushed towards the younger generation. Moreover, there were many demons in charge of leading these demons, and they were scattered in every corner of the earth. Kill him. At this time, a voice sounded in front of Lin Ling. He saw a giant self-exploding demon bull charging at Lin Ling with earth-shattering steps. In the sky, shadows filled the air. Demon birds with 10-meter-long wings also flew over. The sky and earth were sealed. They wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could not meet force with force because the other party was a death warrior. They wanted Lin Ling to meet force with force. However, seeing the 100-meter-tall demon bull charging at him, Lin Ling smiled. Although the demon clan came to kill him, they did not recognize him. Therefore, they treated him as an ordinary mortal world genius. Therefore, there were not many demon bulls that appeared. There's a son of desolation over there. That person in the distance is Prince Xiaoyao. Lin Ling looked around and suddenly pointed at the sky in the distance. There were continuous explosions over there as well. A figure was bursting with murderous intent. He was able to withstand the attacks of more than a dozen suicide-exploding demonic birds. Such strength was extremely terrifying. That person was none other than Prince Xiaoyao. Lin Ling's voice seemed to be talking to himself, but it had clearly fallen into the ears of a demon clan member behind him. This demon clan member was not tall and was very thin. However, it seemed to be the general behind the scenes. This was a wolf clan member, a demon clan member with extremely powerful soul force. Die. Chapter 1943. Self-destructing demons rumble. When the giant bull arrived, it exploded before it even got close to Lin Ling. It actually erupted with the power of 300 laws, which was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Ling was unable to block this attack. His body exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. On the other hand, the wolf-eared devil laughed cruelly and gave the order for all the giant oxen in the surroundings to charge towards the sky. Thus, an extremely shocking scene appeared. 100 exploding giant oxen stepped through the air and charged towards Prince Unfettered. Bastard! At this moment, Prince Xiaoyao was extremely sullen. Why were there suddenly so many demons? Who was trying to harm him? The son of Huang must be killed. On the ground, the wolf-eared devil race's voice let Prince Xiaoyao know that the wolf-eared devil race had recognized his identity. He couldn't wait to kill him. This infuriated him, and he had no choice but to resist the self-detonation of the surrounding devils with all his might. At the same time, he stared at the ground and noticed that a figure was growing like a bamboo shoot after the rain not too far away from the wolf-eared devil. That figure had transformed into a handsome young man, and most importantly, that young man was Lin Ling. Lin Ling was next to the jackal devil, and then the jackal devil ordered the other devils to surround and kill him? Prince Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, and the veins on his forehead became even more prominent. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was trying to frame him again. Again? This was the third time. Hee, thank you. On the ground, although Lin Ling had been blown to pieces before, his god and devil body had reached the great success stage, and he could be reborn from a drop of blood. Therefore, before, he was only pretending to be dead, because there were too many devils around him. He was not stupid enough to meet them head-on. Even if the sky fell, the tall man would block it. Moreover, Lin Ling's talents had all been improved. He was only lacking cultivation resources. Therefore, he would not take the risk. You're not dead? The wolf-eared devil race also noticed Lin Ling, and couldn't help but be shocked. What a powerful body. I was just lucky. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, causing the expression of the wolf-eared devil race to turn serious. At this moment, the self-destructing devil race under its control had already flown into the sky, and it was obviously impossible for the distant devil race to help. As for strength? Its strength was not strong. What was powerful was its soul power and intelligence. You look like a bay, which reminds me of the wolf and wolf colluding with each other. You should be the legendary bay, right? Lin Ling walked forward step by step, the tyrant song sword appearing in his hand. The so-called bay was actually in the form of a wolf, but it was thinner and weaker. It was like a military advisor in the wolf tribe. Who are you? The bearded devil said with a frown. Lin Ling was still moving forward slowly, but the sword in his hand was becoming more and more dazzling. The terrifying power of law caused the expression of the wolf-eared devil race to change. This person was so strong. He had been tricked, thinking that this was just an ordinary sixth-stage realm wusheng. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, followed by the mystic turtle's 9 steps, and disappeared on the spot. As for the bearded devil, it was stunned on the spot, its eyes trembling. This time, the devil race had sent out the self-destructing army because they had received news from a certain important person. A terrifying monster had been born in the human realm, and his name was Lin Ling. For that Lin Ling, they had chosen to sacrifice hundreds of millions of devil race members, not hesitating to kill that monstrous genius. Unfortunately, the situation was too chaotic. In addition, not everyone knew who Lin Ling was, so they had chosen to use a large-scale explosion. However, who knew that Lin Ling was right in front of him, and had escaped? Lin Ling, over here. The bearded devil let out a cry, and finally, its head fell off. Unfortunately, it did not notify the other devil race members. Lin Ling, you motherfucker, die for me. In the sky, Prince Xiaoyao realized that more and more devil race members were charging over. All of them were carrying explosives, and they were not afraid of death. They were all here to bomb him. He was furious. He was not the only son of Huang, so why did they bomb him? Lin Ling was just below, so why didn't the devil race bomb Lin Ling? And, that damned Lin Ling, he had helped him block the devil race army again. There will be no next time. I will never be your cannon fodder again. I will swallow you up sooner or later. Prince Xiaoyao self-destructed, and after expending even more killing laws, he finally escaped from the encirclement. His physical body could not be compared to Lin Ling's. Those killing laws that he had expended would require a few hundred years of cultivation to recover. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Sky Border City had turned into ruins. As for the ancient giants, none of them had appeared. Because they had expended their cultivation to open up the Dharma River, so they could not leave. Kill how many human realm geniuses? On a mountain range in the distance, a woman in purple frowned and said, My lord, currently, more than 300 human realm geniuses have died, and they were all Wusheng's 5th stage and below. Among them, 3 of the Xian D10 heroes were heavily injured and were rescued by the human realm giants. As for the son of Huang, one of them was heavily injured and was rescued by someone. Tianzong and Jade Lake Heavenly Mother worked together to escape the encirclement, but Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was heavily injured. As for the other world giants, many of them died. A bat-like devil race member floated in the air and spoke. "Where is Lin Ling?" the woman asked. "The situation is too chaotic. I don't see Lin Ling." Moreover, Lin Ling became famous too late, so most of the mountain charge flame devils don't recognize him. However, with the large-scale explosion of laws, as long as Lin Ling is a step slower, he will definitely be killed. After all, although Lin Ling is talented, his current strength is not that great. If only that were the case, but as far as I know, this mad god Lin Ling is an extremely intelligent person. He shouldn't be stupid enough to stay in Sky Border City. Sigh, I hope he will die here. The woman sighed. No matter, he will definitely die. And even if he doesn't die, if he meets me, Pink Prince, I will kill him. Beside him, a man in a black cloak said. He was the Pink Second Prince. Right now, most of the suicide exploding devils are dead, and the human realm powerhouses are starting to gather. It's about time we leave. After all, the human realm powerhouses are not afraid of the suicide exploding devils. They just want to protect their own people. If they discover us, we will be in trouble. Another person spoke. This person was dressed in white, had white hair, and looked benevolent. This person was actually a human. If there was a human here, he would definitely be surprised to find that this person was the Sky Lord. Alright, listen to the Sky Lord. Let's leave this place. The woman nodded, and the figures on the mountaintop disappeared without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was still shaking, and laws were exploding all around. However, the sound gradually became softer. Clearly, this group of devils had all self-destructed. In the distant mountain range, everyone looked at the huge explosion circle in the center with solemn expressions. Fortunately, they had escaped quickly. If they had been a step slower, they would have died. Death warriors are indeed terrifying. This move has greatly damaged the devil race's vitality. Why don't we take advantage of this to kill them? Don't be rash. If they dare to do this, they naturally have the confidence. I'm guessing that the other devil kings of the devil realm are coming. The human realm powerhouses floated in the sky, frowning at the scene before them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 1944. They were all cannon fodder. Good, Shanggongyu, you're back. Qin Hu, are you okay too? Many people laughed. Fortunately, these experts with boundless potential did not die. However, they also saw that several of the Xian D10 heroes were seriously injured. Lin Ling? Where's Lin Ling? Yes. At this time, Emperor Li Shou's gaze swept around, looking for Lin Ling among the crowd. As soon as his words fell, many people did the same. Lin Ling had displayed even more terrifying talent in the River of Law. He couldn't have died, right? Hee, I think this time the demons killed their way here because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling is their target, so Lin Ling should be dead. Yes. Someone from the ancient Immortal platform gloated. Hee, that's possible. The expert from the ancient Ji family also laughed. The eyes of Son of Huang and the others lit up, and the corners of their mouths curled into a smile. Especially Tianzong Divine Martial, Mortal Descent, and the others, they were even happier than when they broke through. Cough cough. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother spat out a mouthful of blood. She was injured by the River of Law, so when the demons came, she was seriously injured again. But now, she felt that her injuries were healed because Lin Ling had died. How lively. Yes. But at this time, from the ground, a slender figure slowly walked over. With an ancient sword on his back, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and a wine pot in one hand, his face carefree. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling was still alive. Son of Huang and the others were disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Seeing Lin Ling's carefree appearance, they felt as if they were being mocked. Most importantly, the others were escaping in panic, but Lin Ling was drinking. Was he taking a walk? Why aren't you dead? Yes. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was angrier than anyone else. She pointed at Lin Ling. Hee, someone helped me. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and replied indifferently. His word surprised countless people. During the previous explosion, everyone could barely take care of themselves. Who would help Lin Ling? It was Prince Xiaoyao. He lured away a large number of demons for me. I have to thank him. Lin Ling laughed again, causing many people to grind their teeth. They didn't know why, but when they saw Lin Ling's naive and innocent appearance, their hearts burned with lust. As for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, she glared at Lin Ling. She felt a sweetness in her throat as the injuries she had suppressed just now seemed to erupt. However, she forcefully swallowed the blood because she didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Ling. I'm guessing that the devil race's goal is me. Because my talent is too strong, and my current strength is not strong, they will definitely kill me quickly. I've implicated everyone. Lin Ling suddenly blurted out. Silence. Everyone was silent. The evil fire that had been suppressed in his heart was about to explode at this moment. Lin Ling, you also know that the devil race is here to kill you? We were all cannon fodder for you, and we all escaped with serious injuries. But you had a satisfied look on your face, and you were even drinking. Forget about that, you still have the nerve to mention it? Pooh. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother could no longer suppress her injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. Heavenly Mother, you have to take care of your body. Lin Ling expressed his concern at the right time. Pooh. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother spat out another mouthful of blood. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. Several of the Sons of Desolation were also seriously injured. At this moment, they also had the urge to vomit blood. Lin Ling. At this time, a figure came from afar. It was Prince Xiaoyao. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was a mess, his face was ashen, and even his clothes were tattered by the devil race. Hee, Prince Xiaoyao, it's good to see that you're fine. Lin Ling replied with a smile, causing Prince Xiaoyao's expression to freeze. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's trap, how could he have become cannon fodder? Moreover, this was his third time being cannon fodder. Everyone was a son of heaven from the outside world, so why was he so unlucky? Lin Ling was so lucky. He pointed at Lin Ling, the anger and killing intent in his eyes extremely strong. But in the end, he put down his hand because with the 7 emperors here, he clearly couldn't kill Lin Ling. Emperor Li Shou bitterly smiled. Lin Ling wanted to anger everyone to death, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, it's good that everyone is fine. In my opinion, although the devil race's goal is Lin Ling, the human race's geniuses are also their targets. So, don't blame Lin Ling. Not to mention, it wasn't easy for everyone to escape that calamity. Who knew that it would have been better if he didn't do it, but once he did, everyone became even angrier. It was true that it wasn't easy for everyone to escape that calamity, but this everyone didn't include Lin Ling because this guy was still drinking. It was as if the calamity from before had nothing to do with him, and he was completely unharmed. Prince Xiaoyao's expression became gloomy, and he almost vomited blood. He could only sulk in his heart. Earlier, the devil race attacked and everyone was injured. I was at the Peerless Pagoda Cloud and couldn't come out. As for martial god Tianyu, he was guarding the Law River, so it was the same. Now, everyone can rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will gather at the peerless pagoda cloud. At this time, the voice of the mortal world guardian sounded. This time, all the experts of the mortal world can enter the peerless pagoda cloud, including the 3 great myths of the mortal world. Because the devil race also entered the peerless pagoda cloud. After hearing this, many people became excited. The peerless pagoda cloud was one of the top 10 secret realms in this world. Even the giants of the mortal world and the devil race were extremely tempted by this place. This place was also called the Land of God, and the treasures and secret realms inside would undoubtedly allow many people to be reborn. Perhaps, during this trip to the peerless pagoda cloud, the mortal world might even have a new legend rising. The peerless pagoda cloud? The eyes of Xian Di, the 10 heroes, and the others were burning. At the moment, they didn't have much hope of catching up to Lin Ling, but if there was a great creation, then this might not necessarily be the case. The group of Huang's child also had the same thought. Lin Ling's potential was very frightening, so they had to work harder. Let's go. One by one, the experts left to prepare for tomorrow's trip to the peerless pagoda cloud. Lin Ling looked at them full of confidence and couldn't help but smile. The second stone sculpture was at the peerless pagoda cloud, and he had been waiting for it for a long time. Even though he didn't know what other people would get, could it be comparable to the second stone sculpture left behind by Li Xiaoyao? Lin Ling, let's go. The people on the side of the 7 emperors also smiled and called for Lin Ling to leave together. Everyone stepped on the clouds and headed toward the 7 emperors' sky. Lin Ling, you really helped the 7 emperors' sky vent their anger today. To be able to win against the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, even we can't do it. Along the way, the Law Overlord's fat face revealed a smile as he looked at Lin Ling as vulgar as possible. His appearance shocked everyone. Wasn't the Law Overlord targeting Lin Ling before? How was he going to curry favor with Lin Ling now? Lu Susu and the others sighed in their hearts. Unknowingly, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the heights of the mortal world's 3 great legends. At the very least, if it were them, the Law Overlord wouldn't personally speak, and his tone would be polite. Am I close to you? Get lost. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling didn't give the Law Overlord any face. Clearly, he still remembered how the Law Overlord made things difficult for him in the past. You. I'm supporting you. You're too hurtful. The Law Overlord instantly became depressed, causing Emperor Lis Ho and the others to burst into laughter. They could see that the Law Overlord, this vulgar fatty, was very afraid of Lin Ling, so he wanted to be friends with Lin Ling and didn't dare to offend him. Chapter 1945. The Nation of God, the Unparalleled Pagoda Cloud. Oh, that's right. Lin Ling, did you see anything at the highest point of the Dharma River? Emperor Yu suddenly asked curiously. No one could go to the Heavenly Law River, and there didn't seem to be any great benefits, so everyone was puzzled as to why Lin Ling was so stubborn. Hee, the scenery up there is good, so I went to take a look. Lin Ling smiled meaningfully because this was the path that Li Xiaoyao took to conquer the world. It was also the place where Li Xiaoyao left this world and looked towards the firmament. Thus, how could Lin Ling not go? Everyone was speechless. Because of the beautiful scenery? Therefore, if he were to risk his life, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, could it compare to his life? Lunatic. The 7 emperors and the others thought to themselves. Lin Ling smiled, but his smile became even brighter because this was the path of triple cultivation. In this world, other than him, who else was qualified to walk this path? After splitting the merit points and exchanging them for treasures, we'll set off for the unparalleled Buddha cloud tomorrow. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said. The battle intent in his heart boiled even more. Yes, merit points. Everyone became excited. Even the 7 emperors were excited. And the place to exchange merit points was naturally the heavenly earth. When everyone arrived at the heavenly earth, they immediately exchanged for treasures one after another. Lin Ling received 100 million gold coins. After all, the 7 emperors had placed their bets, and Lin Ling was too embarrassed to take it all for himself. 100 million. Lin Ling was in high spirits. He kept an eye out for the things he needed. In the end, he did not exchange for any treasures that could increase his cultivation level. Firstly, he had just broken through, so it would be very difficult for him to increase his cultivation level. Secondly, many treasures were required to raise one's cultivation base. Therefore, he exchanged for a treasure that could upgrade his weapon. First, his Tyrant Song sword had reached its limit, but it could be upgraded to a 2-star spirit formation immortal weapon. Secondly, he recalled the Berserk armor, a 2-star spirit formation immortal armament. This was a memory that had surfaced in his mind after the self-destructing race had arrived. With the remaining merit points, he bought a lot of materials and then left Heavenly Earth. In the sacred land of the rainforest, when Lin Ling returned, Princess Fire Spirit, Little Flame, and the others looked at Lin Ling. They were shocked by the increase in Lin Ling's strength. Because the current Lin Ling's cultivation had already surpassed theirs. In the past, Lin Ling's cultivation was inferior to theirs, but he could still easily defeat them. And now, it was even harder to imagine. Pervert. The 9 spirits of heaven said in unison. Don't look at me like I'm a freak. I just broke through by luck. Here are 3,000 merit points. You can go and exchange them for treasures. Next, I will enter the Peerless Buddha Cloud. That place is not somewhere you can enter. Lin Ling laughed and scolded. As expected of boss, I love you to death. The 9 spirits of heaven said excitedly. The 9 spirits of heaven almost gave Lin Ling a bear hug, but Lin Ling kicked them away. At the same time, he took out the immortal weapons that he had forged himself. They were immortal weapons that looked like mechanical birds. After injecting the laws into them, they could erupt with 300 laws of power. They could defeat an ordinary 7th stage Wuxia, which was enough for the 9 spirits of heaven to protect themselves. Scoundrel, where did you get these birds? Princess Fire Spirit was extremely excited. She sensed that the palm-sized crystal bird contained extremely terrifying laws. The arrival of the self-destructing race suddenly reminded me of these puppet self-destructing birds. But use them sparingly. The treasures needed to forge one are extremely precious. Lin Ling said. You want to go to the Peerless Buddha Cloud. These treasures are more suitable for you. Princess Fire Spirit said worriedly. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. My current power of laws, space and fire, can reach a total of 700 laws. Hiss. Hiss. Hearing this, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was only in the 6th stage realm, but the number of laws had actually exceeded Wuxia's 7th stage realm. He was probably able to fight against the 8th stage realm Wuxia. Of course, the actual situation was that an ordinary 8th stage realm Wuxia was not Lin Ling's opponent. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ling headed to True Spirit Island. Princess Fire Spirit and the rest's faces were gloomy. Lin Ling's growth was too fast and they could not catch up. They could only look up to him. However, they were happy for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had many enemies. If his strength could not increase, Lin Ling would be in danger. After arriving at True Spirit Island, Lin Ling greeted Spiritual Master Kame and then accompanied his family. Because the trip to the Peerless Buddha Cloud took up a lot of time and Lin Ling had to use that place to grow to the peak. Father, all the best. Lin Yi also knew that Lin Ling had gone out to fight and immediately waved his little fist. Lin Ling smiled lightly and nodded. Whereas Ancestor Tai Yen, Yu Yu, and the rest stared at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling did not feel any pressure at all. He appeared calm and unfettered. This made them laugh. Ever since he went to the Dharma River, Lin Ling's temperament had changed. He was more confident and more free and easy. Lin Ling, be careful on this trip. Many experts from the human race and demon race will enter that place. I will also enter later. That place is absolutely wonderful but also extremely dangerous. Spiritual Master walked over from afar and smiled at Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. This trip was considered as a confrontation with the giants of the human race and demon race. Be careful on the way. Spiritual Master warned. He also had to prepare for tomorrow's trip. As night fell, Lin Ling did not cultivate. Instead, he continued to accompany his family. The family was happy and harmonious. At dawn, Lin Ling changed into a clean blue robe and set off without informing anyone. Because of the short time, Lin Ling did not forge the tyrannical song sword. Moreover, if he wanted to increase the power of the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling lacked a material. Peerless Buddha Cloud, this was from the heavenly earth. When Lin Ling arrived at the heavenly earth, the place was packed with people. Moreover, it was said that many people had already entered early. As for the ancient giants of the human world and the three great legends of the human world, they had already entered. Peerless Buddha Cloud, one of the 10 great secret realms of the world, also known as the Godly Kingdom. I'm so excited. This is the first time I'm in the same secret realm with all the experts of the human world. In this trip, I must greatly increase my strength. The crowd discussed animatedly and their emotions were high. I heard that the demon race has also entered for the sake of obtaining the void boundary plate that can allow all the demon race to enter the human world. We must stop them. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling finally knew why the giants of the human world had entered. However, the Godly Kingdom? Lin Ling felt a sense of familiarity. In Li Xiaoyao's memory, there were also martial artists in the Peerless Buddha Cloud. They were known as the Children of God. However, in reality, they were actually the abandoned citizens of the martial god realm. Their origin was very powerful. Lin Ling's heart was also boiling. To fight with all the martial artists in the world, this was everyone's wish. After that, Lin Ling followed the crowd into the sky. Gradually, a ladder appeared in the sky as if it could reach the Godly Kingdom. A huge white cloud floated there, sacred and majestic. Above the white cloud, a cloud vortex appeared. It was a dreamy land. Everyone stepped in one after another. Lin Ling suppressed his excitement and also followed in. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling appeared, the sky was blue and the clouds were floating. It was as if this was another world. What rich spiritual qi! Chapter 1946. Desolation City. Along the way, Lin Ling took out the astrolabe heavenly shell and saw some words appear on the shell. This meant that the second stone statue was here, but it was still far away. Roar! At this time, a giant tiger with white wings appeared. It saw Lin Ling and immediately pounced. This tiger was 10 meters long and 3 meters tall. Its aura was not to be underestimated. God-demon body. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. Now that his strength had increased, it was a good time to see how strong he was. Boom! He punched out. What surprised Lin Ling was that the tiger's claws collided with Lin Ling's, but Lin Ling could not kill it. Moreover, the aura from the collision was very weak, unlike in the mortal world. In the mortal world, Lin Ling's 30 universe force was enough to make the sky fall and the earth crack. But here, it was only a small area of impact. Genesis. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. With a slash, all the space laws of the sword were activated, reaching 150. Lin Ling's god-demon body had more than 200. Together, it was more than 350 laws. Whoosh! The sword light was dazzling, and the tiger was finally cut in half. Lin Ling looked at it quietly and found a white crystal on the tiger's body. There was a mysterious energy inside it. What a strange thing. But the demonic beasts of the nation of God are so powerful. Just one of them is enough to make me use 40% of my strength. Lin Ling smiled, put away his sword, and continued forward. After passing through the dense forest, a huge city appeared in front of them. People were coming in one after another. There were all kinds of people. There were humans, and there were demons. It was hard to tell who was from the human world, and who was from the nation of God. However, Lin Ling still saw a few Xian Di from the Seven Emperors' sky. They were mixed in with the crowd. As for the demons, Lin Ling also saw quite a few. This made him feel strange because they were mortal enemies. But here, they were like passers-by and did not fight. Let's enter the city and take a look. Lin Ling followed the city and entered. Inside, it was also bustling with activity. It was divided into several trading areas. There was a spiritual fruit area, a divine martial area, and a demonic beast area. The spirit fruit section sold heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but Lin Ling directly bypassed it. Lin Ling's interest was piqued by the fact that the godly martial district was selling godly martial arts unique to the nation of God. However, after taking a quick look at the martial arts on the ground, he immediately lost interest. This was because divine martial arts were, in fact, law martial arts. After that, Lin Ling went to the demonic beast area. This place sold a large number of treasures from demonic beasts, such as centipede feet that stretched as far as the eye could see, toads that were hundreds of meters tall, and so on. After these demonic beasts were killed by adventurers, their valuables were brought here. Adventurer? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The martial artists in this area who went out to gain experience were called adventurers. Moreover, Lin Ling heard from some talkative martial artists that the strongest in this area were the three great adventurer groups, Flying Eagle, Thunder Flow, and Ferocious Desolation. Although he had not come into contact with the three great adventurer groups, but Lin Ling knew that those experts were not to be underestimated. Because when Lin Ling fought the White Tiger previously, he needed to explode with 40% of his power to kill it. This proved that this place was unique. No wonder it was called one of the 10 great mystic regions. Because without Wuxing's 6th stage realm, those who came here would be killed. This was the world of experts. This young master, have you taken a fancy to any treasure? Thunder Bee's sting? Do you want it? This is an extremely rare treasure. If you're not interested, how about this? Divine Ape's leg bone. Just one leg bone is equivalent to a god relic. If God blocks it, it will kill God. If Buddha blocks it, it will destroy Buddha. Just a piece of blue beast crystal and these carcasses will all belong to you. Along the way, naturally there were people who pulled Lin Ling to promote their treasures. But Lin Ling took a look and all the treasures were not to his liking, so he smiled and rejected them. Space horn? All of a sudden, Lin Ling stopped in front of a street stall. There was a horn as thick as an arm lying on the ground. Around the horn, there were cracks in the air. This was the horn of a rare space rhinoceros. It was impossible to find one in the mortal world. Most importantly, Lin Ling was forging the Tyrant Song sword. Currently, he had the space stone and lacked the space horn. How much is this thing? Lin Ling asked directly. The stall owner was a one-eyed man. His face was filled with hostility. His strength was not to be underestimated. He had probably reached Wuxing's 8th stage realm. He said indifferently, 500 blue crystals. Lin Ling was stunned. What was a blue crystal? His puzzled look fell into the eyes of the crowd. Many people laughed. Could it be that this fellow had just come out for experience? Blue crystal is the crystal of a demonic beast's dantian. It is also the most common currency for transactions. The stall owner explained. He felt that he had met a fool. But this fool was very lucky to come to Desolation City alone. After all, Desolation City was surrounded by dense forests with countless demonic beasts. Other than the adventurer groups, no one could come here alone. Crystal of a demonic beast's dantian? Lin Ling waved his right hand and the crystal left behind by the giant tiger that he had killed earlier appeared. When it appeared, the surroundings fell into silence. White crystal, it was actually a white crystal. One had to know that a white crystal represented 10,000 blue crystals. All of a sudden, a lot of people revealed malicious gazes. Lin Ling was alone. Moreover, he was dressed in a blue robe and looked clean and tidy. He did not look like an adventurer who lived on the edge of a blade. The stall owner was also shocked. He immediately took out a large number of blue crystals and after the exchange, he even gave the space horn to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. The transaction was completed so quickly? His appearance undoubtedly made people even more tempted because Lin Ling was obviously a little fellow who did not know much. The stall owner also left quickly as if he knew that he should not reveal his wealth. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know this. He played with the space horn and could not help but laugh. "Brat, take out the space horn. I saw it first. I will trade with you for 10 blue crystals." At this time, a cold voice sounded. 4 figures blocked Lin Ling's path. They wore loose robes with an eagle embroidered on their chests. What a fast move. The Eagle Adventurer group has taken a fancy to that fat sheep. Sigh, if I had known, would have taken the initiative. After all, he has a lot of blue crystals on him. Many people looked at the 4 people enviously. However, the 4 people smiled evilly. The leader tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. "What? Did you not understand what I, Lin Jun, said?" "Lin Jun, I have never heard of this bird. Where did this country bumpkin come from?" Lin Ling said indifferently. His words stunned the 4 people. They were members of the top 3 adventurer groups, yet they had suddenly become country bumpkins? Hee, you must be a new adventurer. You're brave, but unfortunately, adventuring isn't a game, especially in Desolate City. You don't have the final say here. Besides, since you dared humiliate the Eagle Adventurer group, you won't leave here today. Men, tie him up and take him away. The leader shouted angrily. In reality, he was not interested in Lin Ling's space horn. Rather, he was interested in the blue crystals on Lin Ling's body. Fool! Idiot! Seeing this, many people shook their heads and sighed at Lin Ling. If he was captured, he would definitely die. Chapter 1947. Doesn't it hurt? The man laughed. He had never seen such a foolish person before. Blue crystals were money, yet someone actually asked what money was. In the nation of God, blue crystals are life, power, and everything. The man laughed loudly. Then do you have any blue crystals on you? Lin Ling blinked his eyes and said. With his blue robe and delicate face, he undoubtedly looked like a young master who didn't know anything. Of course I do, and a lot of it, because I'm one of the people in charge of the Eagle Mercenary group. I'm one of the 18 people in the group. The man laughed even louder. In fact, he was also telling everyone his identity. As expected, the crowd's expression changed drastically. The Eagle Mercenary group had 18 people in charge of finances, and this man was one of them. He really couldn't be offended. So it's a big shot from the Flying Bird Adventurer team. TSK. I've offended the wrong person. As countless people looked at Lin Ling said bitterly. Moreover, he directly stretched out his hands for the other party to grab. The crowd was stunned. This young master was even more foolish than they had imagined. It's an eagle, not a bird. Take him away. The man waved his hand and the people behind him tied up Lin Ling and took him away. I'm envious. It's a pity he's from the Eagle Adventurer team. Otherwise, I would have snatched this fat sheep long ago. I guess we'll see that young master's corpse outside the city tomorrow. The crowd gradually dispersed. At this moment, Lin Ling was being taken away with a smile on his face. He felt that the black chains that bound his hands were somewhat strange. They were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in his dantian. However, he didn't necessarily need spiritual energy to be strong. His appetite for meat was also terrifying. Is this kid stupid? This is the first time I've seen someone deliver themselves to my door. If he's not stupid, then he's crazy. But looking at his stupid appearance, I don't think he's that crazy. Who cares about him, as long as he has money? The group stopped in a remote alley. The man in the lead coldly shouted, "Lang Er, release the viper lock on his body and make him pay. You will know what to do next. Remember, clean the body. Hee, boss, after dealing with him, you have to take us to have some fun. Go, I'll take you guys out tonight." The few of them smiled and their gazes fell on Lin Ling. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. This was because Lin Ling had broken the chains on his hands and was stretching. In fact, when Lin Ling asked them what blue crystals were, it was because Lin Ling also wanted to rob them of their blue crystals. The reason why he was tied up was to find a quiet place. After all, it was not good to be out in the open in the city. Kill him. Those people were stunned, then they roared. Lin Ling was able to break the chains. This meant that Lin Ling was not weak. However, Lin Ling's cultivation seemed to only be at the 6th stage of the divine power, which was why he was at ease. This was because he was an expert of the 7th level of the divine power. Although the others were weaker than him, there were more of them. If they attacked together, they should be able to deal with Lin Ling. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, what a pity that you're still a pig. The 4 of them exploded with all their strength, releasing their divine power. They were all law power, which made Lin Ling's eyes flicker. However, he still shook his head. He sensed that these people were not simple, but it was a pity that they had met him. One of them exploded with 200 law power and struck out with a palm. "You're courting death." Lin Ling spat out. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and punched out. Crackle. As if lightning collided, the person who attacked trembled and his bones began to shatter. Moreover, it shattered from his arm all the way to his whole body. Boom! His entire body exploded. Before he died, he was puzzled. This youth did not look strong on the surface, and his attack did not have any divine power. How could he kill him with a single punch? The other 3 were all stunned. 2 of them even trembled and their lips turned white. Clearly, they were afraid. Because the previous person had died too strangely. Trash! The man in the lead roared and exploded with all his strength. He punched out with both fists, his law power reaching 300. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and was indifferent. He's dead. That's the flying eagle strike. His divine power has reached 300. The other 2 cheered. As expected of their boss, his first move was the strongest. They were even prepared to flatter their boss after he won. Rumble. The 2 fists smashed into Lin Ling's chest, causing smoke to spread out, causing the 2 people to shout excitedly. However, the shouting soon stopped, because the young man was still standing there in the smoke, like the immovable Wisdom King. The 2 of them swallowed with difficulty, their foreheads full of cold sweat. As for the leader, his face was frozen. The youth in front of him was not tall, but at this moment, he was like a giant. "Doesn't it hurt?" the leader said subconsciously. Facing his 300 divine power fists, the other party was indifferent, so he was very curious whether it hurt or not. A little. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, making the leader gulp. Then, Lin Ling said, "Doesn't it hurt?" "It hurts." The leader finally let out a sinister sound. "You said you have a lot of blue crystals, right?" Lin Ling smiled. In the eyes of the few people, it was like a devil's smile. No wonder the other party asked them what blue crystals were. It turned out that they were targeting the youth, and the youth was also targeting them. No wonder the youth was so kind and took the initiative to tie them up. This was not stupidity, but arrogance. "I'm from the Flying Eagle mercenary group," the leader shouted, trying to make Lin Ling fearful. Unfortunately, it was better if he did not say anything. The more he said, the more he died. "I know, and you are the money manager of the Flying Bird mercenary group," Lin Ling replied with a smile, making the leader's body tremble. He wanted to say something, but Lin Ling had already punched him with 30 universe force. Rumble. The leader turned into dust, leaving behind a pile of clothes. Lin Ling smiled and looked around. He found a bag and opened it. It was full of blue crystals. The remaining two trembled as they looked at Lin Ling. Was this still their idiotic young master? Because of his blue robe and handsome face, they thought this young master was easy to bully. Who knew that when he killed, he did not even blink his eyes? "You dare to kidnap people on the street. I think the Flying Eagle mercenary group is not a good person. Over the years, many people have died in your hands." Lin Ling collected the blue crystals and looked at the two coldly. The two immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Bang! 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 Lin Ling's godly devil physique erupted and turned the two people into dust. Then, he swaggered off. He counted carefully and found that the blue crystals left behind by these people had reached tens of thousands. It was shocking. No wonder he was one of the 18 people in charge of wealth. However, the Flying Eagle mercenary group was not simple. So, he could not stay in Desolation City any longer. Lin Ling left the city and opened the astrolabe heavenly armor. He found that the words on it were clearer. This meant that he did not go the wrong way. After entering the forest, Lin Ling couldn't help but think about the godly kingdom. He realized that the experts here were even scarier than those in the human realm. This was because a mere passerby was already at the 7th level of the martial saint realm, which was what they called the 7th level of the divine power. If a passerby was already like this, then what about those heroes? Lin Ling did not dare to imagine. It was better to keep a low profile for now. Chapter 1948. Forging the tyrannical song sword. I need to increase my strength a little more. At the very least, my power of law should reach 900. Lin Ling came to the foot of a mountain. Then, with a punch, he blasted open the rock and dug out a cave. Although the cave was ugly, it could temporarily increase his strength. Lin Ling casually piled up the rocks outside the cave and took out the spatial horn and the spatial stone. This time, he wanted to forge the tyrannical song sword into a 2-star immortal weapon. Of course, it wasn't a 2-star immortal weapon, but it was very close to it. Currently, the tyrannical song sword had 150 laws. After forging, it would reach at least 400. In the next few days, Lin Ling entered a state of forging because he found that this world didn't allow the existence of the Purple Palace. It seemed that the laws were different, so he couldn't enter the Purple Palace. As for the barriers needed for forging, Lin Ling had a lot of them in his mind, and they were all spatial barriers. Ka ka ka. The space continued to shatter. What Lin Ling didn't expect was that the entire mountain was torn apart by the space. This caused Lin Ling to forge openly. Fortunately, there were no demonic beasts nearby, or he would be in trouble. Because during the forging process, Lin Ling divided his attention. It's about time. I hope there are no demonic beasts coming to disturb me. Lin Ling thought to himself. His forehead was full of sweat. However, his luck wasn't very good. The more he didn't want trouble, the more trouble came to him. Moreover, it wasn't demonic beasts, but humans. From the sound of it, there seemed to be cultivators from the mortal world. The nation of God is very big, but the experts aren't here. Instead, the ones who appear nearby are the weaklings. Seems like there's a pattern. Wuxing's sixth stage either appeared in this area or on the other side of the fallen mountain. By the way, do you think Lin Ling is here? Your Excellencies with the surname Ji, who is Lin Ling? Several figures walked forward in the forest. He's an enemy of the ancient Ji family, and also a wanted target of the nation of God. Not only the human world, but also the demons. Whoever kills him will be rewarded handsomely. That idiot Lin Ling is so unlucky. He's wanted by the human race, the demon race, and the god race. If I see him, I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Don't underestimate that idiot. There are many people who want to kill him, but none of them succeeded. The voice drifted through the forest, causing Lin Ling's pupils to turn cold. His luck was really bad. Moreover, he had actually been heavily wanted. This treatment was pretty good. At this moment, if he encountered a member of the ancient Ji clan, then he would definitely be in endless trouble. After all, he couldn't leave during the process of forging. Lin Ling hurriedly put on the mask, just in case. Hey, there's someone here. There's a sword floating in front of him. He's dancing around the sword like an idiot. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. In the forest, several figures appeared, and they all looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Because the mountain was broken, there were rocks everywhere, and a figure was dancing around a sword like a god. It was as strange as it could be. After all, which normal person would jump around in a forest filled with demonic beasts? Idiot, what are you doing? Someone spoke. He was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe with a thundercloud embroidered on it. He seemed to be from the Thunderflow Adventurer group. As for the others, they were from the ancient Ji family. At this moment, they were also curious. Lin Ling's forehead was full of cold sweat. He was so close. He could sense that these people were not as strong as him, but if he made a move, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. There was even a possibility that the Tyrant Song's sword would shatter. Therefore, he had to hold on for a short period of time. I'm asking you a question, answer me. An old man from the ancient Ji family said indifferently. His strength had reached Wuxing's 8th stage realm, but he didn't recognize Lin Ling. Firstly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to appear here. Secondly, Lin Ling put on the mask at the crucial moment. So when he saw Lin Ling, he only felt that it was funny because Lin Ling's actions were too unconventional. However, when they saw that Lin Ling didn't answer, their faces turned cold because they also saw that the sword in front of Lin Ling seemed to be powerful. You dare to ignore me in front of me? Do you know who I am? The young man in luxurious clothes frowned and said. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he didn't want Lin Ling to die without knowing the reason. At least, he wanted to let Lin Ling know who killed him. As for the ancient Ji family, they didn't want to do this. They wanted to make a move directly because the young man's words were very idiotic and boring. However, the young man was ultimately a member of the top 3 adventurer teams, so they gave him face. You're handsome, dignified, and handsome like jade. Moreover, you have such a powerful aura at such a young age. I think you should be the reincarnation of some emperor. May I know who you are? At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. He was stalling for time. However, everyone could tell that he was trying to curry favor. This made the ancient Ji family's people laugh in disdain. These weaklings were just this petty and lowly. When they encountered the strong, they liked to flatter the strong. However, the young man in luxurious clothes enjoyed it very much. He puffed out his chest and said, you're quite perceptive. The ancient Ji family members glanced at him. This young man wasn't tall. He had a big nose and a face full of acne. He didn't have the slightest bit of elegance. Kid, listen up. I'm the son of the Leilu Adventurer Team's leader, young Master Lei Feng. Who in the surrounding area doesn't know me? Our entire Leilu Adventurer Team was conquered by me. A single word from me can shake the surrounding area for 3 days. Alright, kid, you can die now. The young man said proudly. So it's young Master Lei Feng of the Leilu Adventurer team. I've heard a lot about you. However, compared to the young masters of the other two adventurer teams, I wonder how strong young Master Lei Feng is? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. Humph, I can tell you that I'm the #1 genius of the top 3 adventurer teams. I'll be leading this area in the future. The young man said angrily. Lin Ling seemed to be doubting him. He wanted Lin Ling to know who killed him before he died. Lin Ling couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed like the fact that this idiot could live until now had something to do with his dad's strength. He nodded and said, I see. No wonder I heard of your name in the distant mortal world. Really? The young man was overjoyed. His name had spread to the mortal world? Of course it's true. There's a rumor in the mortal world that there's an ugly man with a big nose and acne in the nation of God. He doesn't have any abilities at all. The only thing he's good at is licking his ass. He licked the old men of the ancient Ji family from the desolation city to the forest. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The young man was stunned. He turned to look at the old men of the Ji family and felt like vomiting. The old men were the same. Especially when they saw the young man's big nose, they felt even more disgusted. Those old men like to lick your ass too, right? Or maybe they like to lick your big nose even more. Lin Ling's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of mockery. The old men of the Ji family were even more stunned. They stared at the young man's big nose. After seeing the thick nose hair, their bodies suddenly trembled. Then, they all looked at Lin Ling in anger at the same time. At first, Lin Ling was flattering them, but then Lin Ling was mocking them. One was licking his ass, and the other was licking his big nose. Who could hold back? Chapter 1949. Jianghu, however, Lin Ling's smile was cold, but the Ji family's elders were even colder. In their hearts, that lowly ant actually dared to ridicule them. He was simply courting death. If it wasn't for their good mood, they would have killed that ant long ago. You shouldn't be like this, kneeling and licking our soles. You could have lived longer. One of the elders said. How dare you say that I licked their buttocks? Which beauty's buttocks do you think I licked? I won't kill you today, but licking these old geezers' buttocks, you're infuriating me to death. The youth from the Thunder Flow Adventurer group also roared. It was obvious that he was very angry, so he didn't choose his words carefully. He actually called the Ji family's seniors old geezers. Die. Let me. That youth and the Ji family's seniors fought to make a move, but one of the Ji family's seniors was the fastest. He pointed out a finger and endless light attacked. Guardian Spiritual Tree. The power of faith formed 500 laws. Good, good, good. Blast him into pieces. That youth clapped. Who asked you to ridicule me and lick my buttocks? Now you know how the word death is written. Boom. However, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Lightning bloomed around the sword, and that was the space cracking. A total of 400 laws. In addition to his godly devil body's 200 over laws. Swoosh. Who could block the sword when it slashed out? The elder who attacked widened his eyes. It was too fast, too overbearing. Wasn't this fellow Wuxia in the 6th degree realm? He wanted to say something, but his entire body was slashed into two. Silence. The forest was silent. The remaining Ji family's elders opened their mouths wide in disbelief. That youth who was clapping also stopped clapping and raised his hands in a daze. Who are you? The Ji family's elders frowned. I'm the idiot Lin Ling that you're talking about. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He slashed out with his sword and space cracked. Another old man from the Ji family died in shock. You're Lin Ling? The remaining people's hearts rumbled. Why didn't Lin Ling retaliate against them? Instead, he was flattering them. Could it be? Could it be that he was stalling for time? Right, Lin Ling should be forging the sword in his hand. This also meant that they had missed the best time to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, which idiot is this? You're dead for sure. How dare you threaten me? You must die. After being stunned for a moment, the young man from the Thunderflow adventurer team continued to roar. Lin Ling shook his head, and even the old man beside him shook his head. He had seen a lot of hedonistic young masters, but this was the first time he had seen such an idiot. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're using that sword. Let me tell you, I'm the #1 genius of the Thunderflow adventurer team. I can shake heaven and earth with a single move. Although the youth was an idiot, his strength was not bad. A green fruit appeared in his right hand and he chuckled, the berserk divine fruit. Swallowing it can temporarily increase one's strength of law by 100. With my strength, I can swallow 3 of them. At that time, you will know how to write the word death. The more he laughed, the louder he got. He wanted to put the green fruit into his mouth. Swoosh! With a slash of the sword, even the arm that took the fruit was cut off. Ah ah ah! The youth cried out in pain. He wanted to use the fruit to turn the tables, but in the end, Lin Ling killed his hope. After that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The few old men from the Ji family had ugly expressions on their faces as they kept retreating. Berserk God Lin Ling's name was like thunder to their ears. Now that they had seen it, his strength was too terrifying. Killing an 8th stage Wusheng was as easy as chopping vegetables. Plop! The youth was finally afraid. He fell to the ground with a pale face. He never expected that the young man in front of him who was about the same age as him was so powerful. If you let me go, I can give you everything. Beauties, demon crystals, God's martial arts. The youth kept saying. His pants were wet and he was so scared that he peed. Do you know who I am? Lin Ling walked forward slowly and asked indifferently. You're my father, you're my ancestor, you're my grandfather. Spare me. The youth still hadn't reacted to it. I'm the idiot Lin Ling that you're talking about. When Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, the young man finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Ling waved his left hand and white flames appeared, turning into a huge flame circle which floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure. 6 paths of reincarnation circle. After those people were killed by Lin Ling, their souls were all sucked into the reincarnation circle. After that, they walked out bitterly and became the Yellow Springs Army. Find a place to cool down. If I summon you, come back immediately. As for you wanting to inform me, then go ahead and try. Lin Ling didn't even look at those ghosts as he turned around and left. Great Emperor, we don't dare. Including the youth, they all knelt down. In the depths of their souls, they had an innate subservience to Lin Ling. Even if they wanted to do something bad to Lin Ling would be able to detect it instantly and turn them into ashes with just a thought. Lin Ling smiled bitterly as he left. In the blink of an eye, he had offended 2 large adventure groups. Berserk God Fruit. Increases the power of law by 100, but there's a time limit. Once the time is up, everything will return to normal. Also, if the body is exhausted, there will be a short period of exhaustion. Lin Ling took out 3 Berserk God Fruits and was secretly amazed. The treasures of the godly kingdom were truly heaven-defying. Then, he looked at the Tyrant Song sword and couldn't help but feel satisfied. Currently, his law of fire was close to 300, and so was his godly demon tyrant body. With the Tyrant Song sword, he had a total of 1,000. And this was only Wu Sheng's 6th stage. If he increased his cultivation level, he would have even more. After all, Lin Ling was a 3rd stage Wu Sheng. However, Lin Ling thought about the wanted poster again. Who was it that wanted him? The demons? Humans? Or the so-called god race here? No matter what, he had to be careful. Following the dense forest, Lin Ling quickly moved forward. Not long later, there was a rumbling sound in front of him, and he could vaguely hear angry shouts. Sir, if you're not happy with me, you can just attack me directly. Why do you keep trying to harm me? Harm you my ass. I saw that you couldn't take care of the Titanic Gate Ape alone, so I came to help you. Help my ass. Every time you fight with me, I almost got hurt. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could feel that the ripple in front of him carried the law of the mortal world and the divine power of the godly kingdom. Lin Ling couldn't help but move forward in the forest to see who was there. After passing through several towering ancient trees, they arrived at an open space in front of them. A nearly 10-meter-tall giant ape was roaring. This giant ape's fur was multicolored, and its body was shrouded in the power of divinity. It looked extremely powerful. Lin Ling's face changed slightly. He had a feeling that if he were to fight this giant ape, he would have to use 100% of his strength to succeed. Lin Ling's gaze shifted. The one fighting against the giant ape was a tall and sturdy man. He was wielding a 2-meter-long giant spear, which whistled loudly as he brandished it. Laws erupted. Lin Ling was very familiar with this man. He was actually Jianghu of the 10 heroes of the Immortal Emperor realm. His cultivation was at Wu Sheng's 8th stage, and his talent was also at the 3rd stage of the divine rank. His law of power had probably reached 800. Chapter 1950. A handsome little fatty. The other person made Lin Ling a little surprised. This person was not tall and was a little fatty. He was about 20 years old and had phoenix eyes, a straight nose, and tightly pursed lips. His facial features could be said to be extremely beautiful. However, although the heavens had created a handsome man, it seemed that they had dozed off for a while, causing some small flaws to appear. That was because those handsome facial features were all gathered together at this moment, and their proportions were extremely uncoordinated. It was as if someone had punched him in the face, and all his facial features had sunk into the middle of his face. The area of his eyes, nose, and mouth was only the size of a fist. Weirdo. Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. What surprised him was that little fatty seemed to want to help Jianghu, but he failed repeatedly. Every time Jianghu was about to unleash his full power, little fatty would appear in front of him and forcefully resist the giant ape, causing Jianghu to be unable to exert any strength. Instead, the giant ape would send a palm strike over, and both of them would be sent flying. Was that guy born an idiot? Lin Ling opened his mouth wide. Don't get in my way. If it wasn't for me, you would have died long ago. Sigh, why would the handsome and unrestrained me have to come and save you? Little Fatty and Jianghu crashed onto the ground together. Little Fatty sighed while Jianghu's face was filled with veins. If it wasn't for you messing around, would have killed the giant ape long ago. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't tried to get the little fatty to help, but what infuriated him was that if he didn't do anything, the little fatty wouldn't do anything either. If he did, the little fatty would come to save me, and in the end, both of them would be abused by the giant ape. What do you want? Hey, uncle, that's what I should be asking you. What made people speechless was that little fatty actually blamed Jianghu wrongly. Huh. Lin Ling could not help but laugh, causing the two of them to look over. Among them, Jianghu was shocked. It was Lin Ling? Lin Ling then smiled and said, "You guys should be careful. That guy is catching up." Sure enough, the 5-colored giant ape walked over like a giant. Jianghu and Fatty instinctively felt their hearts skip a beat. They looked at each other and said, "You do it." "Why don't you do it?" Neither of them made a move. Instead, they fled in panic. Bang bang bang. Behind them, the giant ape swept through the army, causing all the trees to collapse. As for Jianghu, there was no need to mention how depressed he was. Every time he wanted to use his trump card to kill the giant ape, he remembered that the kind little fatty had repeatedly come to help him. He could only choose to run. "Oh my God, why is this ape chasing after us?" Little fatty shouted as he ran. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was following from a distance. He was speechless. "With that handsome face of yours, who else would I chase if not you?" In the end, Lin Ling decided to lend a hand when he saw that the two of them were in a sorry state and were in danger. This was because he had met Jianghu once in the heavenly earth, and they had a good impression of each other. Reincarnation Flame. Lin Ling waved his left hand, causing a circle of reincarnation to appear in the sky. A huge suction force descended from the sky, and actually tied up the giant ape. Not bad. That flame is comparable to the people of Fire Cloud Empire. Little Fatty clapped his hands and said, looking like an expert was giving him pointers. Jianghu was surprised. Although he knew that Lin Ling's talent was not weak, he did not expect that Lin Ling's strength had become so strong. "What are you still in a daze for? Hurry up and attack." Seeing the two of them in a daze, Lin Ling could not help but be angry. "Attack! I'll do it, let me do it, I'll fucking kill him." The moment Jianghu attacked, Little Fatty attacked as well, making everyone speechless. Jianghu stabbed out with his staff, and the laws were extremely terrifying. Little Fatty was also a little powerful. His divine power burst out, and he actually also had the power of 800 laws. He formed two huge palms, and flipped the giant ape over. This made Lin Ling speechless. That was because the two of them were not weak. They could kill the giant ape with their full strength, but the two of them were chased by the giant ape even when they worked together. It was clear how much trouble Little Fatty was causing. And now, he was still causing trouble. The flipped giant ape's body was flipped over. Almost at the same time, Jianghu's huge staff stabbed out, and very untimely stabbed between the giant ape's buttocks. Roar! A sound that made Lin Ling's heart ache soared into the sky. Lin Ling was stunned there. Jianghu was also stunned there. His staff still grazed the giant ape's buttocks. Little Fatty was also stunned there, and he had a look of disdain. He looked at Jianghu as if to say, "Bro, you're too cruel. Isn't it all because of you? You bastard, scram far away from me, and never come near me." Jianghu was finally angry. Do you have any manners? I'm handsome, and suave, shocking the godly nation. I kindly helped you, and I even killed the Titanic Gate divine ape. You don't even know how to thank me? Little Fatty also roared angrily. There was no communication. Just like Little Fatty's handsome features, normal people could not communicate with him at all. Jianghu could not be bothered with him. He walked forward and collected the demon crystals. After a while, he walked to Lin Ling and handed the demon crystals to Lin Ling. "You killed it, so the demon crystals are yours." Lin Ling looked at him with a smile. His impression of Jianghu was even better now. He shook his head. "I don't lack demon crystals at the moment." Hearing this, Jianghu was stunned. He knew that if he wanted to make a living in the godly nation, demon crystals were indispensable. "Then I owe you one," Jianghu said bluntly. Lin Ling indeed did not lack demon crystals at the moment. He had robbed the Eagle adventurers of their belongings and killed the young master of the Thunder Fall adventurers. He had a lot to gain. "Are you the only one around here?" Lin Ling asked. "The godly nation is very big. The powerful people of the mortal world are all separated. The people of the godly nation are very strong. Their divine power is also a law, and it's slightly stronger than the law of the mortal world. Yeah. If it weren't for the fact that the people of the godly nation can't leave this place, our land would have been theirs long ago," Jianghu replied. While the two were talking, Little Fatty walked over with his handsome face. "My surname is Zhang. Zhang as in arrogant. My name is Zhang Yingjun. His words interrupted Lin Ling and Qin Hu's conversation. They looked over at the same time and saw the handsome face that was destroyed by a punch. They both shook their heads. What a good name. Unfortunately, he was not handsome in any way. Then, have you seen the people of the Seven Emperors' sky? Lin Ling followed Qin Hu and walked forward slowly. I saw a few, but I also saw a lot of demons and spirit races from the sea. The martial artists of the godly nation don't seem to differentiate between humans and demons. As long as there are benefits, they will work with anyone. Then, did the demons find the barrier tablet? Not yet. If they did, then the demons would have all been mobilized. The two were talking as they walked. Little Fatty was still following behind them. He was very dissatisfied. Can you guys stop talking about such unimportant things? Can you guys talk about how handsome I am? Lin Ling and Qin Hu ignored him. Oh right, Lin Ling. I saw your strength before. You must have gotten a lot stronger. How much strength did you use to trap that giant ape? Of course, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to. When I killed that giant ape, I used 100% of my strength. I used 80%. No way. You're already comparable to the Xian 10 heroes. Chapter 1951. Top 3 adventurer groups. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. In reality, he had only used 50% of his strength. I'm already so handsome. Do you think I should go for plastic surgery? Answer me. Oh, I know, you're jealous of my handsomeness. Behind them, Little Fatty's voice sounded. He was still following Lin Ling and the others. Scram! Lin Ling and Qin Hu finally stopped moving and shouted at the same time. But what surprised Lin Ling and the others was that Little Fatty's shamelessness and handsomeness had reached an unimaginable height. He didn't leave. Instead, he followed Lin Ling and the others and said, "Let this handsome and charming young man of the god race protect you." Lin Ling couldn't help but ask, "Why are you following us?" "Because it's more exciting." The Little Fatty revealed a brilliant smile. His handsome face was as beautiful as it could get. Lin Ling and Qin Hu could only ignore such a person. Of course, they were cold on the surface, but they felt something strange in their hearts. Although Little Fatty was an idiot, he had a hot-blooded personality. It made Lin Ling and the others feel as if they had returned to the days when they were fighting. Moreover, such emotions were extremely rare for an expert who had experienced countless battles. Of course, if Little Fatty could be a little less naggy, he would still be very good. The second city was the second city in the ancient forest. It was slightly further away from Desolation City, but there were far more experts gathered here. This was also the headquarters of the top 3 adventurer teams. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they couldn't help but gasp. This city was huge, and there were all sorts of people here. There were countless experts here. Martial Emperor. Qin Hu's expression was grave. He saw many martial emperors in the city. There were humans, demons, and deities. That's Dugu Kan, one of Xiandi's 10 heroes. After that, Qin Hu exclaimed in surprise. His gaze was fixed on a figure in the distance. Lin Ling also looked over. That person had white hair and looked a little old. However, he did not have legs. He held a sword with both hands and used the sword in place of his legs. Trash. Along the way, some people looked at him mockingly. Whoosh. Sword light flashed, terrifying laws erupted, and that person was beheaded. What a fast sword. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised. Clearly, the Xian 10 heroes also had their differences in strength. For example, Shanggongyu and the others he met in the Loa River weren't very strong. Ancient Ji family. Following this, Lin Ling saw some familiar people. Because they were wearing the clothes of the ancient Ji family, Lin Ling secretly put on his mask. Because this place was not like the human realm, the other party could attack at will. Moreover, the people who wanted to kill him were not only humans, but also demons. Moreover, if there was a reward, the god race would also attack. Let's go to the temple auction and have a look. Since we're here, we have to go to the auction. Moreover, the auction is backed by the Sun God Nation. The treasures will definitely not disappoint us. At this moment, Zhang Yingjun opened his mouth and flipped his hair elegantly. Lin Ling and Qin Yun ignored his appearance and asked curiously, Sun God Nation? Yes, one of the three great divine nations, the Immortal Divine Nation and the Fire Cloud Empire are equally famous. Among them, the Immortal Divine Nation is full of handsome people like me. Moreover, the Immortal Divine Nation is hospitable and warm. They are strong, but they don't bully the weak. Zhang Yingjun chattered on, causing Lin Ling and Qin Yun to ignore his words. However, they had a feeling that this little fatty was most likely from the Immortal Divine Nation since he was bragging so much. Lin Ling and Qin Yun went to the temple auction, leaving Zhang Yingjun to brag alone. Then he roared, Lin Ling, Qin Hu, you're jealous of my handsomeness. There were even more experts at the temple auction. It was similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. Before it even started, the surroundings were already filled with roars like demonic voices. Those scantily clad women walked back and forth, livening up the atmosphere. There were whistling sounds all around, causing those women to take out a flower from their perky peaks and sprinkle it on the crowd, causing the petals to dance in the air. Ha, little girl, accompany me tonight. Ha, one more, take off one more. The atmosphere became even crazier. Many people took those dancing petals and smelled them. They laughed and said, so fragrant. In the crowd, Lin Ling shook his head secretly. There were too many races gathered here, causing a mix of good and bad people. Then, Lin Ling's gaze wandered around. In the distant stands, he saw a few demon race venerables sitting there like undefeatable war gods. Their faces were cold and indifferent. There were many humans around them, but they were indifferent. Apparently, they were only interested in the geniuses in the human world. Moreover, they knew that this place was different from the human world, so they had to restrain themselves. As more and more people entered, a massive force finally stepped in. Those people were all at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm. The person in the lead had even reached the Martial Emperor realm. He was tall and had a pair of golden wings. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, he slowly walked in. The surroundings were silent. The leader of the Eagle Adventurer Group, Eagle Divine King. So strong, he's comparable to the deacons in the human world. Qin Hu whispered. Of course, the people from the nation of gods are all descendants of gods. They're stronger than humans. Little Fatty said shamelessly. Lin Ling smiled faintly, they're just people abandoned by the martial god realm. What's there to be proud of? Little Fatty couldn't refute him. He was secretly surprised. Lin Ling looked very ordinary. How did he know all these? Ha, Eagle, the territory north of the desolate forest, you should return it to me. At this time, a heroic voice rang out like thunder, shaking the entire auction house. A man who was not very tall, but was as sturdy as a bear, led a large number of people into the auction house. This man's body was covered in lightning, and his fists were extremely large, with electric snakes wreaking havoc on them. What a rich power of law! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This person's background was definitely not ordinary. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even the demon race venerables in the auction house restrained their aura. They didn't dare to be arrogant. This person was one of the 3 great adventurer groups, the leader of the Thunder Flow Adventurer Group. Lei Ba, weren't you not interested in the territory over there? Eagle Divine King said. My son died there, and the murderer escaped. So, I'll scour the area. The man called Lei Ba said coldly. Lightning was erupting in the depths of his eyes. Hearing you say that, I also think that a little mouse has sneaked into the desolate forest. My Eagle Adventurer group's people were also killed. Most importantly, he's in charge of one of our 18 treasures. If I find out who has designs on my Eagle Adventurer group, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. Eagle Divine King also said. The two spoke without restraint, and the auction house became even more silent. TCH, two small adventurer group leaders, and you dare to be arrogant. Only Little Fatty was extremely arrogant. Lin Ling and the others were speechless. As expected of the arrogant Zhang. Chapter 1952. The foul-mouthed Fatty. The gathering of the three top adventurer teams made Lin Ling's heart heavy. He chose to keep a low profile because he saw that the Thunder Flow adventurer team was very close to the ancient Ji family. It seemed like the head of the ancient Ji family was here as well. The auction begins. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out, and the whole place fell silent. Sun God Power Sphere. The first treasure was extremely valuable and came from the Sun God nation. The auction was in high spirits. Large amounts of demonic crystals flew out, and the various big shots fought fiercely. This treasure is not bad. It can increase a large amount of God power. It can be used to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. The Fatty seemed to know what the Sun God Power Sphere was. This treasure was not very effective for Lin Ling and the others because they cultivated God power. Although God power was also a type of law, it would obviously conflict with their own laws. Buy it. Buy it back and play with it. The Fatty continued. Lin Ling rolled his eyes and said, "Do you have money?" The Fatty immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really did not have blue crystals. After the first treasure was revealed, the following treasures were rather ordinary. It was only when the quaking leaf appeared that Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was currently forging the berserk armor, but he still lacked a few materials, and one of them was the quaking leaf. He immediately bid. Fortunately, this treasure was not rare, so no one competed with him. However, some people still looked at Lin Ling in surprise, and their eyes were filled with evil intentions. Lin Ling was not interested in the following treasures. It was only when a weapon appeared that Jianghu, who was beside him, finally became interested. 1-star immortal weapon, 7 treasures violent purple staff. It can increase a large amount of God power law, and its attack power will multiply. It is the best weapon to split mountains and seas. The crisp voice rang out, and the auction fell silent. Only strong people who used staffs would be interested in such a treasure. Jianghu stared at the giant staff with excitement. This was because he was a staff user. However, after the silence, he realized that someone from the Flying Eagle Adventurer team was bidding. Now, he did not dare to offend the Flying Eagle Adventurer team. Moreover, he did not have that many demonic crystals. 30,000 blue crystals. Is there anyone else bidding? The crisp voice drifted out again. I say, Jianghu, didn't you take a fancy to that staff? Why aren't you bidding? To everyone's surprise, Little Fatty was feeling indignant on Jianghu's behalf. Jianghu was touched by Little Fatty's sincerity, but he shook his head and said, "It's not a good idea to offend the Eagle Adventurer team. Moreover, I don't have that many monster crystals. Lin Ling does." I saw that his bag was full of spiritual crystals. Little Fatty asked, blinking as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and nodded. It wasn't that he was unwilling to part with the Flying Eagle Adventurer team, but competing with the Flying Eagle Adventurer team wasn't a smart move. This rod, I want it. 50,000 blue crystals. Seeing Lin Ling nod, Little Fatty didn't think too much and immediately shouted. Silence. Everyone was silent. Everyone looked at Little Fatty in surprise. Firstly, Little Fatty was very forthright. He directly threw out 20,000 yuan, spending money like water. Secondly, that little fatty actually competed with the Flying Eagle adventurer team? Even Lin Ling's jaw dropped. He was incomparably shocked. As expected of the arrogant Zhang. Moreover, wasn't that money his own? When did he become little fatties? Sir, are you sure? Moreover, 50,000 blue crystals, do you have that much money? The person from the Flying Eagle adventurer team asked coldly. I don't, but my brother Lin Ling does. Don't underestimate him. He's from the mortal world, but his strength is not bad. He's a person that I, Zhang Yingjun, want to protect. Little fatty patted his chest and said. Silence. The auction hall became even more silent. Many people from the human and devil race focused their attention. Could it be Mad God Lin Ling? The ancient Ji family's patriarch's expression changed drastically. He whispered a few words in the Leilu adventurer team's captain's ear, instructing that expert to stare at Lin Ling with malicious intent. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Zhang Yingjun, I really want to beat you up. Is that the wanted criminal Lin Ling? Someone asked with a cold gaze. Lin Ling? So he's a wanted criminal? How much is the reward? Fatty's curiosity was piqued. 1 million blue crystals. Yes. Everyone in the auction hall breathed heavily. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at money. Wow, that's amazing. That's right, my brother is that wanted criminal. If he's not worth 1 million blue crystals, do you think he's worthy of me? I'm a young man from the god race. Let me tell you, my brother Lin Ling robbed a man from the Flying Eagle adventurer team. He's in charge of finance. Also, my brother killed the young master of the Leilu adventurer team. So, when it comes to money, you can't beat me. Little Fatty said proudly. Boom. The auction hall finally exploded. The captain of the Flying Eagle adventurer team stared at Lin Ling. So it was him. Lei Ba of the Leilu adventurer team was also overflowing with killing intent. He killed my son. At this moment, Lin Ling had undoubtedly become the center of attention. No one expected this young man from the mortal realm to be so arrogant as to offend 2 adventurer teams in a row. That damn fatty only knows how to cause trouble. Qin Hu's body also trembled. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people, he would definitely use his rod to ruthlessly stab little fatty between his buttocks. Did this arrogant Zhang Yingjun have to be so arrogant? Lin Ling, they all seem to want to kill you. This is so exciting. Little fatty said excitedly as if he didn't know how terrifying the situation was. As expected, he followed Lin Ling here for the excitement. Lin Ling glared at him fiercely. However, he had seen too many storms in his life. So, since he couldn't keep a low profile, he might as well do it in a high-profile manner. Qin Hu, that rod is yours. Lin Ling finally spoke. He looked directly at the captain of the Flying Eagle adventurer team, directly provoking him. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Lin Ling said again. No one bid because the crowd was a little reluctant to part with 50,000 blue crystals. In the end, the treasure belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, thank you. Qin Hu was instantly moved. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. His eyes were fixed on the next auction. The auction continued, but cold gazes were vaguely fixed on Lin Ling. Royal Demon Divine Light Stone. 1 stone weighs 50 universe force. There are 3 stones in total. The starting price is 10,000. Another unorthodox treasure appeared. A white stone the size of a small mountain appeared in the middle of the auction. Many people shook their heads, obviously not interested. Although the stone could be used to forge armor, it was too heavy and affected the agility. It wasn't suitable for martial artists to use in battle. 10,100 blue crystals. Someone said lazily. The crowd realized that it was the captain of the Ferocious Desolation adventurer team, Xiong. As a result, there was even less of a bid. Xiong was eccentric by nature and liked to ponder about unorthodox things. So, it was normal for him to buy the Royal Demon Divine Light Stone. If no one bids, then the Royal Demon Divine Light Stone belongs to me. Chapter 1953. Berserk Divine Fruit. This young master wants this stone. 10,200 blue crystals. The voice was earth-shattering. Everyone looked at the person who made the bid and realized that it was a lazy young man. It was Lin Ling. Everyone's jaws dropped. Firstly, that treasure wasn't very useful. Secondly, even if it was useful, was there a need to compete with Xiong? Was that guy stupid? Xiong lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling. Under the brim of his hat, his green eyes were cold. He said in a hoarse voice, "This treasure is useless to ordinary people. What do you want it for? This Royal Demon Divine Light Stone is very heavy. This young master wants to use it to build a house and prevent it from being blown away by the wind." Lin Ling said lazily. However, he was excited. He didn't expect to see a material for the berserk armor again. Naturally, he wouldn't miss it. Once the berserk armor was successfully forged, his strength would increase by 30%. As for offending Xiong, he was already a thorn in everyone's side. It didn't matter if he had one more or one less. However, his words made everyone's eyes tremble. Using it to build a house? Offending a big shot for this? Stupid. He was even more stupid than they thought. 11,000 blue crystals. Xiong looked deeply at Lin Ling and said darkly, 20,000. Lin Ling directly raised the price to suppress the ferocious beast. Xiong fell silent. However, everyone knew that he wasn't in a good mood. 20,100 blue crystals. 25,000 blue crystals. Lin Ling called out another bid, which made many people gasp. This guy was really rich and overbearing. Only he would spend 20,000 blue crystals to buy a trashy treasure. After all, not everyone could afford 25,000 blue crystals. The expressions of the Flying Eagle and Thunderflow adventurers turned ugly. They had guessed that Lin Ling's blue crystals had come from them. Just the thought of using their money to auction it off made their hearts ache. "Sir, I want to use this stone to forge some needles. It's better if you don't compete with me." Xiong let out a sound, extremely cold, filled with dense killing intent. Obviously, his patience had run out, so he threatened Lin Ling. If Lin Ling still did not know when to back down, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. A cold and gloomy aura permeated the air, as if a poisonous snake had appeared behind Xiong. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary snake, but the king's snake. The strength of a martial emperor is too terrifying. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. As for some of the scattered humans, they also looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They never thought that Lin Ling would allow a martial emperor expert to threaten him. Lin Ling smiled. A threat? The one thing he was least afraid of in this life was threats. Just as he was about to speak, Fatty beside him roared, "Old man, don't play if you don't have money. If you can't afford to play, don't embarrass yourself. Look at you wearing a cloak. Could it be that you have something to hide? Sigh, how can you give up on life? Although you're not as handsome as me, you can't give up on yourself. If you have the ability, take off your hat." As the voice drifted out, the auction house became even more silent. Xiong lifted his head and looked at Fatty. He actually slowly took off his cloak, revealing a face full of scars and wrinkles. It made people feel ferocious and terrifying just by looking at it. "Huh, so ugly. Are you a toad? Indeed, no one in this world can compare to my handsomeness." Fatty pointed at Xiong and laughed loudly. Xiong's eyes became even colder. Someone actually dared to say that he was ugly, and the person who said that was a handsome man. He had nothing to say. However, the other party was just a little fatty who was too ugly to be seen in public. Especially that tight facial features, that laughter that was asking for death, it made his body tremble. Could it be that his appearance could not be compared to that ugly little fatty? Who is that fatty? He's simply crazy. The crowd's bodies were trembling. How could they not know of the name Xiong? In fact, Xiong was not very old. In the past, he was also a handsome man. However, because he cultivated poison, his appearance was ruined and he aged prematurely. Therefore, Xiong hated it when people called him ugly or old. In the past, there was once a caravan passing through the wild forest. Someone inadvertently said something, and in the end, the entire caravan was killed. After this incident spread, it became a taboo in the wild forest. Even the leaders of the other two large adventurer teams did not dare to casually say that Xiong was ugly. You could declare war on him, you could tease him, but you could never say that he was ugly. Say that again. Xiong made a sound. Hee, I know you're jealous of my handsomeness. In fact, you're really ugly. How ugly are you? Yes, in the summer, no mosquitoes dare to come near you. Because as long as they land on your face, your wrinkles will pinch the mosquitoes to death. Fatty said with a straight face. Many people could not help but laugh, but when they saw Xiong getting more and more terrifying, none of them dared to speak. Lin Ling was stunned again. He was called the Mad God, but who knew that Zhang Yingjun was even crazier than him? Qin Hu also opened his mouth wide, but now that he had become a thorn in his side, he might as well go all the way. Cut the crap, old man. If you dare to bid, then continue. If not, then sit down obediently and see how arrogant your grandfather is. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped. These three brothers were each more arrogant than the last. Xiong was almost mad with anger. If not for the auction, he would have slapped the three of them to death. In the end, he sat back down. However, the three large adventurer teams stared at Lin Ling and the other two. They were just short of drawing their swords to fight. Are you jealous of my handsomeness? Fatty liked it when the three of them stared at him. Their words were like salt to the wound, and it could make people vomit blood. In the following auction, Lin Ling could not be bothered to bid because the treasures were not good enough to catch his eye. Berserk Divine Fruits, a set of 10, starting at 20,000. The final treasure that appeared was actually the Berserk Divine Fruit. As everyone knew, this magical fruit could increase the power of laws by 100. Although there was a time limit, it was the best treasure in a life-and-death situation. Furthermore, some talented people could even swallow 10 at once, increasing the power of laws by 1,000, instantly turning defeat into victory. Such a treasure, who would not be moved? The auction venue immediately emitted a rumbling sound. Everyone was competing. This fruit is mine. Divine King Flying Eagle, I won't fight with you for other treasures, but I must get these treasures. Is that so? I just happen to want to refine some poison. I've taken a fancy to this Berserk Divine Fruit too. The three large adventurer teams started competing, making the crowd sigh. They had no chance to make a move. I wonder who the treasure will go to in the end? I think Divine King Flying Eagle has the highest chance. That might not be the case. Lei Ba has always been overbearing. He won't easily hand over the things he takes a fancy to. I know it's Xiong. This person is too sinister. No one is afraid of him. Chapter 1954. Wanted Lin Ling, stop fighting. That treasure belongs to yours truly. 100,000 blue crystals. But at this moment, an untimely voice floated out. It was Lin Ling. The crowd went numb. It was the three arrogant geniuses again. Clearly, Lin Ling and the other two's arrogant actions had caused the crowd to secretly call them the three arrogant geniuses. You again. The three adventurer groups stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was clearly going against them. Hee, that's right. It's me. Do you think you can get what I want? Lin Ling sneered. Since things had come to this, there was no need for him to endure. Let me see how many blue crystals there are left. 300,000 in total. Throw them all down. I have money, so I like to mess around. What was surprising was that Lin Ling did not wait for the three adventurer groups to bid. He raised the price himself and threw out all the blue crystals. Messing around when you have money was a very strong reason. Eagle God King, Lei Ba, and the others were fuming with anger. Lin Ling's blue crystals were all stolen from their adventurer groups. 300,000, now it's your turn. Who's next? Lin Ling's voice floated out. The ancient Ji family and some humans were shocked. Mad God Lin Ling's arrogance had reached the godly nation. However, no one could bid anymore. They were all silent and angry. Hee, is everyone jealous of my handsomeness? At the critical moment, Zhang Yingjun had interjected. That blood-curdling face of his, coupled with that sentence, was undoubtedly like pouring salt on the wound. The entire auction house was filled with resentment. Their hatred for that little fatty was even greater than Lin Ling's. No one bid. The Berserk Divine Fruit goes to that young master. Finally, the Berserk Divine Fruit was obtained by Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. Goodbye. It was not good to stay here. Lin Ling quickly left. Qin Hu's heart trembled. Naturally, he did not dare to stay. Everyone, please remember my handsomeness. My name is Zhang Yingjun, as in arrogant. Only little fatty was still as carefree as ever. He chuckled and said that sentence before swaggering off. Too much. How arrogant. We must kill them. Which of the top three adventurer teams is moving out? After a moment of silence, the members of the three adventurer teams bellowed angrily. The others also had cold gazes. Lin Ling was a wanted criminal with a bounty of 1 million blue crystals. Although they didn't know who had issued the bounty was definitely not for nothing. Therefore, everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling. The Devil Race Grand Monarchs all wore cold expressions. They had long wanted to kill the genius of the mortal world, Lin Ling. The head of the ancient Ji family sneered. This was an excellent opportunity. As for the top three adventurer teams, even if Lin Ling wasn't a fugitive, Lin Ling's previous actions were enough to get him killed. Notify everyone that Lin Ling's friend, that middle-aged man, whoever kills him will be rewarded with 10,000 blue crystals. Eagle Divine King said. Moreover, I represent the Thunder Flow Adventurer team to reward those who kill Lin Ling with 10,000 blue crystals. What about little fatty? Kill him and reward him with 100 blue crystals. Boom! The auction was in an uproar. The human race, god race, and devil race all moved out. If it weren't for the Sun Divine Nation's people, they would have already attacked. What happened? The second city is in an uproar. It's a guy called Lin Ling. Everyone wants to kill him. Moreover, the news has spread. I heard that even the Immortal Divine Nation's experts are here. Lin Ling? Human race? That's crazy. The three races are moving out for him. The entire second city was in an uproar as well. Everyone was searching for Lin Ling and the other two. Lin Ling naturally knew that he was in trouble. Therefore, he left the city immediately after leaving the auction. Qin Hu's expression was solemn as well. He shook his head helplessly. It seemed that following Lin Ling wasn't peaceful at all. That kind of life was soul-stirring. He hoped that he could escape this calamity. Compared to Lin Ling and Qin Hu's solemnity, Zhang Yingjun was extremely excited. So exciting. It's much more exciting than being at home. I was right to come. Exciting? As expected, he had followed Lin Ling here for the thrill of it. Don't you know that I've become a wanted criminal? Hee, with my handsome and charming appearance, I should at least have a bounty of 2 million. Little Fatty touched his own face, intoxicated by the feeling. Lin Ling and Qin who stopped in their tracks. Their expressions were cold. If this brat hadn't announced his identity, they wouldn't have to run for their lives. Why are you looking at me? Are you jealous of my handsomeness? Little Fatty was stunned. Bang bang. The two of them struck out with their fists. Their fists landed on Little Fatty's artistic looks, causing those facial features to move closer to the center point. Let's go. Following that, Lin Ling and Qin who ran wildly along the forest. Almost at the same time, there was a large number of footsteps not too far away. The spiritual energy started to surge. What a fast speed, don't get surrounded. Lin Ling's expression changed and his footsteps quickened, heading towards another direction. The three of them went around in circles and entered the depths of the desolate forest. But in the end, they were stopped by a wave of adventurers. We're too lucky. It's them. Your portraits are exactly the same. That batch of adventurers had 10 over people and the strongest cultivation was only Wu Xing's 8th stage realm. At this moment, a thin and weak man laughed heartily, as though he had picked up a treasure. Lin Ling and Qin who exchanged glances and both of them started laughing. If it was the three leaders of the adventurer group, they would definitely escape. But these were just small fries. To be honest, there was no need to escape. One is Lin Ling, one is an uncle and one is Little Fatty. They are indeed the same. One of them took out 3 portraits and looked at them. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the other 2. One is rewarded with 1 million blue crystals, one is rewarded with 10,000. One of them said excitedly. Wait, what about me? Am I not wanted? Little Fatty immediately frowned. Oh, you? Of course you are. Hee, so exciting. Is the reward 2 million blue crystals? Little Fatty started to get excited. No, it's only 100. What, that's too unfair. I'm so handsome, why should I be the same as Lin Ling? I should be 2 million blue crystals. I'm sorry, it's 100 blue crystals. The last sentence made Little Fatty go into a daze. As though his father had died, his face turned pale. Even Qin who this uncle had 10,000 but he, Zhang Yingjun, only had 100? Are you the ones who send yourselves to our doorstep? Or are we the ones who do it? Let me tell you, if I were to do it, the pain would be multiplied. Ignoring the dejected Little Fatty, those adventurers said calmly. Lin Ling and Qin who exchanged glances. Following that, Lin Ling also said calmly, I want 9. Lin Ling, no matter what, I'm still your senior. There's a total of 12 people and you want 9. Don't tell me you want to leave 3 for me. Alright then, I want 8. Dream on. The two of them walked forward and talked as they walked. Those adventurers were all stunned. Initially they didn't understand what Lin Ling and the rest meant. But now they understood. Lin Ling had treated them as prey and was sharing the prey. Chapter 1955. Dugu Kandivine power surged into the sky, causing the ancient trees to fall. Those adventurers didn't know how strong Lin Ling and the rest were. They only knew that Lin Ling was only at the 6th stage of divine power, which was equivalent to Wu Xing's 6th stage realm. This level of strength wasn't even worth mentioning. Of course, even Zhang Yingjun felt that Lin Ling wasn't strong enough. Hence, he roared, Lin Ling, let me help you. Get lost. Qin who was instantly infuriated. That fellow couldn't do anything right. He guessed that Lin Ling's strength wasn't any weaker than his. Hence, there was no need for him to help. However, Zhang Yingjun had already made his move and stood in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He was still wearing the ice-cold mask. On the mask, there was a pair of cold eyes that were flickering. However, it gradually disappeared and revealed a trace of gentleness. He and Zhang Yingjun were just strangers who met by chance. However, Zhang Yingjun's true nature was filled with passion and passion. It made Lin Ling feel as though he had returned to the past. In this lifetime, he had killed too many people. Although they were all people that he had to kill, it was undeniable that his sword was filled with blood. His heart was sometimes very cold. However, Zhang Yingjun made him feel as though he had returned to his childhood. He felt as though he had returned to the days when he fought hard. He felt as though he had returned to those happy moments. In the Fire Ancient clan, he fought alongside the Lin clan's descendants, Lin Qingcheng, and the others. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he fought alongside the Second Prince. In the Rainforest Sacred Land. In Xianpeng Province. Little Flame, the 9 Spirits of Heaven, Baiyun Tiandi, Xian Yuan Gu, and the others. All of them had left Lin Ling with unforgettable memories. It was a pity that the path of an expert was ultimately lonely. He, Lin Ling, continued to grow and gradually became further and further away from his companions. However, he, Lin Ling, couldn't stop and could only continue to move forward. This kind of lonely feeling was something that very few people could experience. Now, Lin Ling once again had companions. Although they weren't very reliable, that kind of passion made him miss them. You can have it. Lin Ling smiled faintly. To be honest, he didn't hate Zhang Yingjun. On the contrary, he liked his personality. Proud 3, if you want to fight, let's fight to our heart's content. After that, Lin Ling spoke softly, causing Qin Hu to be stunned. He was older than Lin Ling, so he had lost the passion of the past. But now, that long-lost feeling had returned once again. So what if I shed blood? Fighting alongside my brothers is the greatest joy in life. Qin Hu shouted loudly and brandished his cudgel, making whooshing sounds. Tiger God shakes the heavens. The 3 of them attacked with all their might, and the adventurers were instantly terrified. They never thought that these people would be so strong. In just the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, those adventurers were completely annihilated. Ha! Qin Hu threw his head back and laughed. Carefree, very carefree. Lin Ling also smiled. He slowly took off his ice-cold mask, and the smile on his face became even more radiant. The adventurer army is here. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling shouted loudly and brought the 2 of them with him as they set off again. Come and kill us. Let's poke a hole in this sky and this earth. They're all jealous of my handsomeness. Qin Hu and Little Fatty both laughed loudly. Their voices drifted in the forest and traveled further and further. Not long after the 3 of them left, a large number of figures appeared in the forest. When they saw the scene before them, their eyes instantly turned cold. Chase. After that, each of them used their secret techniques and chased in a certain direction. As for Lin Ling and the other 2, they began to flee for their lives. However, the heroism in their hearts didn't diminish. Instead, it grew stronger. Zhang Yingjun, be careful. That's not a tree behind you. During the escape, Lin Ling's past battle experience also came into play. He saw through the enemy's sneak attacks time and time again. Even Qin Hu was secretly surprised. Lin Ling was younger than him, but that kind of battle experience was something he couldn't compare to. Rumble. As expected, the huge tree which Zhang Yingjun was leaning against to rest suddenly turned into a human. It was actually disguised by someone. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's quick reminder, he would have met with a vicious attack. Damn it, how dare they plot against the handsome me? Zhang Yingjun was infuriated. It could be seen that his ability wasn't weak but his experience wasn't strong enough. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go on our way, brothers. After Zhang Yingjun killed that sneak attacker, Lin Ling smiled as he brought the two of them away. Although he had killed numerous adventurers during this period of time and his body was exhausted, but he discovered that his cultivation realm was slowly rising. I wonder if it's time for the adventurer group's group leader to make a move? And that old fellow from Ji family, he's really sinister, using the adventurer group to kill us. Too bad, can they kill us? Jianghu also howled. In actual fact, they had met with several life and death crises. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they wouldn't have been able to hang on. Because although he was Wuxia in the 8th stage realm and rarely had any opponents in this realm, but the other party had too many people. But what made him shocked was that every time danger descended, it was Lin Ling who broke the crisis. This made him curious, could it be that Lin Ling's ability had already surpassed him by a lot? The three of them continued to move forward while Lin Ling occasionally looked at the astrolabe heavenly armor. Knowing that they were heading in the right direction, he relaxed. On this day, a figure appeared in the dense forest, dressed in a grey long robe, looking indifferently at the sky, blocking Lin Ling and the others' path. There's no need to escape, the pursuers in the vicinity have all been killed by me. A hoarse voice was heard at the same time. Dugu Kan. Jianghu's gaze congealed. That figure slowly turned around. His hair was white but he looked to be around 40 years old. His face was mottled with wrinkles and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes and indifference. The most shocking thing was that his legs were gone and he was relying on the two swords in place of his legs to support himself on the ground. Jianghu, we're ultimately from the human realm and don't want to see you being humiliated. Dugu Kan let out a hoarse voice. Jianghu's heart warmed. Among the Xian 10 heroes, Dugu Kan was the most reclusive and no one knew what he was thinking. But they had not expected that the person who helped them today was actually Dugu Kan. Jianghu, do you know this guy with broken legs? He looks pretty good. After helping us clear the area, we can finally have a good sleep today. Little Fatty was delighted and instantly had a good impression of Dugu Kan. Not bad, not bad. From today onwards, I'll protect you. In the God country, you can do whatever you want. Dugu Kan didn't even look at Little Fatty but looked at Lin Ling instead. As though he had sensed that Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high, his gaze finally fell onto Jianghu. Fight with me. When this voice was heard, Jianghu and Lin Ling's expressions changed slightly. They had thought that Dugu Kan was here to help but who knew that he was here to ask for a battle. Jianghu frowned, why? To become stronger, that's all. You, Jianghu, are the strongest among the three of you. If I defeat you, the three of you will be captured. Dugu Kan said softly as though he was talking to himself. Chapter 1956. The Third City. You will never understand the setbacks a disabled person has to go through to grow up step by step. The effort he puts in is 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more than an ordinary person. Therefore, everything I have today is the result of my hard work. However, my dream is not limited to this. I want to soar above the clouds. I want everyone to look at me without discrimination. I am tired of this kind of life. Dugu Kan said calmly as he looked at Lin Ling and the others. So, you want to kill us to increase your strength? Lin Ling said with a cold face. Mad God Lin Ling, I cannot compare to you. You are the most dazzling existence in the Seven Emperors world. In the Jianghu world, you are the hero of the human world. You are the son of desolation. Even if the giants of the human world want to kill you, millions of people respect you. I do not have everything you have. I only have difficulties. You do not understand. Is this the reason you want to kill us? Are you trying to say that we are luckier than you? You started off with more difficulties than us, but you did what we could not do? Everyone has their own setbacks and difficulties on the martial path. You just do not know. Lin Ling sneered. Shut up. Dugu Kan's eyes turned cold. A guy who relies on his seniors has no right to speak. Jianghu, you speak. Do you dare to fight? Jianghu smiled, and it was a mocking smile. I sympathize with your experience, and I admire your achievements today. However, the path of martial arts is not built on stepping on others to fulfill one's own goals. I refuse to fight you because no matter who wins or loses, we will be at a disadvantage. If the three great adventurer teams catch up to us, we will definitely die. Jianghu smiled mockingly. Sigh, you will never understand my martial path. Dugukan shook his head and waved his right hand. His sword moved like lightning. It was like a swallow flying in the rain. It was extremely fast. Zhang Yingjun, be careful. Lin Ling immediately shouted. He did not expect Dugukan to attack so quickly. The sword was obviously aimed at Zhang Yingjun. However, it was too fast. It was as if the laws were born from the void. Xiao. Blood gushed out as the little fatty's chest was pierced through. What was even more frightening was that after one strike, he had lost the ability to fight. Dugukan raised his right hand high and lifted the little fatty up. Those who are hit by my sword will die without a doubt. Now, will you fight? Lin Ling and Jianghu clenched their fists tightly. They had lost their ability to fight after being struck by that sword. Dugukan's sword was very terrifying. As expected of an elite ranked among the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Most importantly, he was also very cruel. He had clearly wanted to kill them, but he had comforted himself by talking about great principles, as if he hated evil. Don't. Ignore him. If you fight him here, you'll die for sure. I've already notified my father. If he comes, he'll definitely save you. At this moment, little fatty spoke with great difficulty. Although he looked carefree, he was extremely loyal to his friends. Swallow light break. When he heard this, Dugukan released a low shout. His sword produced radiance, continuously spinning about, stirring up the little fatty's chest, making blood and flesh scatter down like rain. Cripple with a broken leg. You're jealous of my handsomeness. Surprisingly, little fatty did not even cry out in pain. Instead, he laughed. Although it was very difficult to laugh, it was a very tough laugh. Dugukan's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to make a move, Lin Ling's voice finally came. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. When he heard this, Dugukan's sword stopped. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling, but then he shook his head. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Jianghu, come. Although Lin Ling's talent was very frightening, it had only been a month since the end of the Dharma River, so Lin Ling's strength had not increased by much. Therefore, his opponent was Jianghu. As long as he killed Jianghu, then Lin Ling and little fatty could be easily killed. Where did your confidence come from when you haven't even fought? Lin Ling frowned. Let me do it. He came for me, so little fatty was also implicated by me. I won't watch him die in front of me. Dugukan, let's fight. Jianghu stopped Lin Ling and shouted coldly. Although he had only met Zhang Yingjun by chance, it was clear that Zhang Yingjun's true nature made Jianghu like him very much. Let's go to the third city. It's bigger there, but not many people know you, so it's very suitable. Most importantly, there are many people from the 3 myths of the mortal world there. Dugukan carried little fatty with one sword and flew into the sky like a swallow. However, at this moment, a voice floated into his ears like the wind. This move can easily cause you to fall in this world. The voice made Dugukan turn around and see that it was Lin Ling who spoke. He shook his head and did not want to say anything more. Bastard, we came to the nation of gods to stop the demons. In the end, for the sake of their own future, these bastards actually attacked their own people. As expected, without the ancient giants holding the fort, they can do whatever they want. Jianghu stared at the figure in the distance and said. It's useless to say this now. We can't leave little fatty alone. However, if we fight in the third city, the 3 big adventure groups will definitely arrive soon. At that time, we'll be trapped in the city. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with worry. He was not afraid of Dugu Kan, but he was afraid of the 3 big adventure groups. However, Zhang Yingjun was in Dugu Kan's hands. Was he going to abandon little fatty and leave alone? The two looked at each other and laughed. Although they had met by chance, it was enough that they could get along well with each other because of their personalities. A mountain of swords and a sea of fire, they just had to step on it. Let's go. Lin Ling took Jianghu and headed to the third city. The third city was very far away from here. It was surrounded by ancient trees and even scarier demon beasts. This was no longer the territory of the 3 big adventure groups. There were even more strong cultivators here. The location of the city could be said to be the work of the gods. It was built around a huge lake. This lake was very vast, and there were demonic beasts that were unique to the nation of gods. When Dugu Kan flew over with Zhang Yingjun in tow, the entire city was in an uproar. Who is that guy? He's so arrogant. It's a human. He looks like Wu Sheng, but he doesn't seem to be that simple. That's Xian Di, Dugu Kan of the 10 heroes. Why is he here? The people from the various races were discussing. The strong cultivators from the human world recognized Dugu Kan. As for the demons, their faces turned cold. Dugu Kan was a genius from the human world with unlimited potential. He must be killed without a doubt. Is this guy crazy? Appearing in the open like this will cause the devil race to hunt him down. In a corner of the city, a large number of people were looking at the sky. They were the people from the 7 emperors' world. Among them, the supreme Xian Di frowned and said, "If he dares to do this, then he must be very confident in his own strength. However, I wonder who that little fatty is?" A clear voice rang out. It was Lu Susu. She was wearing a purple robe and was sitting in a restaurant. The side of her robe revealed her fair legs, causing many people in the restaurant to be moved. Chapter 1957. A dazzling battle, hee, what does it have to do with us? The city lord of the third city is an expert comparable to the 9 deacons. If Dugu Kan wants to die, let him be. The symbol ancestor said with a smile. The godly nation was in chaos. Luckily, he found the people of the 7 emperors' sky. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The same thing happened on the other side. In a market, several figures were walking side by side. One of them was a child holding a huge golden wheel. It was the Golden Wool Boy. Another one was one-armed, and it was Zhuge Xiong. There was also a bloated man wearing luxurious clothes. He had a golden abacus in his hand, and he was smiling as he played with it. His name was Golden Abacus. He looked kind, but his strength was terrifying. The 3 of them were the Xian Di 10 heroes. They were the best of the best in the Wu Sheng realm. However, they all looked at the sky. They recognized Dugu Kan, but they did not understand why the other party was making such a big fuss. Dugu Kan, geniuses of the human world, die. At this time, a demon Grand Monarch finally flew out and headed towards the center of the lake. The demon race clearly wanted to kill the human world geniuses. Swallow scissors. On the ancient lake, Dugu Kan stabbed out with his sword. The black shadow was like a swallow, and it instantly pierced through the demon Grand Monarchs. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a shocking scene. There was no doubt that the demon Grand Monarchs were strong. However, they were killed by Dugu Kan's sword. This meant that Dugu Kan's strength had increased greatly. He could be ranked in the top 5 of the Xian Di 10 heroes. Come and fight, Jianghu. If 3 incense doesn't appear, this person will die. A hoarse voice floated out, causing huge waves to rise in the ancient lake. Jianghu, Dugu Kan's goal is to fight Jianghu. Everyone in the human world was shocked. Jianghu was ranked 6th in the Xian 10 heroes. Now, he was going to fight Dugu Kan. Many people were looking forward to it. The humans wanted to see how strong the Xian 10 heroes were. The demons did not make a move. They chose to let the humans kill each other. As for the Protoss, they chose to watch from the sidelines. Humph, cripple, you're just jealous of my handsomeness, but let me tell you, Jianghu will definitely not come. Little Fatty was being held up by the sword, but he still said stubbornly. Don't look down on me. How could I not come? However, at that moment, a heroic voice rang out. A burly figure appeared at the side of the ancient lake, stepping over the lake. It was none other than Jianghu. Roar! At the same time, waves rose in the ancient lake, and a large number of piranhas the size of calves appeared. They flew out of the sky and pounced on Jianghu. Tiger Wolf Claw. Jianghu's giant staff swept through the army. A single staff strike erupted with the power of 500 laws, sweeping through everything before it. What a powerful mortal world genius. Although this person doesn't look young, he hasn't cultivated for long. Wu Sheng is in the 7th stage realm, so he has 200 law force. But he is Wu Sheng in the 8th stage realm, but he has 500 law force casually, so he cannot be underestimated. Seeing Jianghu appear, many people were extremely shocked. I'll return it to you. And in the sky above the ancient lake, Dugu Kan waved his sword, and little Fatty in the sword shot towards Jianghu, who caught him. Jianghu, you really came to save me? As expected of my brother, I really didn't misjudge you. Although you're not as handsome as me. Seeing Jianghu, Zhang Yingjun was clearly very excited. Jianghu smiled and threw Zhang Yingjun out of the ancient lake. And beside the ancient lake, Lin Ling waited there quietly. After catching Zhang Yingjun, he took out the 5-wood heaven-blasting liquid and let Zhang Yingjun recover. Lin Ling, you have divine liquid? And your divine liquid is better than my immortal divine nations? Zhang Yingjun said in surprise as he recovered. Is it very strange? Your divine nation is just an abandoned citizen of the martial god realm. Although you know about the 5-wood heaven-blasting liquid, you're obviously lacking in concoction. Lin Ling stared at the two people in the ancient lake and said indifferently. But how do you know? Zhang Yingjun's fat face was full of surprise. If I say I'm from the martial god realm, would you believe me? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. But what surprised him was that Zhang Yingjun nodded directly. I believe you. Lin Ling was speechless. Was Zhang Yingjun really stupid, or was he pretending to be stupid? At least when he said this, no one else would believe him. That disabled person is very strong. Zhang Yingjun looked into the distance worriedly. Lin Ling was silent. He had a feeling that Dugu Kan was an invincible existence among Wu Sheng's 8 degrees. Pay attention to the battle. I'm going to forge a treasure. If Jianghu is in danger, inform me immediately. Lin Ling said and hurriedly started forging by the lake. In fact, he had a lot of trump cards, so he was not afraid of Dugu Kan. But he had to be wary of the 3 great adventurer teams. And this time, he was forging the berserk armor. This armor was the strongest armor Lin Ling knew of until now. It had reached the level of a 2-star immortal weapon. And now, he had enough materials. What he lacked was time. Although he was forging by the lake and many people would pay attention to him, he did not have the time to care about them. Of course, there were not many people who were paying attention to Lin Ling because the 3rd city was too big. Moreover, everyone's eyes were locked on the ancient lake. Because it was a battle in front of the 3 tribes, it was undoubtedly dazzling. A very good weapon. No, in the nation of God, this kind of treasure is called a boundary immortal weapon. This treasure should be bought in the nation of God. In the sky, Dugu Kan stared at the giant rod in Jianghu's hand. Before entering the nation of God, Dugu Kan's growth was very slow. But after entering, everything here overturned his thinking and increased his strength greatly. That was why he was so confident this time. Not bad. A 1-star boundary immortal weapon. Increase by 200 laws. Jianghu waved the giant rod and said without hiding anything. The humans by the ancient lake were very envious. With an immortal weapon in hand, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Then let's see how strong we are. Spinning dual swords. The dual swords in Dugu Kan's hands spun like a top and slashed at Jianghu. In an instant, he exploded with 600 laws. Boom! The entire ancient lake's water shot up into the sky. Jianghu's expression changed slightly. He held the giant rod tightly in his hand. Purple light shot up, and there was the roar of a tiger. Boom! He smashed out with the rod. It was as if he could break mountains. He also unleashed his talent. It was the heavenly tiger shakes the heavens. It could form a powerful sound wave attack that could catch people off guard. Clang! The giant rod in the sky collided with the spinning sword. Sparks flew everywhere. However, the spinning sword's speed slowed down. It was affected by the sound wave. Tiger King carries the cauldron. Sensing that Dugu Kan's aura had weakened, Jianghu roared. He held the rod with both hands and smashed it down fiercely. The power of laws in this strike reached more than 800, terrifying to the extreme. Boom! With a boom, the ancient lake exploded. The lake water split in half. The purple rod smashed down from the sky. It shone brightly and was extremely bright. Chapter 1958. Swallow Sword Technique. Wuxing's 8th stage already has 800 power of law. What if his realm increases again? Someone said with a serious expression. Without a doubt, no ordinary 8th stage Wuxing was Jianghu's opponent. Swallow Sword Technique, Cloud Piercing. Just at this moment, Dugu Kan disappeared. Like a swallow, he weaved through the ancient lake and dodged the terrifying giant staff in the sky. Just as the giant staff was about to smash down, he seemed to have found the weakness of the giant staff and stabbed out with his sword. Swallow Scissors. The cry of a swallow rang out. That sword was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The fastest sword appeared. Kacha. The giant staff in the sky was pierced by the sword. What was surprising was that the giant staff had 800 power of law, but it was blocked by the sword. Moreover, with a kacha sound, it quietly started to shatter. 1-star barrier immortal weapon. Sensing the aura emitted by the twin swords, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Dugu Kan also had an immortal weapon. Twin swallow divine swords, similarly purchased from the nation of gods. You're not the only one who has an immortal weapon. Dugu Kan floated in the sky, holding the twin swords and said indifferently. Only then did many people realize that Dugu Kan's swords were black and could hide their aura. It was very helpful in battle. Jianghu was also shocked. He suddenly sucked in a breath of air like a whale swallowing the sea. Endless spiritual energy was sucked in by him. His body seemed to have grown a lot taller. A black tiger roared behind him, shaking the heavens and earth. Fierce tiger emerges, heaven collapsing, earth shattering staff. He held the staff with both hands and was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Each staff was stronger than the previous one. He opened and closed, and the power of law erupted. Rumble. The entire third city was shaken. It could be seen how terrifying this move was. 1000 power of law. Sensing the terrifying wave, the crowd was shocked. Even the Golden Wool Boy and the other experts were secretly shocked. When did Jianghu become so strong? One must know that 1000 power of law was already Wuxing's 9th stage strength. Even the ordinary Wuxing's 9th stage strength wouldn't have that many power of law. Their talents are both at the third grade of the divine rank, and they are evenly matched. However, Jianghu has more laws, so he can win. Dugu specializes in the speed of a swallow, but Jianghu's Heaven's Fall, earth-shattering staff has an AoE attack. Dugu can't dodge it. It seems like the CND10 heroes ranking is going to change. This Jianghu has changed a lot in the nation of God. Voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. In the face of Jianghu's terrifying eruption of laws, Dugu expression remained cold and indifferent. He brandished his two swords and continuously blocked the giant staff. But, he was clearly being pushed back again and again. This made many people believe that Dugu would definitely lose. But at this moment, his sword emitted a black light, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Reverse strike. He had actually passed through Jianghu's terrifying staff shadows. That sword was very fast. It was like a swallow passing through a heavy rain, able to avoid being stained by the rain. Jianghu was clearly not strong in terms of movement techniques, so he was pierced through by the sword. His swinging motion stopped, and all the power of laws vanished without a trace. He stood in the sky in a daze. What's going on? The crowd was very confused. Jianghu was supposed to win, and even if he was hit by the sword, Jianghu looked fine. Swallow God. At the same time, Dugu voice floated out. Pitch-black swallows appeared behind him, and a large number of them were flying. All the power of laws in Jianghu's body seemed to have been sucked away, and finally, he no longer had the strength to fight. It's Dugu talent. His talent can absorb the power of laws of his opponent. The Golden Wool Boy let out a cry of shock. Although his voice was soft, it shocked the entire city. With the power of laws gone, Jianghu was definitely going to lose. This could only mean that Dugu talent was too heaven-defying. Pa! Dugu stepped forward and came in front of Jianghu. He pointed his sword at Jianghu's neck and said calmly, "You've lost." Jianghu was still in disbelief. He had an immortal weapon in his hand, but he still lost. How could this be? The three of you will die. From now on, I, Dugu will be famous in the human realm, the devil realm, and the nation of gods. Dugu smiled for the first time. It was an excited smile. For this day, he had prepared for a long time. He wanted everyone to be his stepping stones. He wanted everyone to stop discriminating against him and be proud of him as a disabled person. Moreover, killing Jianghu would make him famous among the CND10 heroes. As for killing Lin Ling, he would be able to seize Lin Ling's position and become the son of famine. Although the ancient giants of the human realm would vent their anger on him, when the devil race invaded, powerful human realm geniuses were more important than anything else. Therefore, he was confident that the ancient giants of the human realm would not kill him. Moreover, killing Lin Ling would give him great rewards. This was also very tempting. Breaking through 1,000 laws, what a powerful talent. This person must be a wanted target of the devil race. Pink Prince put out a bounty on Lin Ling, but he missed Dugu. Perhaps Dugu is even more terrifying than Lin Ling. At the edge of the ancient lake, some devil race experts were discussing with solemn expressions. Their voices were not loud, but Dugu still heard them. This made him smile again. Being wanted by the devil race was a great honor for him, because this was an affirmation of his strength. I told you, you don't understand me. Dugu looked at Jianghu and shook his head. His sword was about to pierce out. Next battle, it's my turn. But at this moment, a calm voice sounded. At the edge of the ancient lake, a young man in a blue and white robe walked out step by step. It was Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling. Seeing this free and easy figure, the human realm experts of the third city all cried out. They didn't think that Lin Ling would also be here. As for the devil race, their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, in the end, they were hesitating whether to kill Lin Ling or Dugu Kan. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were not on good terms. Too weak. Under countless gazes, Dugu Kan spat out, his voice full of contempt. However, no one felt that he was looking down on everyone, because Lin Ling's talent was indeed frightening. However, Lin Ling's cultivation time was too short, and he obviously hadn't reached Dugu Kan's level yet. Too weak? Yes. Lin Ling recalled Dugu Kan's words, shook his head, and continued forward. Without fighting, how would you know? Moreover, didn't you want to kill me? If you don't kill me with your own hands, how can your name shake the three realms? Yes. Yes. Dugu Kan's eyes flashed. Lin Ling's words reminded him that if he killed Lin Ling, he would be even more dazzling. Fine, I'll return him to you. You fight. Yes. Dugu Kan nodded, and pierced Jianghu with his sword. Then, he lifted him up and threw him out. Seeing that, Lin Ling's eyes became ice-cold. He caught Jianghu in midair, and Jianghu said with a pale face, Lin Ling, be careful. He cultivates the swallow sword technique, has a 1-star spirit formation immortal armament, and his laws have reached 1,000. Most importantly, his talent is too frightening. You cannot be hit by his sword, or else you will undoubtedly lose. Die. No matter what kind of trump card he has, he must die. Die. Chapter 1959. Fighting Dugu Kan. If Dugu Kan wanted to kill him openly, Lin Ling wouldn't have objected. However, he didn't like Dugu Kan's pretentious attitude. Hearing this, Dugu Kan's smile disappeared. His eyes were cold as he said, I don't want to see any more looks of discrimination. Cripple, are you trying to make up for the inferiority in your heart? A cripple isn't scary, but a crippled heart is. Only a piece of trash would want to find satisfaction in others. I think you are a piece of trash. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His blue robe danced as he pointed the sword at Dugu Kan. Good, 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 very good. Dugu Kan nodded coldly. Calling him a cripple and a piece of trash had touched his bottom line. Jianghu and Zhang Yingjun secretly clenched their fists as they looked at Lin Ling and Duan Ling Tian. During this period of time, they had fought side by side and were slightly more familiar with Lin Ling's strength. He seemed to be only slightly stronger than them. At this level, he was clearly no match for Dugu Kan. Even the Golden Wool Boy and the others were shaking their heads. Without 1,000 power of law, one would definitely lose against Dugu Kan. Swallow sweeping scissors. Dugu Kan thought that Jianghu was stronger than Lin Ling, so he immediately attacked. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. The sword stabbed out like a swallow flying in the rain. 500 power of law erupted. He guessed that it was enough for Lin Ling to die. Clang. However, Lin Ling also stabbed out with his sword. Space was cut, forming a scene of sword tip against sword tip. He actually blocked Dugu Kan's sword. You said I'm too weak? At the same time, a mocking voice floated out. Dugu Kan's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Lin Ling had only erupted with 300 power of law, but he had blocked his sword? This was too unbelievable. He didn't know that Lin Ling's sword was the combination of his physical body and the power of law. The defense of the godly demon tyrant body was extremely terrifying. It's a little better than I expected. That's all. Dugu Kan immediately replied. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled, he gathered 30 universe force and thrusted his sword forward, it actually bent Dugu Kan's sword. Better than you expected? Lin Ling's mocking voice became even louder. The crowd widened their eyes. In their eyes, the huge sword and the two swords collided, but the two swords were bent. What a powerful force! Moreover, looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he was actually more relaxed than Jianghu. I only used one move, but you used your full strength. So, a moment of pride doesn't mean anything. Dugu replied coldly. Hee, then I'll continue to be arrogant. Let's see what qualifications a cripple like you has to speak. Lin Ling sneered. His entire body's strength and laws erupted at the same time. His powerful sword actually suppressed Dugu and sent him flying backwards. Reverse piercing cloud, revolving dual swords. Dugu face turned ugly. He let out a low roar, and his body, which had just been sent flying, turned into a spinning top. His hands and feet danced as he slashed at Lin Ling. In an instant, he exploded with the power of 700 laws. Let's see how you block it. The terrifying sword attack made Lu Susu and the others worried. They didn't expect to see Lin Ling here. Moreover, Lin Ling would fight with the 10 CND heroes. Lu Susu hurriedly looked at the people beside her. She wanted to find help. However, CND Supreme, Symbol Ancestor, and the others smiled bitterly. They weren't a match for the 10 CND heroes. They couldn't help at all. Great creation. At this moment, Lin Ling was facing Dugu terrifying sword attack. He shouted, held his sword with both hands, and slashed out fiercely. He was confident that he could defeat Dugu but his opponent's strength couldn't be underestimated. Clang! The swords clashed again. The crazy spinning sword attack actually stopped Lin Ling's sword from slashing down. Huh, is that all? Dugu laughed coldly. Your cultivation level is lower than mine, and you have fewer laws than me. You're just more talented. You don't have the right to call me trash. Is that so? Lin Ling was as immovable as a mountain. Dugu sword slashed his body, but his defense was strong and he wasn't affected at all. As time passed, Dugu gradually felt that the situation was bad. That was because his terrifying sword slashes were still unable to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, he discovered that cracks had started to appear on his two swords. Those cracks were caused when they collided with Lin Ling's swords. To be able to crack his one-star spirit formation immortal armament was extremely terrifying. Your sword? Dugu cried out in fear. I'm very sorry. My sword is a 2-star immortal weapon. Lin Ling's sword finally exploded with terrifying spatial power. It was as if he was holding a bolt of lightning. The laws surged and sucked the ancient lake's water into the space. 400 strands of law power. Some experts secretly sensed it and then sucked in a cold breath. Heaven-defying. This was a heaven-defying sword. With the addition of the laws, Lin Ling could fight with Wu Sheng, who was in the 8th stage. How is this possible? Where did you get a 2-star immortal weapon? Dugu looked as if he was struck by lightning. He had a 1-star immortal weapon, but Lin Ling had a 2-star immortal weapon. No wonder Lin Ling could block him so easily. Huh, didn't you think that I wasn't your opponent? Get lost, great creation. All the spatial laws gathered and turned into the most dazzling sword attack. Lin Ling slashed out fiercely. This sword attack had 700 laws. It wasn't any weaker than Dugu current laws. Kacha. As if he was struck by lightning, Dugu couldn't block it anymore. His body flew backward and his hands holding the sword were unsteady. However, he was still one of the CND 10 heroes. In the next moment, he flew up like a swallow. Black Tortoise's 9 steps. Seeing this, Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword and stepped into the void, chasing after Dugu Qin who isn't good at martial arts, so you bully him because he isn't agile enough. But you're still too weak to use martial arts in front of me. In front of Dugu the sword slashed down and the void exploded. Dugu expression changed again. He raised his sword to block it. With a clang, like thunder, the sword in his hand cracked again. Lin Ling's expression was cold. His godly devil body was majestic and domineering. His sword slashed out continuously, using the powerful laws to suppress Dugu Kan. Moreover, no matter where Dugu Kan hid, Lin Ling could catch up to him and receive him with a sword. You! Dugu Kan was shocked. Not long ago, when he saw Lin Ling and the other two, he thought that Jianghu was the most terrifying. But he underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling was twice as strong as when he was at the Dharma River. What kind of monster was this? Because what if he was given one more month? Lin Ling, how is he so strong? When we were escaping, I thought he was on par with me. Zhang Yingjuan's mouth was agape. Jianghu was also surprised. He knew that Lin Ling was not holding back his strength. That strength made him realize that Lin Ling was at least 30% stronger than him. At the same time, beside the ancient lake, the Golden Will Boy and the rest had serious expressions. They understood that Lin Ling was no longer weaker than them. They were afraid that he could fight with Long Yin Feng and the other 10 heroes. Although they knew this result would come sooner or later, they didn't expect it to come so quickly. Moreover, when the result came, there was only bitterness in their hearts. Chapter 1960. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios besieging Jianghu. Dugu Kan, you should have fought me from the start. At that time, you might still have had the strength to fight. Lin Ling became fiercer as he fought. He did not hold back at all. Clang! Finally, the sword in Dugu Kan's left hand broke, and his body flew backward as he spat out blood. Of course, compared to being injured, he felt more heartache. The immortal weapon he had just bought was now useless. Die! There was only one sword left. Dugu Kan had to seize the final opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Then, he turned into a swallow god and stabbed out. Counterattack annihilation. This sword strike was very frightening. Jianghu had been defeated by this very sword strike before. Dugu Kan's talent was too heaven-defying. As long as he was hit, he would definitely die. Countless people subconsciously held their breaths as they looked at the mysterious sword. Unfortunately, Jianghu had been defeated by this sword. So, how could Lin Ling not be careful? Even so, Lin Ling still felt some pressure. This Dugu Kan did not have many moves, but they were all very useful. Reincarnation Flame. White flame spread out, turning into a huge 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying power of laws was like a tide. It looked like a 3rd-grade divine rank talent, but it was not as simple as it looked. Whoosh! Dugu Kan's sword passed, but the reincarnation laws descended on his head. Although it could not suck him into reincarnation, it suppressed his speed and movement technique. At this moment, Dugu Kan's expression changed drastically. He had forgotten that Lin Ling had 2 divine rank talents. I said that this move could easily cause you to die in this world. How could Lin Ling miss such a good opportunity? He stepped out, and the Tyrant Song's sword took away the momentum of the only sword in the world. Together with the god-demon body, he could be said to be the ruler of the world. Great creation. All the spatial laws were released, forming the sharpest spatial sword. This was also a sword that surpassed the speed of light. No one could clearly see the trajectory of the sword. They only saw Lin Ling heavily swing his sword. Time seemed to stop. Then, the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared. Dugu Kan floated in the sky, staring at Lin Ling. He hadn't expected that he would be defeated. The battle that had made him famous would be the battle where he fell. Lin Ling, Wuxia who was in the 6th degree realm actually had the ability to kill a Wuxia who was in the 8th degree realm. Moreover, he, Lin Ling Kan, wasn't an ordinary Wuxia in the 8th degree realm. He was Wuxia who was invincible in the 8th degree realm. This meant that Lin Ling's battle power was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling's 2 great innate talents added together gave him a total of 1,000 points of law power, which was even more than Dugu Kan's. Whoosh! A sword mark appeared in the middle of his head. It extended from his eyes, nose, and mouth all the way until his entire body was split into two. Boom! His body separated to two sides and finally floated into the ancient lake. Dugu Khan, defeated. Silence. The entire side of the ancient lake was completely silent. Dugu Khan's power was obvious in the previous battle with Jianghu. However, a young man in the 6th degree realm like Wuxia actually killed him. This was unimaginable. This fellow, his ability has increased again. Wuxia Xianxia looked at the ancient lake in disbelief. If they saw Lin Ling now, they would have to call him senior. Yeah. Lu Susu, on the other hand, was waving her fists in a charming manner. Of course, compared to their surprise, the Golden Will boy and the rest on the other side of the ancient city were terrified. They looked at Lin Ling with helplessness and unwillingness. You're indeed the son of Huang, Lin Ling. Your speed of growth is too fast. Today, I must make you stay. Kill. While countless people were still in shock, a large number of demon race masters flew out and surrounded the ancient lake. They had been waiting for the result. No matter who won, they had to kill. Lin Ling? What a familiar name. Kill. Could it be that person with the generous reward? It's him. I heard that in the 2nd city, a large number of people are looking for him. I didn't expect him to dare to come to the 3rd city. The Nation of Gods practitioners obviously didn't know Lin Ling, but they had heard of Lin Ling's name. At this moment, all of them were ready to make a move. This scene made Lin Ling's expression heavy, but he wasn't surprised. When he came here, he had already expected this scene. This was also why he wasn't afraid of Dugu Khan but was wary of the 3rd city. Kill him. Kill. Indeed, after a moment of silence, the sky was filled with killing sounds. The demon race and Nation of Gods practitioners all pounced towards Lin Ling. Moreover, there were some human race practitioners hiding among them. They obviously wanted to fish in troubled waters. Seeing this scene, Lu Susu and the rest's expressions changed. Without the human realm's big shots around, all of them were killing Lin Ling without any restraint. Moreover, they could see that the Xian 10 heroes had also made a move. The jealousy of humans was endless. If there wasn't a chance to kill Lin Ling, then the Xian 10 heroes wouldn't make a move. But if there was even the slightest chance, they would rather take the risk. The sky was filled with human figures. Within the ancient lake, Lin Ling's expression became even colder. However, what was surprising was that at this moment, he didn't seem to know that he was surrounded. He slowly put away his blue and white robes and instead put on a black robe. This boldness was undoubtedly shocking. Who is this person? Why is he being surrounded by so many people? In a restaurant in the 3rd city, a woman wearing golden clothes lightly said. She had a head of long golden hair and was devastatingly beautiful, like a goddess. Princess, this person is Mad God Lin Ling. He comes from the human realm and is wanted by Pink Prince with a large bounty. To the side, an old man wearing a white robe replied. At the back of his robe, there was a golden sun embroidered on it. A mere lowly human actually caused so many people to surround him. It's too easy for him. The woman frowned her beautiful eyebrows and said. She seemed to be unhappy that Lin Ling had caused such a reaction. She had always been aloof towards humans and thought that they were ants in the lower realm. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't leave the unparalleled Buddha cloud, the people of the godly kingdom would have already gone to the human realm to take a look. I guess he can only live for 2 hours at most. The woman said again. Hee, that's natural. Moreover, the 3 large adventurer groups in the nearby area have all rushed over. The old man smiled and looked out the window. However, that idiotic young prince of the immortal divine kingdom is also here. Why are you mentioning him? Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. The woman immediately waved her hand and then drank her tea. At this moment, the killing intent in the ancient lake was getting thicker and thicker, causing many adventurers to be shocked. For the desolate forest, such a big thing hadn't happened in a long time. Great creation! At this moment, a dazzling sword came from the horizon. The demons that were pouncing towards Lin Ling were instantly split in two. Blood splattered everywhere. However, the demons were all death warriors and didn't fear death. Lin Ling, we're here to help you. Beside the ancient lake, Lu Susu, Qin Hu, and the others all shouted loudly. No one is allowed to come over. I can handle this alone. What was surprising was that Lin Ling didn't seem to want to implicate them and chose to fight alone.